Chapter 81 Your Majesty, would you believe me if I said it was a misunderstanding? On the other side, in the core area of the Douluo Great Forest. The night was dark and the wind was high. A waning moon hangs high in the sky. In the pitch-black starry sky forest, a group of figures flew swiftly, quickly arriving at the core area of the starry sky forest from its inner perimeter. But when they saw that there was nothing at all by the lake of life, neither the legendary azure bull python nor the titan giant ape, the king of the forest, nor the pair of 100-year-old soft-bone rabbit mother and daughter that she knew of, Bibi Dong's face immediately turned extremely ugly, and she couldn't help but say angrily, "How could there not be? Shish." He had been preparing for months to hunt down this 200,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit. To this end, she also carefully devised a plan. First, in the inner perimeter of the Douluo Great Forest, near the core area, capture a 10,000-year-old soul beast. By tormenting this 10,000-year-old soul beast, lure the kind 200,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit over. If only that 200,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit comes, they will immediately surround and kill it. If the azure bull python with 100,000 years of cultivation, the titan giant ape, and another soft-bone rabbit with 100,000 years of cultivation also come along, then we'll have to see how things go. But to her surprise, she almost had the captured 10,000-year holy illusion demon ape tortured to death. The 200,000-year-old soft-boned rabbit has yet to appear. This made her restless. After killing the holy illusionary demon ape, I was lucky enough to get a 10,000-year-old soul bone. But it's just a soul bone that's been around for 10,000 years. Compared to the 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone she wanted, a mere 10,000-year-old soul bone is nothing. To find out what was going on, Bibi Dong took advantage of the night and led a group of Spirit Hall Soul Masters to the core area of the Douluo Great Forest. Surprisingly, there was nothing here. Is my luck really that bad? Could it be that this 200,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit just moved away with the azure bull python, the titan giant ape, and another 100,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit? Bibi Dong felt only resentment and anger. She did consider the possibility that there might be a traitor who came to the core area of the Douluo Great Forest in advance to inform the family of the 100,000-year-old soul beast. But the thought only flashed through my mind. She herself found it both laughable and absurd. Since humans and soul beasts are irreconcilable enemies, how could there be a traitor who could come to the core area of the Douluo Great Forest to inform this family of 200,000-year-old soft-bone rabbits? How could a soul beast possibly trust a human? However, this time, having failed to reach her goal, Bibi Dong could only feel frustrated and annoyed as she prepared to return to Wuhan City with her subordinates. There was no other way. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, she had to handle various affairs every day. It's impossible for them to stay in this Douluo Great Forest for long, guarding this family of 200,000-year-old soft-bone rabbits. The next day, after a night of passion with Murasaki, I woke up in the morning. Ji Yuhan looked at Ziji, who was lying in his arms, with her long purple hair flowing down her back, her eyes tightly closed, her beautiful face cold and charming, and tear stains at the corners of her eyes. She looked both aloof and pitiful, and Ji Yuhan couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Oh, how could I have been so careless? Ji Yuhan felt an urge to punch himself a few times. Although he said he wanted to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, Ji Yuhan still wanted to save his first time for his favorite sister Shuei, or at the very least, for Ji Yuina and his senior sister Huliena. Why was it given to Murasaki? Ji Yuhan was very distressed. Although Ji Yuhan knew that many novels he had read in his previous life had a setting where the aphrodisiac effects of drugs were not considered poisons. Theoretically, it shouldn't be considered a negative state. However, Ji Yuhan believed that the soul skills in Douluo continent were all rule-based. Therefore, Ji Yuhan couldn't help but think that the Golden Dragon transformation's immunity to all negative states could also make it immune to the aphrodisiac effects of whale glue. Unexpectedly, it didn't work. Suddenly, Ji Yuhan felt a movement in his arms. "You're awake." Upon discovering that Ziji had woken up, Ji Yuhan scratched his head apologetically. "Ziji, I'm sorry, it was all my fault last night, but don't worry. I will definitely take responsibility for you," Ji Yuhan said very sincerely. Looking at Ji Yuhan, Ziji did not answer immediately. Instead, a complex emotion flashed in her beautiful eyes on her cold and stunning face. She parted her bright purple lips slightly and said in a cool voice, "No need, as long as you can help the master heal his injuries, that's enough." However, despite saying that, Murasaki's complicated expression revealed that she didn't entirely think that way. After speaking, Murasaki silently got up and prepared to get out of bed. But as soon as she got out of bed, ZG felt a pain in her lower body. A trace of pain flashed in her beautiful eyes, and her legs went weak, almost causing her to fall. However, Ji Yuhan, who was quick-witted and had already prepared, caught her in time. Are you all right? Thinking back to how he seemed even more unruly than a bull last night, standing up and kicking with all his might, Ji Yuhan couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. I'm fine. ZG took a deep breath, a hint of embarrassment and annoyance flashing across her cold and beautiful face. After resting for a while, she finally got used to it. Time quickly passed and it was morning. As a transformed ferocious beast, ZG possessed extremely strong physical abilities. After 1 or 2 hours of recovery, her body had basically recovered. Because yesterday, Ji Yuhan had already prepared the medicinal materials needed to refine the antidote pill. So today, I'm going to the Heavenly Do Imperial City to find a place to refine pills. As Ji Yuhan and ZG were having dinner in the cafeteria, they walked to the marble plaza at the entrance, preparing to leave the Heaven Do Imperial City Academy. Behind him, a middle-aged man with a green robe, long white hair, and an extremely sinister appearance and temperament quickly caught up. Suddenly, he leapt up and gracefully landed in front of Ji Yuhan, blocking his way. HMPH. So you're Ji Yuhan. Douluo Bo turned to look at Ji Yuhan and noticed that ZG, who was standing behind Ji Yuhan, was walking with obvious discomfort in her cold and charming face and legs. Clearly, there was something wrong with Ji Yuhan. This only made him feel extremely annoyed. This guy is indeed a lecherous fellow. He even dared to deceive Yan Yan's feelings. If I hadn't been so alert, Yan would probably have been fooled by you. You thought you could fool Yan, but you didn't expect that I would find out. Douluo Bo sneered inwardly, intending to teach Ji Yuhan a lesson and keep him far away from his granddaughter. Douluo Yan, it was you, kid, who hurt Yan yesterday. How dare you hurt my granddaughter? I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget. After confirming that Guh was indeed a lecherous, yellow-haired man who had deceived his granddaughter's feelings, Douluo Bo didn't give Ji Yuhan a chance to explain. He roared and a powerful surge of soul power erupted from his body. He then leapt out and rushed towards Ji Yuhan. Douluo Bo. Ji Yuhan was still stunned when he discovered it was Douluo Bo. Because he went to the Douluo residence yesterday but didn't see Douluo Bo. He thought Douluo Bo was currently in seclusion cultivating in the yin-yang well of ice and fire. Unexpectedly, Douluo Bo came knocking on my door today. Court death. Although an accident happened with Ji Yuhan last night. But whether it was the order from the Silver Dragon King Ji Yuina to protect Ji Yuhan, or the different feelings that this accident brought to ZG's heart, she could not sit idle. Why buy and watch anyone dare to bully Ji Yuhan? Seeing that Douluo Bo actually wanted to attack Ji Yuhan, ZG's beautiful and cold face instantly turned icy. With a clear and cold shout, she moved in an even more terrifying surge of soul power erupted from her body. What? Upon sensing the soul power fluctuations at the tidal Douluo level released by ZG, Douluo Bo's expression changed drastically. And he couldn't help but cry out in alarm, feeling completely panicked. This is a tidal Douluo. But isn't this woman Ji Yuhan's maid? How could he be a tidal Douluo? In a moment of panic and confusion, Douluo Bo hurriedly shouted and summoned the Jade Phosphorus Serpent King to possess him, then activated his fifth soul skill, Serpent Python Heavenly Shield. Unfortunately, after letting out a cold shout and leaping into the air, ZG suddenly swung her jade hand forward. A surge of powerful soul energy instantly condensed into a purple dragon claw, which violently lashed out at Douluo Bo, shattering the Serpent Heavenly Shield in an instant and sending Douluo Bo flying, coughing up blood. He rolled a long way on the ground before his body slammed into a tree, spitting out a mouthful of blood before finally stopping. Feeling excruciating pain throughout his body, Douluo Bo broke out in a cold sweat, feeling as if all his bones were about to break. After struggling for a long time, he finally managed to stand up from the ground with difficulty. When he saw ZG walking over with a cold face, Douluo Bo couldn't help but reveal an ugly smile. He covered his chest with one hand, coughing up blood, and forced a smile. Your Majesty, if I said this was all a misunderstanding, would you believe me? Chapter 82. This isn't Huang Mao, he's clearly my good grandson-in-law. Misunderstand. On ZG's charming and aloof face, a cold smile curled her bright purple lips. A hint of murderous intent flashed in her deep purple eyes, her voice was full of indifference, and her tall, slender, and curvaceous body exuded a chilling aura of soul power and pressure. Clearly, she didn't intend to treat what had just happened as a misunderstanding. They dared to lay a hand on the Pers, on whom the Lord had entrusted to their protection. And the crucial point is that this person is her man. Before I took action, I didn't think about figuring out if it was a misunderstanding. Now had she's made her move and found herself no match for her, it must be a misunderstanding. Do you think I'm stupid? However, just as Ziji was about to continue attacking Douluo and teach him a lesson, Ji Yuhan suddenly called out to her. Etc. Ziji turned around, her delicate brows furrowed slightly, her stunningly beautiful face filled with confusion and bewilderment. She didn't understand why Ji Yuhan was stopping her. This is indeed a misunderstanding. Ji Yuhan stepped forward, a faint smile on his face, and spoke slowly. Because they planned to recruit Douluo. Anyway, Douluo was about to attack him. But Ziji stopped him in time. Having Ziji beat up Douluo again would only increase his hatred and serve no other purpose. Why not use this to bestow favors? Upon hearing Ji Yuhan's explanation that it was a misunderstanding, the injured Douluo breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but feel that this yellow-haired classmate of his granddaughter Douluo was actually quite nice. Sir, are you Douluo's grandfather? Ji Yuhan continued to ask with a faint smile. Actually, the injury on Douluo's leg is indeed related to me, but it was definitely not caused by me. At first we just had a misunderstanding, but the misunderstanding was quickly cleared up, and we soon became friends. When I was taking Douluo home, I discovered that your family seems to have a genetic disease called phosphorus poisoning. I happen to have a good understanding of pharmacology. After learning about the phosphine poisoning of your family from some books, I found a way to treat it. I originally intended to help you solve the problem of your family's phosphine poisoning. But I didn't expect that you, sir, would call for my attack and death without doing any investigation. To be honest, it's quite disheartening. As Ji Yuhan spoke, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. His words suggested he was somewhat regretful and didn't want to treat the Douluo family for phosphorus poisoning anymore. What? Douluo's expression changed, his heart filled with disbelief. This kid claims he can cure phosphine poisoning. When Ji Yuhan claimed he could cure phosphorus poisoning, Douluo's first thought was disbelief. But considering that Ji Yuhan is accompanied by a title Douluo, his background must be extraordinary. It's not impossible to find a cure for phosphine poisoning. Of course, the key point is that Douluo felt Ji Yuhan had no reason to lie to him. He initially thought his granddaughter had found a blonde guy. However, after arriving at the Heaven Do Royal Academy and inquiring with his granddaughter Douluo's classmates, he learned that Ji Yuhan was actually a soul master at the young age of 9, which could be considered a top genius. In terms of cultivation level, he is not unworthy of his granddaughter. On the contrary, the granddaughter is somewhat unworthy of Ji Yuhan. And now, after discovering that Ji Yuhan is actually protected by Ziji, a title Douluo level expert, this is even more true. Under such circumstances, it would be even more hopeful that Ji Yuhan could still cure the Douluo family's billion poison. This is no longer Huang Mao. This is clearly Douluo's good grandson-in-law. Young Master Ji Yuhan, are you telling the truth? Can you really cure our family's phosphorus poison? Unexpectedly, Ji Yuhan was able to cure the billion poison of their Douluo family. Douluo couldn't help but ask excitedly and eagerly. Of course, but your behavior just now was rather disappointing. Ji Yuhan smiled confidently, but then sighed and shook his head. This made Douluo extremely anxious. For a moment, Douluo also regretted that he had been so impulsive and had so prejudicially assumed that Ji Yuhan was a yellow-haired man. And that he had come to vent his anger on Ji Yuhan without even finding out the truth. The result is what it is now. My son is currently suffering from the agonizing effects of phosphorus poisoning doesn't have much time left to live. Thinking of his son, who was terminally ill, and the continuation of his family line, Douluo felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. He couldn't hold back a ny longer and immediately knelt down in front of Ji Yuhan, choking back tears with deep regret. Young Master Ji Yuhan, it's all my fault. If you can cure the billion poison, please help the Douluo family. As long as you can help our Douluo family cure the poisoning of phosphorus, our Douluo family is willing to serve you as our master and will do anything for you, even go through fire and water. Douluo swore an oath. Senior Douluo, please get up. Upon realizing that his words had caused Douluo immense remorse, he took the initiative to apologize and offered to acknowledge Douluo as his master. In return for resolving the billion poison, Ji Yuhan smiled and quickly helped Douluo up. What happened today was indeed a misunderstanding. Senior Douluo, rest assured, I will definitely help cure the Douluo family's billion poison. Actually, I have already collected enough medicinal materials to refine an antidote for your billion poison, but I haven't found a suitable place to refine the medicine yet. The place where medicine is made. Upon hearing this, Douluo immediately exclaimed excitedly, I do know a good place for alchemy. If you don't mind, I can take you there. Okay. Ji Han was pleasantly surprised to learn that Douluo knew of a good place to refine pills. If it were in the heavenly Do Imperial City, he estimated that he would have to search for a long time and ask around to find a place to refine pills. With ZG by their side, they left the Heavenly Do Royal Academy with Douluo and soon arrived at Sunset Forest. Finally, we arrived at the foot of a mountain peak whose top was shrouded in thick white mist. Young master, it's up there. With anticipation in his heart, Douluo respectfully addressed Ji Han. Then, the three of them climbed up the almost vertical cliff and arrived at a small valley at the top of the mountain. Here, the vegetation is exceptionally lush, with verdant greenery everywhere, but a thick white fog permeates the air. Faintly, one could see dazzling red and blue lights shining from the depths of the white mist. Ji Han knew that this was the Yin-Yang Well of Ice and Fire. Before entering Sunset Forest, Ji Han really didn't expect that the good place for alchemy that Douluo mentioned would be the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well. But now that I think about it carefully, within the Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire, the heat released by that extremely hot spring is even hotter than a high-intensity flame, and it heats the alchemy furnace more evenly than a flame, making it truly an ideal place for alchemy. And finally, they arrived at the Yin-Yang Well of Ice and Fire that they had been seeking. This makes me think about the importance of the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eyes in the Douluo continent storyline. By intercepting the Yin-Yang Well of Ice and Fire, he has likely had a significant impact on the plot and destiny of Douluo continent. This will undoubtedly yield a significant amount of heavenly evolution points. Therefore, filled with anticipation, Ji Han summoned the Tianyan system panel. On the panel of the heavenly evolution system, the heavenly evolution points that were originally only 1 point aft. Evolving the martial soul holy dragon into the golden dragon have now become a full 27 points. However, after inquiring about the Tianyan system, Ji Han discovered that 11 heavenly evolution points had been acquired the previous night. Previously, when subduing Douluo, the heavenly evolution points obtained were only 15. Were the 11 heavenly evolution points acquired last night? Ji Han immediately understood. It seems that his ruthless master, Bibi Dong, finally led Uncle Yu, Uncle Gui, and other Spirit Hall Soul Masters to hunt down Xiao Wu's family in the Star Do Great Forest yesterday. However, it seems that under his influence, it still failed. Chapter 83 I desire to open the path of alchemy in this world. In the misty valley, crimson and ice blue lights shimmered. Young master, please follow me. After arriving at the valley where the Yin-Yang Well of Ice and Fire was located, Douluo led Ji Han and ZG into the depths of the white mist. After walking for a while, the first thing that caught Ji Han's eye was an incredibly strange hot spring pool, as if it were the work of a master craftsman. It was half crimson and half ice blue, arranged in a yin-yang pattern, clearly divided. Among them, the crimson hot Yangchang releases billowing heat, while the extremely cold Yingquan releases chilling cold. After rising up, the two met in the air and instantly turned into a thick white mist. This is also the source of the white mist that permeates the valley where the Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire is located. Upon seeing the Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire, even ZG's deep purple eyes couldn't help but reveal a hint of shock. I can hardly believe that such a peculiar sight exists in this world. After taking a look at the Yin-Yang Well of Ice and Fire, Ji Han's gaze quickly shifted to the various ancient spiritual herbs and rare immortal herbs growing around the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well. Among all the immortal herbs, the two most eye-catching ones are the two strange immortal herbs closest to the Yin-Yang Well of Ice and Fire. The two immortal herbs were quite different. One was entirely ice blue, as clear and translucent as crystal, and its flowers, like snowflakes, were octagonal and exuded a chilling aura. The other plant was entirely fiery red, with golden flame-like patterns on it, and its flowers resembled cabbages, radiating immense heat. 8-pointed mystic ice grass, fiery apricot blossoms in full bloom. A fiery glint flashed in Ji Han's eyes as he muttered to himself. In his view, among the immortal herbs rowing around the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye, the two most useful ones were these two immortal herbs. Because these two immortal herbs can be taken at the same time, they can not only increase the level of soul power, but also allow one to jump into the Yin-Yang Well of Ice and Fire to temper the body with ice and fire and strengthen the body. Additionally, one can gain immunity to ice and fire, thus becoming immune to ice and fire energy attacks below the extreme attribute level. Besides the 8-cornered ice grass and the fiery apricot, Ji Yuhan also saw many other immortal herbs. Among THM are items that appeared in the first season of the series, such as the Kiluo tulip, the Kiluo fragrant fairy, the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, and the acacia heartbreak red. There are also earth dragon golden melon, black jade divine bamboo, Hunyuan immortal herb, and other items that appeared in Do and Do San. There are also some immortal herbs that have not appeared in the novel, but re-recorded in the Immortal Herb Catalog, passed down in the Yuguan family. For example, Holy Light Firefly Lily, Starlight Orchid, Dark Night Ephemeral Flower, etc. What a bumper harvest! What a bumper harvest! Ji Yuhan was thrilled to find so many immortal herbs at the yin-yang well of ice and fire. However, after taking a few deep breaths, Ji Yuhan quickly calmed down again. The discovery of many immortal herbs growing around the yin-yang well of ice and fire is certainly a great thing. However, even the most abundant medicinal herbs are not inexhaustible. We still need to think about how to maximize the effects of these herbs. In just a moment, Ji Yuhan came up with a solution. That is to develop the Tao of alchemy on the Douluo continent. The way of alchemy is the way of refining elixirs. In other fantasy novels, elixirs are always considered the best way to utilize medicinal materials, allowing them to achieve a synergistic effect greater than the sum of their parts. Currently, elixirs have not yet been developed in the Douluo continent. It wasn't until the second stage of the battle that pills like the mysterious water pill appeared, but there weren't many varieties. However, as a transmigrator with cheat codes, Ji Yuhan didn't need to spend a long time conducting research. All you need is the deduction and analysis functions of the Tianyan system. By analyzing the medicinal properties of the herbs growing in the ice and fire yin-yang region, and combining this with the contents of various books on pharmacology and herbal medicine, one can deduce a classic text on alchemy for refining elixirs. This is the best way to utilize the immortal herbs at the ice and fire yin-yang eye. However, there are far too many medicinal herbs growing around the yin-yang well of ice and fire. Besides, various medicinal herbs grow everywhere in this misty valley, but none are as good as the exotic herbs, spiritual medicines, and immortal herbs that grow around the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Because there are so many medicinal herbs, Ji Yuhan needs to analyze the data of the herbs growing here to deduce the alchemical texts, which will take quite some time. So after thinking it over, Ji Yuhan decided to first refine the antidote for the poison of Bilan. Young master, do you recognize these unusual herbs? Noticing that Ji Yuhan's gaze remained fixed on the mortal herbs such as the 8-cornered ice grass, the fiery apricot blossom, and the extraordinary chrysanthemum, Dugu Bo couldn't help but ask. Of course, these are all treasures. Ji Yuhan smiled slightly and said, let's refine the antidote pills first. After saying that, Ji Yuhan took out the pill refining furnace directly from his storage soul tool. Then, he took out several iron chains, connected one end of the chains to the alchemy furnace, and nailed the other end into the rocky cliffs on both sides of the ice and fire yin-yang eye, thus suspending the alchemy furnace directly above the extremely hot yang spring in the ice and fire yin-yang eye. In an instant, billowing hot air rose continuously, quickly turning the alchemy furnace crimson and emitting a faint red glow. After the alchemy furnace is heated, Ji Yuhan then began refining pills, wrapping the various medicinal herbs needed to refine the antidote pills in his soul power and throwing them one by one into the pill furnace. Cinnabar lotus, golden thread silver lotus, jade flower forsythia, scriphalaria, white jade poria. Ji Yuhan murmured to himself, using his powerful mental energy to sense the temperature of the alchemy furnace and control each medicinal herb wrapped in soul power. After it is heated to high temperature and turns into a medicinal liquid, it controls the clumps of medicinal liquid to merge with each other in sequence. However, since it was his first time refining pills, he failed in the final step of fusing all the medicinal liquids together to form the prototype of the antidote pill. However, Ji Yuhan was not surprised at all and was fully prepared for this. It's normal for problems to arise since it's the first time. In any case, he acquired over 100 portions of Medici Nal herbs for refining the antidote pill. Even if he fails dozens of times, he can still afford to fail. However, with Ji Yuhan's talent, he doesn't need to fail so many times. It only took 2 failures. On his third attempt, Ji Yuhan successfully refined a batch of 6 antidote pills. Senior Dugu, why don't you give it a try? With the success of the third attempt, Ji Yuhan couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. After wrapping the 6 pills in his soul power and taking them out of the furnace, he handed the 6 antidote pills to Douluo. With immense trepidation and anticipation, Douluo accepted the 6 antidote pills with trembling hands. His sinister face was filled with excitement as he picked up one of the pills and swallowed it in one gulp. After taking the antidote, Douluo quickly felt the effects. The antidote quickly neutralized about 1/10 of the phosphorus poison in the body. This thrilled him. This antidote pill can actually cure the Bilan poison of their Bilan family. Young master. No, my lord, please accept a bow from Douluo. Upon discovering that Ji Yuhan's antidote pill could indeed cure the Bilan poison, and thinking that his son was finally saved, Douluo's wicked face was filled with excitement. He immediately fulfilled his promise, turned around, and knelt down on one knee in front of Ji Yuhan. Chapter 84 Deducing the Alchemy Scripture. The dragon corpse beneath the yin-yang well of ice and fire. Senior Douluo, please rise. Seeing that Douluo kept his promise and swore allegiance immediately after confirming the effects of the antidote, Ji Yuhan couldn't help but smile and stepped forward to help Douluo up. In fact, Douluo's strength is not considered strong among soul masters of the same level. However, in large-scale legion battles, Douluo's poison is an incredibly terrifying weapon against low-level soul masters and ordinary soldiers. Ji Yuhan always remembered that his beloved Xue's dream was to unify the continent. Become the first empress of Douluo continent, bring peace to the continent, and lead the common people of Douluo continent to a better future. To unify the continent, war must be waged. In war, Douluo was undoubtedly very useful. This is one of the main reasons why Ji Yuhan went to such lengths to subdue Douluo. Otherwise, with Ziji accompanying him, Ji Yuhan could have directly seized the ice and fire yin-yang well. Douluo is not convinced, just kill him. However, Ji Yuhan, like Xian Mu, values talent highly. After refining enough antidote pills to neutralize Douluo's Bilan poison, Ji Yuhan refined several more batches of antidote pills and had Douluo send them back to Douluo and Douluo. My lord, aren't you going back? Upon discovering that Ji Yuhan actually intended to stay at the ice and fire yin-yang well, Douluo was slightly taken aback. I won't go back for now. I'm very interested in all the spiritual herbs and immortal plants in your herb garden. I want to use these herbs and immortal plants to continue researching and developing some elixirs. Based on the effects of the immortal herb, some pills made with the immortal herb as the main ingredient I be able to help people evolve their martial spirit. If there are any pills that can help your Jade Phosphorus Serpent martial soul evolve, I will also refine a batch for you. Ji Yuhan shook his head and smiled. Martial soul evolution. My lord, is the efficacy of this immortal herb really that powerful? Douluo was both excited and somewhat incredulous. Of course, you'll find out in time. After sending Douluo away, Ji Yuhan led Ziji through the ice and fire yin-yang well, constantly reaching out to touch each herb, elixir, and immortal herb, collecting data on these herbs, elixir, and immortal herbs through the analysis function of the heavenly evolution system. It took more than an hour. Ji Yuhan finally finished collecting data on the herbs, spiritual medicines, and immortal herbs growing around the ice and fire yin-yang eye. However, Ji Yuhan discovered that he probably couldn't refine any pills from the 8-cornered mystic ice grass and the fiery apricot. The reason wasn't that Ji Yuhan couldn't touch the 2 immortal herbs and collect data. It's because the 8-cornered ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom are respectively the ultimate ice attribute and the ultimate fire attribute. If Ji Yuhan activates the external soul bone, the Tyrannosaurus Rex gauntlets, he can still touch it. The problem is that the alchemy furnace that Ji Yuhan bought in the heaven Lido Imperial City was only made of ordinary black iron. The properties of the 8-cornered ice grass and the fiery apricot were too extreme for Ji Yuhan's soul power to withstand for long. If he threw them directly into the alchemy furnace, the 2 immortal herbs would either freeze the furnace crack or melt it. Therefore, Ji Yuhan will probably have to consume these 2 immortal herbs himself. System. I want to use the deduction function to deduce a pill refining manual that can use the immortal herbs and spiritual medicines here. How many heavenly evolution points are needed? After using the analysis function of the Tianyan system to analyze the data of the herbs, spiritual medicines, and immortal herbs growing around the ice and fire yin-yang eye, Ji Yuhan immediately communicated with the system in his mind. Open black lens bracket ding. 1 celestial evolution point required. Would you like to begin the deduction? Close black lens bracket. In my mind, the system's cold, mechanical voice replied. Does it only require 1 heavenly evolution point? Yes, this kind of deduction involving knowledge only requires one heavenly evolution point. Is it because the requirements of the alchemical texts I deduced are relatively low? And the restrictions are that the pills should be made primarily from spiritual herbs and immortal plants that grow around the yin-yang well of ice and fire. Is that a more restrictive approach? Ji Yu Han couldn't help but ponder something. However, the progress bar displayed by the system when deducing the alchemical text was quite slow. Ji Yu Han calculated that it would take about an hour to complete the deduction. This takes several times longer than learning cultivation techniques and martial arts. However, since the speed of deducing the alchemical text was somewhat slow, Ji Yu Han did not want to waste time and planned to first use the eight-cornered mystic ice grass and the fiery apricot to conduct an ice and fire body tempering. After asking Murasaki to wait aside, Ji Yu Han walked towards the eight-cornered ice grass and the fiery apricot, and with a jade knife that he had prepared in advance, quickly cut off the stems of the eight-cornered ice grass and the fiery apricot and put them into a jade box. Afterwards, the eight-cornered ice grass and the fiery apricot were divided into 3 portions. Ji Yu Han walked to the yin-yang well of ice and fire, and used his soul po R to absorb one of the 8-cornered xuanbing grass and the fiery apricot blossom, then put it in his mouth. After the 8-cornered ice grass and the fiery apricot were swallowed, Ji Yu Han felt an extremely cold aura and a scorching heat like magma constantly surging within his body, causing his body to continuously radiate dazzling ice blue and fiery red light. One moment he felt as if he were in an extremely cold ice cave. And the next he felt as if he were in scorching magma. After consuming the 8-cornered mystic ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom, Ji Yu Han immediately removed Hai's clothes and jumped into the yin-yang well of ice and fire. This caused a slight blush to flash across the cold and beautiful face of Ziji beside her, and she couldn't help but spit out a curse. On the other side, after Ji Yu Han jumped into the yin-yang well of ice and fire, the continuous flow of fire and ice spiritual energy from the yin-yang well immediately surged into Ji Yu Han's body. The ice and fire spiritual energy released by the 8-cornered mystic ice grass and the fiery apricot delicate tree within his body neutralizes each other, tempering Ji Yu Han's body while simultaneously utilizing it into pure spiritual energy to nourish his body. But at the same time, in the deepest part of the ice and fire yin-yang eye, the entire ice and fire yin-yang eye is actually shaped like a flask. The very top, the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, is the bottleneck, and is exceptionally long and thin. The ice and fire yin-yang eye, located at the deepest part of the earth, is like a huge cave, filled with both extremely hot yang springs and extremely cold bing springs. However, in this cave filled with extremely hot springs and extremely cold springs, there are also 2 dragon corpses as large as small mountains. There were only 2 dragon corpses. It was a creature covered in ice blue scales, with a pair of broad dragon wings on its back. Its head was majestic and domineering, and it was incredibly powerful. Although it was dead, it still exuded an aura of supreme power and majesty. The other dragon corpse was covered in crimson scales with golden flame patterns. It also had a pair of broad dragon wings on its back, a thick neck, a ferocious and domineering head, and a pair of thick dragon horns that curved backward, exuding domineering aura and pressure. These 2 dragon corpses are none other than. It is the corpse of the Ice and Fire Dragon King that formed the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. Chapter 85 The Gift of the Remnant Soul of the Ice and Fire Dragon King. However, his body perished underground at the yin-yang well of ice and fire. However, as one of the 9 strongest beings in the dragon race, second only to the dragon god, and a divine beast whose strength was comparable to a first-level god, the Ice and Fire Dragon King's corpse still contained a trace of his remnant soul. When Ji Yu Han jumped into the yin-yang well of ice and fire undergo the ice and fire body refinement. The remnant soul within the Ice and Fire Dragon King's corpse immediately sensed that Ji Yu Han's body had evolved into a golden dragon. It was evolved into a golden dragon by the Tianyan system using its optimization function. With the optimized features, the holy dragon evolves into not just an ordinary golden dragon, but a golden dragon with the purest and most perfect bloodline, which can be described as the Golden Dragon King. This is the aura of a golden dragon, and a very pure aura of a golden dragon. Beneath the Earth's surface, in the Vey filled with extremely cold yin springs and extremely hot yang springs, the yin springs are ablaze with ice blue and crimson hues. Suddenly, the 2 mountain-like corpses of the Ice and Fire Dragon King emitted dazzling ice blue and crimson light, and then 2 illusory remnants of the Ice and Fire Dragon King's souls emerged from the corpses. Among them, the Ice Dragon King raised its long neck, and on its dragon head, a pair of ice blue vertical pupils looked upwards. It couldn't help but open its dragon mouth slightly and murmur. Yes, I sensed it too, the aura of a golden dragon was present there. Beside him, the remnant soul of the Fire Dragon King looked up, his crimson dragon pupils filled with complex emotions and Gonkai. I never imagined that a golden dragon would be born in this world again. I remember the last time we were in slumber, there weren't even a few traces of true dragons on the entire continent. Yes, in that great war in the god realm back then, our dragon clan lost. Those gods must have cleansed the continent, and our dragon clan was definitely a key target, so we must have suffered heavy casualties. The remnant soul of the Ice Dragon King sighed deeply and said in a low voice. We finally found a golden dragon king, but its aura seems a bit weak. Why don't we help it? The golden dragon and the elemental silver dragon are both direct descendants of the father god. If we can collect the bloodline essence of our 9 dragon kings and their descendants, we may have the opportunity to evolve into the great father god. Our dragon race is so weak now. We need a leader like our father god to make our dragon race great again. As a remnant soul, the remnant soul of the Ice and Fire Dragon King could not exist for too long. For so many years, the remnant soul of the Ice and Fire Dragon King has been sleeping in his corpse. However, despite this, the passage of millions of years has meant that the remnant soul of the Ice and Fire Drago King can no longer hold on for much longer. At most, in another 10,000 years, their remnants will vanish into thin air and be reduced to ashes. If they could go back in time and pass on their bloodline essence to a golden dragon, allowing it to embark on the path to becoming a dragon god. This is far better than dying in obscurity underground. Good. Without a second thought, the remnant soul of the Fire Dragon King also agreed to the suggestion made by the remnant soul of the Ice Dragon King. That's what it wanted too. After deciding to offer up the bloodline essence within his corpse, the remnant soul of the Ice and Fire Dragon King immediately activated the remaining divine soul power within it, extracting the bloodline essence from the corpse. Suddenly, a ball of light, which looked like blood and energy, emerged from the corpse of the Ice and Fire Dragon King, and was a mixture of ice blue and crimson. Immediately afterwards, under the control of the remnant soul of the Ice and Fire Dragon King, the bloodline essence of the Ice and Fire Dragon King instantly transformed into 2 streams of light, which shot out towards the top of the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Eye. At this moment, in the pool at the very top of the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Eye, Ji Yu Han's body was immersed in the Yin Yang well of ice and fire. The continuous flow of icy and fiery spiritual RGY from the yin-yang spring water surged into the body, neutralizing the medicinal power of the 8-cornered mystic ice grass and the fiery apricot delicate herb ingested, transforming into pure spiritual energy. The former tempered his body, while the latter nourished it, making Ji Yu Han's physical attributes increasingly stronger. But suddenly, a stream of icy blue and fiery red light shot up from the bottom of the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye and disappeared into Ji Yu Han's body. At this moment, ZG, who was sitting next to the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye, seemed to sense something and suddenly stood up, looking in the direction of the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye. Her beautiful, enchanting, and aloof face was full of shock. Such an ancient, such a powerful aura. This is the aura of a pure-blooded ice dragon and a fire dragon. But weren't pure-blooded ice dragons and fire dragons extinct after the bloodline essence of the Ice and Fire Dragon King entered his body? A dazzling gold light suddenly burst forth from Ji Yu Han's body, almost illuminating the misty ice and fire yin-yang eyes. Amidst a majestic and domineering dragon roar, a martial soul holy dragon, whose entire body was covered in golden dragon scales, was over 10 meters long and over 3 meters tall, with a pair of broad golden dragon wings on its back and a long and powerful dragon tail, and had evolved into a golden dragon, was involuntarily summoned. However, at this moment, 2 dazzling orbs of light were radiating brilliant light within the body of the martial soul holy dragon, one ice blue and the other fiery red, like 2 small suns. A continuous stream of icy blue and fiery red energy was being released from the icy blue and crimson light clusters, flowing through the entire body of the martial soul holy dragon, condensing into icy blue and crimson patterns on its brilliant golden dragon scales. At the same time, another message entered the mind of the martial soul holy dragon. That's how the golden dragon evolved into the dragon god. Besides following the system prompts to complete the elemental silver dragon's origin or obtain the dragon god's origin, there is another way to obtain a portion of the bloodline origin from the 9 dragon kings or their descendants. In this way, it can be fused into the martial soul origin of the elemental silver dragon, which can also Leap the origin and evolve into a dragon god. After merging with the bloodline essence of the Ice and Fire Dragon King. Although the Ice and Fire Dragon King had been dead for hundreds of thousands of years, more than 90% of the original bloodline in his body had already lost its activity. However, the remaining active Ice and Fire Dragon King bloodline essence, after merging into the martial soul sacred dragon's body, still allowed Ji Yu Han's martial soul sacred dragon to experience a significant increase in size due to the life energy contained within. Originally, including its long tail, the holy dragon was only a dozen meters long. Now, it has grown to over 50 meters and its height has exceeded 5 meters. When its pair of broad dragon wings are spread out, a large part of the VA. Li where the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Eye is located is darkened. At this moment, having just fused with the Ice and Fire Dragon King's martial soul essence, the Holy Dragon martial soul was radiating dazzling ice blue and fire red light. Looking incredibly majestic and domineering. When the Sacred Dragon martial soul fused with the Ice and Fire Dragon King's martial soul essence, due to the IAL connection between the martial soul and Ji Yu Han, a soul master, some of the absorbed energy was also fed back into Ji Yu Han's body. This greatly improved Ji Yu Han's cultivation level and physical fitness. At the same time, it also emitted a dazzling ice blue and fiery red light. After the martial soul sacred dragon completely fused with the bloodline essence of the Ice and Fire Dragon King, GUH. And had also finished refining the 8-cornered profound ice grass and the blazing apricot blossom he had consumed. He couldn't help but slowly open his eyes in the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Eye. Chapter 86 The Metamorphosis of the Holy Dragon, the Ice and Fire Domain. Within the realm of ice and fire. After slowly opening his eyes, a hint of surprise flashed across Ji Yu Han's face. Originally, he only wanted to refine his body through consuming the 8-cornered mystic ice grass and the fiery apricot. While improving physical fitness, it also grants immunity to both ice and fire. But the real goal is to improve one's physical attributes from being comparable to a soul king to being comparable to a soul emperor. He knew that he still needed to absorb the life force of the living metal. To cultivate the Holy Dragon body forging technique, strengthen his body, and improve his blood and chi. However, this will undoubtedly take a considerable amount of time. Unexpectedly, during the ICE and fire body tempering process at the Ice and Fire Yin Yang well, a powerful surge of ice and fire energy and life energy was suddenly fed back into his body, strengthening and transforming his physique. With the enhancement of life force through feedback, he could feel that his physical fitness had improved dramatically. Previously, his physical abilities were only comparable to those of a soul king in a non-spirit possessed state. Now, his physical attributes are probably comparable to those of a soul emperor or even a soul saint in a non-soul possession state. In addition, under the transformation of that extremely advanced ice and fire energy that fed back into the body, Ji Yu Han felt that he might have already gained immunity to ice and fire. Furthermore, it is very likely that the immunity to ice and fire energy attacks below the extreme ice and fire level was not obtained after consuming the 8-cornered ice grass and the fiery apricot. Even attacks of extreme ice and fire energy, Ji Yu Han felt that he was now immune to. Ji Yu Han was well aware of why this was the case. Look up at the sky. The martial soul holy dragon had become enormous. Its body, which was originally as bright as gold, was now radiating dazzling ice blue and crimson light, and its body was emitting both a chilling aura and an intense heat. As a soul master, Ji Yu Han also already knew the information about how the remnant soul of the Ice and Fire Dragon King evolved into the martial soul Saint Dragon's mind through the bloodline origin. Therefore, Ji Yu Han understood perfectly. The changes in his martial soul holy dragon and his body are probably due to the Ice and Fire Dragon King, who has already perished deep underground in the Ice and Fire Yin Yang well. The Ice and Fire Dragon King, who had already perished, did not seem to be completely dead, as a trace of his remnant soul remained within his body. It seems that the remnant soul of the Ice and Fire Dragon King just now transferred the bloodline essence from its fallen dragon corpse into the martial soul holy dragon. What a pleasant surprise. A slight smile appeared on Ji Yu Han's face. At this time, Ji Yu Han had basically finished refining the 8-cornered mystic ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom within his body. Having already refined the 8-cornered ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom, Ji Yu Han was not supposed to stay in the yin-yang well of ice and fire. However, after receiving some of the Ice and Fire Dragon King bloodline essence fed back into his body by the martial soul holy dragon, Ji Yu Han's body has now gained ultimate ice and fire immunity. Now that he was in the yin-yang well of ice and fire, Ji Yuhan felt as if he were soaking in a hot spring. On the other hand, after witnessing the changes that occurred in the body of the martial soul Holy Dragon after it received the enhancement from the bloodline origin of the Ice and Fire Dragon King, not only did it become even larger, but it also gained the power of ice and fire from the Ice and Fire Dragon King. Moreover, its bloodline seems to have taken a big step towards the essence of a divine beast, and the dragon's might it exudes has become even more oppressive. On Ziji's stunningly beautiful face, which was both alluring and aloof, her deep purple eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. What on earth happened? Quote, why does this holy dragon still exude the aura of a pure-blooded ice dragon and a fire dragon? Why has its body suddenly become so enormous, and why has its dragon might become so powerful? Murasaki murmured in shock, finding it utterly unbelievable. At this moment, Ji Yuhan also leapt up from the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. After quickly getting dressed, at this moment, the martial soul Ho Li Dragon had completely merged with the bloodline essence of the Ice and Fire Dragon King. The ice and fire energy throughout its body gradually subsided, and the icy blue and crimson light on its body finally disappeared, transforming it back into a golden dragon that shone brilliantly like gold. However, unlike before, the golden dragon scales growing on the martial soul Holy Dragon now have ice blue and crimson patterns, exuding the aura of a pure-blooded ice-fire dragon. What happens? Ji Yuhan couldn't help but chuckle softly at Ziji's shock. He retracted the martial soul Holy Drago N back into his body while explaining with deep emotion. Actually, I was quite surprised too. The reason this place is so peculiar is because deep beneath this mountain lies the corpse of your dragon clan's Ice and Fire Dragon King. Just now they sensed the golden dragon aura of my martial soul, sacred dragon. For the future of your dragon race, they chose to sacrifice themselves, passing on the bloodline essence from their fallen corpses to the holy dragon. What? The Ice and Fire Dragon King? Could it be the legendary Ice and Fire Dragon King, the first generation of our dragon race? Ziji was shocked and couldn't help but ask. Yes. Ji Yuhan nodded. This. For a moment, Ziji was filled with disbelief and a sense of sorrow. Unexpectedly, the Ice and Fire Dragon King, of the 9 great dragon kings of their dragon clan, had perished here. Even within their dragon clan, no one knew about it. Even the great Ice and Fire Dragon King failed to recognize that the Den dragon was actually a human's martial soul. However, considering that Ji Yuhan is no longer an outsider, I thought about it. He gained the trust of both the Lord and her. In the future, it will be able to help the Lord heal the injuries that have not been able to recover for hundreds of thousands of years. The great Ice and Fire Dragon King passed on his bloodline essence to Ji Yuhan's martial soul, the Holy Dragon. This can enhance Ji Yuhan's strength and the quality of the Holy Dragon's martial soul. Perhaps this could help Ji Yuhan reach the title Douluo level more quickly, allowing him to help the master heal his injuries and return to his peak condition as soon as possible. Therefore, Ziji did not feel that the remnant soul of the Ice and Fire Dragon King should not have passed on its bloodline origin to Ji Yuhan's martial soul, the Holy Dragon. After telling Ziji about the Ice and Fire Dragon King, Ji Yuhan discovered that the heavenly evolution system had already deduced the pill scripture. However, the current alchemical texts can only be accurately described as version 1.0. In the 1.0 version of the alchemical text, it records the medicinal materials and refining methods required for pills made with various other immortal herbs and spiritual medicines as the main ingredients, excluding the 8-cornered mystic ice grass and the fiery apricot delicate grass, and also explains the effects of the pills. Pills made primarily from various medicinal herbs and elixirs generally enhance the effects that these herbs and elixirs should possess. Furthermore, some can even refine multiple pills containing the complete medicinal power of immortal herbs and spiritual medicines from a single medicinal herb. That's great. However, before that, Ji Yuhan was because the 8-cornered ice grass and the fiery apricot were both of extreme ice and fire attributes. However, the quality of his own soul power and the quality of the alchemy furnace were insufficient, so he could not use these 2 immortal herbs to refine pills. But now, after his body has been transformed by the power of ice and fire fed back from the bloodline origin inherited by the Ice and Fire Dragon King through the martial soul Holy Dragon fusion, Ji Yuhan's soul power and body both possess the ability to be immune to the ultimate ice and fire power. Under such circumstances, even if the quality of the alchemy furnace is poor, after merging with the bloodline essence of the Ice and Fire Dragon King, the martial soul Holy Dragon has acquired the ability to exhale a breath of ice that surpasses the ultimate fire and ice. Now, Ji Yu Han can completely refine pills by having his martial soul holy dragon spew out dragon fire, using the dragon fire as a furnace, and wrapping the 8 corn red profound ice grass and blazing apricot with his soul power. However, Ji Yu Han does not currently plan to consume more heavenly evolution points to deduce a pill with 8-cornered mystic ice grass and fiery apricot as the main ingredients. After merging with the martial soul essence of the ice and fire dragon king, the martial soul holy dragon not only grew larger, but also gained ice and fire power beyond its limits. In addition, Ji Yu Han discovered, after his transformation, the martial soul holy dragon seemed to have also granted him 2 innate domains, the ice and fire domains. Fire domain, ice domain. Chapter 87 Revisiting the Stardow Great Forest, 10,000 dragons gather. Ice and fire domain. Standing beside the yin-yang well of ice and fire, Ji Yu Han had an idea and deactivated his ice domain and fire domain in succession. Then, the realm of ice and fire unfolded. A burst of icy blue and crimson light instantly erupted from Ji Yu Han's body, enveloping an area of nearly 100 meters around him, turning the domain into a sea of icy blue and crimson. Ji Yu Han discovered that each of the 2 domains possessed its own domain-specific soul skills. Among them, both the ice domain and the fire domain have the ability to suppress the strength of the enemy and amplify one's own strength, and the suppression effect is doubled against enemies of the same attribute. However, the second domain soul skill differs between the 2 domains. Among them, Ji Yu Han named the second major domain soul skill of the fire domain, Burning Aura. The effect is that within the fire domain, all enemies will be eroded by the fire attribute energy that surpasses the ultimate fire within the fire domain. These fire attribute energies can burn the enemy's body and interfere with the flow of their soul power. It may even erode to a certain extent and then turn into a burning energy fire. As for the second major domain soul skill of the ice domain, Ji Yu Han named it Ice Seal Aura. The effect is that within the ice domain, all enemies will be eroded by the ice attribute energy that surpasses the ultimate ice within the ice domain. It can cause negative effects such as freezing and frostbite, and may even freeze you. However, Ji Yu Han discovered that using the ice domain and fire domain simultaneously was far more powerful than using them individually. Ice and Fire Storm. After completing the ice and fire domain experiment, Ji Yu Han withdrew it with satisfaction and turned his gaze back to the numerous immortal herbs and spiritual medicines growing around the ice and fire yin-yang well. You wait and see. I'll go level up and come back to refine you all into pills. A fiery glint flashed in Ji Yu Han's eyes as he prepared to first lead ZG to the Stardew Great Forest to hunt for her 5th soul ring and break through to the Soul King realm. Then return to the yin-yang well of ice and fire, and refine the many immortal herbs and spiritual medicines in the surrounding area into pills. ZG, let's go back to the Stardew Great Forest. He summoned the martial soul holy dragon once again. Seeing the holy dragon, whose size had grown to an enormous size and whose golden dragon wings spread out as if covering the sky, finally resembling a giant dragon, Ji Yu Han couldn't help but smile. After inviting Murasaki to sit on the back of the enormous holy dragon, Murasaki joined them. Ji Yu Han immediately transformed into a dragon knight, controlling the holy dragon to soar into the sky and fly towards the Stardew Great Forest. Compared to when it came out of Wuhan City, the holy dragon, whose body was about the size of an elephant, excluding its wings and tail. Back then, Ji Yu Han could only ride on the holy dragon, just like riding a horse. The experience was just so-so. But now, after fusing with the bloodline essence of the Ice and Fire Dragon King, the martial soul holy dragon was already over 30 meters long and over 5 meters tall, with a pair of broad golden dragon wings that blotted out the sky. Ji Yu Han is now able to stand on the back of the holy dragon. This is a true dragon knight. Because they were riding the martial soul holy dragon, they were flying towards the Stardew Great Forest. So soon, Ji Yu Han and ZG arrived at the Stardew Great Forest. When the sacred dragon, a massive creature with a body as brilliant as gold, wings reaching to the sky, a long tail, and crimson and ice blue markings, exuding a terrifying dragon's might and the aura of a golden dragon and a pure-blooded ice fire dragon, soared over the Stardew Great Forest. Below, countless soul beasts, especially those with dragon blood, bowed their heads in worship. Because of ZG's existence, Ji Yu Han now finds it very easy to find soul beasts. Just have ZG summon all the dragon soul beasts that are over 10,000 years old from the Stardew Great Forest. Good. Upon hearing Ji Yu Han's request, ZG, with her stunningly beautiful face and deep purple eyes, agreed after only a moment's thought. Because Ji Yu Han's fate is tied to whether their master, Ji Yu Yuina, can recover as soon as possible, he is of great importance to their dragon clan. As dragons, we must do our best so that our lord can recover as soon as possible. No matter who it is, even if it's her, as long as Ji Yu Han needs it, she can only do her best to meet Ji Yu Han's requirements. Let alone the other dragons. It is their honor to be able to give their lives for their lord. Therefore, Ziji instantly spread a pair of dark purple dragon wings, flapped her wings and took off. In the air, her body instantly radiated a dazzling purple light, transforming into her true form, the hellish demon dragon. It was a giant dragon with a dark purple body. Its size was also enormous, with a length of over 50 meters and a height of over 10 meters. It had a pair of extremely wide, dark purple dragon wings on its back, a long and powerful dragon tail, and a neck that was neither too long nor too short. However, its dragon head was evil and domineering, completely disregarding the charming appearance of Ziji. Roar. After transforming into her true form as a hellish dragon, Ziji immediately opened her mouth and let out a deafening dragon roar. The dragon roar, carrying soul power and dragon might, rapidly spread in all directions. In the inner perimeter of the Stardow Great Forest, various dragon soul beasts with dragon bloodlines stood up and rushed towards this place after hearing Ziji's dragon roar. Soon, Ji Yu Han was standing on the back of the holy dragon. In the distance, one could see enormous dragon-type soul beasts, each with a cultivation level exceeding 10,000 years. Dragons like the golden armored divine sword dragon, the fire hell bull dragon, the Thunder King dragon, and the golden scale crocodile dragon are constantly rushing towards this direction. One after another, enormous dragon-type soul beasts walked in, causing the earth to tremble. The terrifying dragon's might emanating from it caused the soul beasts along the way to scatter and flee. Soon, from all directions, tens of thousands of enormous dragon soul beasts, each with a cultivation level exceeding 10,000 years, arrived at this place. After seeing the martial soul holy dragon, which exuded the aura of a golden dragon and a pure-blooded ice fire dragon and released a terrifying dragon's might, the dragon soul beasts with cultivation levels of over 10,000 years who arrived were also very shocked. It's unbelievable. When did their dragon race produce such a powerful dragon king? But why is there a human standing on this dragon king? However, I have some doubts. However, after glancing at the holy dragon and Ji Yu Han, these dragon-type soul beasts all turned their heads to look at Ziji one after another. He respectfully prostrated himself before Murasaki, showing his submission. Meanwhile, in the air, Ziji, who was in the form of the Hell Dragon, also let out a series of dragon roars. They communicated with these dragon spirit beasts using the dragon language. Although I can't understand dragon language, but watching Ziji interact with the group of dragon soul beasts, Ji Yu Han felt that Ziji was introducing him. This demonstrates his importance to the dragon race, which makes these dragon soul beasts willing to be chosen by him and sacrifice themselves for him. Ji Yu Han wasn't in a hurry. He glanced around at the enormous dragon soul beasts, each with a cultivation level of over 10,000 years. He pondered which dragon spirit beast he should choose. Chapter 88 Seven-Colored Crystal Dragon, New External Soul Bone. Among thousands of dragon soul beasts with cultivation levels exceeding 10,000 years, select one dragon soul beast as the target soul beast for your fifth soul ring. This can be complicated in some ways, but simple in others. The trouble is that you have to look at them one by one, which would take a long time just to look at them. However, if you plan ahead what soul skill you need for your fifth soul ring, and then decide what dragon soul beast you need, it becomes much simpler. What kind of spirit skill do I need for my fifth spirit ring? Standing on the back of the martial soul sacred dragon, Ji Yu Han slowly scanned his surroundings, observing the massive dragon-type soul beasts. Lost in thought. Now, he already possesses defensive soul skills that enhance physical attributes and grant invincibility, as well as control soul skills within a certain range. This is already quite comprehensive. For the fifth spirit ring, you can choose a spirit skill that enhances physical attributes, or a spirit skill that increases speed and attack power. Either is acceptable. Anyway, as a transmigrator, Ji Yu Han knew that once his cultivation level improved, in battles of the same level, those attack-type soul skills with lower age, especially elemental attack soul skills, are basically not very effective. The skills that truly have an effect, and even the final say, are often those that come after the seventh spirit ring, with spirit ring ages approaching or even reaching 100,000 years. To ensure that low-level soul skills remain effective even after one's strength has increased, it is best to choose amplification-type soul skills. It can boost defense, speed, strength, attack power, or even soul power. However, it is different from ordinary soul masters hunting soul beasts to obtain soul rings. It might be because of the special nature of the martial soul holy dragon. Because the martial soul holy dragon previously possessed the bloodline of the pure-blooded true dragon golden holy dragon, and because it hunted only dragon-type soul beasts. Ji Yu Han was able to obtain an external soul bone after hunting soul rings several times in the past. Previously, the martial soul holy dragon only possessed the bloodline of the golden holy dragon. And this was the case. Now that his martial soul holy dragon has evolved into a golden dragon, and with Ziji's help and persuasion, Ji Yu Han, who previously needed to hunt soul beasts, can now directly have them sacrificed. This way, you're more likely to obtain an external soul bone. Taking into account the external soul bone and his own needs, Ji Yu Han, after some deliberation, finally set his sights on a 7-colored crystal dragon with a cultivation level of 50,000 years. The crystal dragon was enormous, over 20 meters long and over 3 meters tall, with wings on its back, a long tail, and scales as clear and translucent as crystal, shimmering with iridescent light. Its appearance was exceptionally exquisite and beautiful. Of course, the scales on the rainbow crystal dragon are not real crystals, but their structure is similar to crystals, and they are even harder and have the ability to store energy. This makes the 7-colored crystal dragon an extremely powerful existence among soul beasts of the same level. Because it possesses crystal dragon scales that can store energy. This allows the 7-colored crystal dragon to use various powerful soul skills more freely compared to other dragons, and it can also choose to instantly extract a large amount of energy stored in the crystal dragon scales to unleash even greater power. In addition, it has excellent defensive capabilities. This makes its overall strength very powerful. If Ji Yu Han chooses the 7-colored crystal dragon, he can sacrifice it as his 5th soul ring. Therefore, Ji Yu Han's 5th soul skill will most likely be a burst-type soul skill that increases soul power level. If the sacrifice of the 7-colored crystal dragon can also allow Ji Yu Han to obtain an external soul bone. Based on the characteristics of the 7-colored crystal dragon, there is a high probability that the external soul bone that Ji Yu Han can obtain can also store soul power. This is undoubtedly very useful. Young master, have you decided which dragon you will choose for the sacrifice? After explaining to the group of dragon soul beasts with cultivation levels of over 10,000 years, Ziji transformed back into human form and landed on the back of the holy dragon. Her beautiful, cold face, with its deep purple eyes, looked at Ji Yu Han, and her bright purple lips parted slightly as she asked in a clear, cold voice. I've made up my mind, I'll take this 7-colored crystal dragon. Ji Yu Han smiled slightly and pointed to the most beautiful of all the dragon soul beasts. The 7-colored crystal dragon, whose scales were as clear and translucent as crystal, shimmering with 7-colored light. When they heard that Ji Yu Han had actually chosen the 7-colored crystal dragon instead of them, the other dragon soul beasts with cultivation levels of over 10,000 years couldn't help but show disappointment in their huge vertical dragon pupils. As soul beasts, most of them are actually not afraid of death. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any instances of soul beasts self-destructing after being captured by soul masters. Upon learning that Ji Yu Han was actually related to the recovery of the Great Master, and that his martial soul was the noble Golden Dragon King, which simultaneously exuded the aura of a golden dragon and a pure-blooded ice-fire dragon. Many dragon soul beasts were willing to sacrifice themselves for Ji Yu Han. They are willing to sacrifice for their lord. It can be offered as a sacrifice to the noble and powerful pure-blooded Dragon King. This is their supreme glory. However, this glory now belongs to this 7-colored crystal dragon. Hold head high. Unexpectedly, the 7-colored crystal dragon raised its long neck, a hint of joy flashing in its pair of 7-colored silver dragon vertical pupils. It let out an excited dragon roar and then walked towards Ji Yu Han. On the other side, Ji Yu Han also controlled He holy dragon to fall from the sky and then jump to the ground. Upon reaching Ji Yu Han and the holy dragon, the 7-colored crystal dragon let out a high-pitched roar and chose to sacrifice itself. The dragon's body, which looked as if it were carved from crystal, instantly burst forth with a dazzling blood-red light that shimmered with 7 colors, transforming into a blood-red light shield in the air that enveloped Ji Yu Han. After the sacrifice began, the body of the 7-colored crystal dragon slowly floated up. Countless streaks of blood-red light, shimmering with 7 colors, continuously flowed from the body of the 7-colored crystal dragon into Ji Yu Han's body. These contain the life force and soul power of the seven-colored crystal dragon, shimmering with seven-colored blood-red energy, strengthening Ji Yu Han's body while enhancing his soul power. As time passed, after sacrificing its life energy and soul power to Ji Yu Han, the enormous body of the seven-colored crystal dragon quickly became transparent. And an incomparably black 10,000-year soul ring condensed in the air. At the same time, a crystal with an extremely exquisite shape, resembling a dragon's head, shone with seven-colored light. Although it doesn't look very similar, this seven-colored crystal is clearly the external soul bone left behind by the seven-colored crystal dragon. And after the 10,000-year soul ring was formed, the jet black, 10,000-year soul ring, formed from the sacrifice of the seven-colored crystal dragon, flew towards Ji Yu Han and was placed on his body. Sir. Ge of powerful soul energy was instantly released from the soul ring and flowed into Ji Yu Han's body. However, because it was a sacrifice, this soul power was not violent at all, but rather very docile. And almost instantly merged into Ji Yu Han's soul power, raising Ji Yu Han's soul power level. After the sacrifice finally ended, a piece of external soul bone, which resembled a seven-colored crystal, was formed from the seven-colored crystal dragon and flew towards Ji Yu Han, landing in his hand. Looking at the external soul bone formed from the seven-colored crystal dragon in his hand, Ji Yu Han thou GHT for a moment and decided to fuse it with his chest because the soul bone was quite large and there weren't many body parts that could be fused with it. Although this external soul bone can be fused to the forehead, it is most likely an external soul bone used to store soul power in the future, rather than a spirit-type soul bone. Ji Yu Han felt that fusing it into the head was still too dangerous. After accepting the sacrifice of the seven-colored crystal dragon to obtain the 10,000-year soul ring and the external soul bone, Ji Yu Han also tested the fifth soul skill he obtained, as well. L is the soul bone that the external soul bone came with. Just as he expected, the fifth soul skill from the seven-colored crystal dragon has the effect of increasing the soul master's soul power level. Ji Yu Han is currently a soul king. After activating his fifth soul skill, he can increase his soul power by about 6 levels. Ji Yu Han named this fifth soul skill, Golden Dragon Crystal Energy Explosion. This external soul bone has a soul skill that can store soul power, almost all of Ji Yu Han's soul power. Ji Yu Han named this external soul bone, Iridescent Crystal. Chapter 89 Dragon Flame Alchemy, ZG's touching moment. This little guy is cultivating quite fast. He actually broke through to the Soul King realm in less than a month. In the inner perimeter of the Stardow Great Forest, Ji Yu Han, surrounded by thousands of dragons, received a sacrifice from the seven-colored crystal dragon. Meanwhile, hidden at the bottom of the Lake of Life, in a secret realm, Ji Yu Yuina, in the form of the Silver Dragon King, lay in the palace, gently swaying her long dragon tail, and a spatial mirror materialized before her. The enormous spatial mirror was reflecting the scene around Ji Yu Han. Ji Yu Yuina cradled the exquisite and beautiful dragon head in one of her dragon claws, her large, amethyst-like eyes gazing with great interest at Ji Yu Han in the mirror of space, and murmured to herself. If this little guy's cultivation speed continues at this rate, advancing a major realm every month, wouldn't I have a chance to recover from my injuries within a year? However, as she spoke, Ji Yu Yuina couldn't help but chuckle and burst out laughing. In fact, she also knew that Ji Yu Han's ability to break through to the Soul King realm so quickly was definitely not something that could be achieved through normal cultivation. Rather, it must have been due to some fortunate circumstances. But that doesn't stop her from looking forward to it. Little Ji Yu Yuina, on the other side, in the INNER perimeter of the Stardow Great Forest. After the sacrificial ceremony of the seven-colored crystal dragon ended, the tens of thousands of powerful dragon soul beasts with cultivation levels of over 10,000 years that ZG had summoned all turned around and left one after another with utmost respect, returning to their own territories. After successfully obtaining the fifth spirit Rin G and acquiring another external spirit bone, the purpose of this trip to the Stardow Great Forest has been achieved. Ji Yu Han summoned the martial soul sacred dragon again, and with ZG in tow, EY leapt into the air and stood on the back of the martial soul sacred dragon. Then, he controlled the martial soul sacred dragon to spread its wide golden dragon wings once more and take flight. Target: Sunset Forest. The yin-yang eye of ice and fire. Once again transforming into a dragon knight, riding an extremely large martial soul holy dragon, Ji Yu Han, along with ZG, quickly traversed ends of thousands of miles and returned to the ice and fire yin-yang eye. In a small valley at the top of the mountain where the yin-yang eye of ice and fire is located, Everywhere was still shrouded in a white mist, with icy blue and crimson lights shimmering deep within the fog. Beside the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, there are two steep rock peaks. On one of the rocky peaks, there is a cave. This cave has been Douluo's residence during his cultivation at the ice and fire yin-yang well. In the novel, when Douluo brought Tang San here, he first left him in the cave. After returning to the yin-yang well of ice and fire, looking down at the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, which resembled a Tai Chi diagram of ice and fire, Ji Yuhan, with Ziji in tow, leapt off the back of the martial Soul Holy Dragon and gracefully landed on a towering rocky peak beside the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. Even though Ji Yuhan had already met him before. But once again, looking down from a high vantage point, that breathtakingly beautiful scene still leaves one in awe of the wonders of nature. You're back, let's get down to business. Looking down at the various immortal herbs, spiritual medicines, and rare medicinal materials growing around the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, vying for beauty, Ji Yuhan couldn't help but rub his hands together, a smile appearing on his face. Then, Ji Yuhan flew down from the rocky peak and landed in the valley where the ice and fire yin-yang eye was located. According to the alchemical texts derived from the Tianyan system, the medicinal materials dead to refine those elixirs with immortal herbs as the main ingredient. Ji Yuhan picked all the immortal herbs, spiritual medicines, and various medicinal materials growing around the ice and fire yin yang eye and put them into his storage soul tool. After harvesting the medicinal herbs, Ji Yuhan also took out the alchemy furnace he had purchased from the Heavenly Do Imperial City for refining pills. Under Ji Yuhan's control, the martial soul Holy Dragon also folded its pair of broad golden dragon wings and slowly descended from the sky in a gust of wind, landing on the open ground that Ji Yuhan had specially cleared. Are you going to refine pills again? Ziji followed, her beautiful, cold face revealing a hint of curiosity in her deep purple eyes. She asked in a clear, cold voice. Yes. Ji Yuhan nodded, first reaching out to release his soul power and open the lid of the alchemy furnace, then taking out a palm-sized golden melon with dragon patterns from his storage soul tool. This is the immortal grass dragon golden melon, which possesses the ability to turn the earth dragon around. Its effects are twofold. One is to grant and enhance the user's ability to control the power of the earth. And the other is to purify the user's or the user's martial soul's dragon bloodline. What Ji Yuhan wanted was naturally the second benefit of the earthworm melon. Therefore, after the earthworm golden melon was removed, Ji Yuhan then took out medicinal herbs that enhanced the second effect of the earth dragon golden melon from his storage soul tool. After wrapping the earth dragon gold melon and these medicinal herbs with his soul power, he manipulated them to float above the alchemy furnace. Yes, Ji Yuhan did not put the earthworm melon and medicinal herbs into the alchemy furnace, but instead suspended them above it. Because the Holy Dragon had fused with the bloodline essence of the Ice and Fire Dragon King and gained the ability to spew fire beyond the ultimate, Ji Yuhan P. Land to use the Holy Dragon's dragon flame to refine pills. The effect of this alchemy is better than that of using the intense heat released from the extremely hot spring in the yin-yang well. As for why we need to take out the alchemy furnace, that's unnecessary. Naturally, Ji Yuhan placed the alchemy furnace underneath to be on the safe side, just in case. In the event of a problem during the refining process, the medicinal liquid purified from dragon flame will simply fall into the alchemy furnace and will not be wasted. Holy Dragon. After Ji Yuhan gave a low shout, the martial soul Holy Dragon beside him opened its blood-red maw and spat out blazing crimson dragon flames, which instantly enveloped the earth dragon golden melon and various medicinal herbs. Under the scorching heat, out of the supreme fire spewed by the Holy Dragon, the earth dragon melon and various medicinal herbs quickly turned into clumps of liquid of different colors. Then, Ji Yuhan focused intently on control. Ling the golden liquid formed from the earth dragon melon, continuously fusing it with the other medicinal liquids formed from the herbs. Soon, only a dark golden liquid remained above the alchemy furnace. Because Shenglong and Ji Yuhan are of one mind. After the alchemy process reached its final stage, knowing that the fire could no longer be maintained, the intensity and temperature of the on flames spewed by the Holy Dragon decreased significantly. Under Ji Yuhan's full control, the dark golden liquid shrank continuously under the scorching of the dragon flame, eventually condensing into a golden pill the size of a dragon's eye, which looked incredibly round. It's a success. Ji Yuhan was overjoyed to discover that he had finally succeeded in refining the elixir. After the Holy Dragon stopped spewing dragon flames, Ji Yuhan reached out and took the ascending dragon pill, which was made from the earth dragon golden melon and could purify the bloodline of the dragon race, into his hand. Murasaki, here you go. After receiving the refined Dragon Ascension pill, Ji Yuhan smiled slightly and handed it to ZG. Give me. ZG was stunned for a moment, her beautiful and charming face still showing some disbelief. Can these soul beasts also use this pill? This is the Dragon Ascension pill. The Earth Dragon Golden Melon we just saw has the effect of purifying the bloodline of the dragon race. I used other medicinal materials to enhance this effect and refined this Dragon Ascension pill. After you take this Dragon Ascension pill, the hellish dragon bloodline within you will definitely become stronger. And your cultivation level should also increase by tens of thousands of years. Ji Yuhan smiled and explained the effects of the rising dragon pill. The look in ZIG's deep purple eyes suddenly became extremely complicated. A deep sense of emotion welled up within me. He actually cared about me so much that the first pill he refined was actually for me. Chapter 90 Deep Blue. No, I mean. System. Perform a deduction for me. Young master, thank you. Unexpectedly, Ji Yuhan's first pill was made for himself. On ZG's stunningly beautiful face, both cold and alluring. Her deep purple eyes were filled with emotion. She stepped forward and hugged Ji Yuhan tightly, her voice trembling as she spoke. Although Ji Yuhan had previously prepared an antidote for Douluo. However, the antidote pill was originally made for Douluo to resolve the bilin poison in his body. This time, however, Ji Yuhan chose to refine pills himself, but he refined the first pill for her. This proves that ZG is very important to Ji Yuhan. ZG was deeply moved to feel such care and concern from Ji Yuhan. I never expected that even though I am a soul beast, he would care about me so much. So what if he's human? Murasaki felt relieved. Since I laid my first egg with him, I hope that in the future, I can also lay my first egg with him. ZG thought to herself silently. Alright, ZG, let's try out the effects of this Dragon Ascension pill. Feeling the softness and warmth of ZG's embrace, and noticing that ZG seemed very moved, Ji Yuhan immediately felt that he hadn't made a mistake this time, and couldn't help but smile and say. Afterwards, Murasaki took the Rising Dragon pill. After refining the Dragon Ascension pill, ZG's cultivation level increased dramatically, directly rising by a full 30,000 years. The purity of the dragon bloodline within him has also greatly increased, and he has also gained the Earth attribute. Originally, ZG was just an ordinary hell dragon. Her bloodline purity was not actually the most perfect. She became the patriarch of the Hell Dragon clan only because of her highest cultivation level. However, after consuming the Ascending Dragon pill, ZG's hellish dragon bloodline was actually sublimated into a perfect bloodline, transforming her into the Hellish Dragon King. A crown of hellish dragon bones grew on the top of its head. This is the symbol of the Dragon King, which can only be obtained by a dragon with the most perfect bloodline among all dragons. This made ZG even more grateful to Ji Yuhan. After using the Earth Dragon Golden Melon to refine the Ascending Dragon pill. Later, at the Yin-Yang Well of Ice and Fire, Ji Yuhan used other immortal herbs and spiritual medicines to refine pills one after another. Among them are the Holy Spirit pill made from the Holy Light Firefly Lily, the Heavenly pill made from the Strange Treasure Heavenly Chrysanthemum, and the Night Shadow pill made from the Dark Night Ephemeral Flower, etc. I told Uncle Ju and Uncle Gui that I was so lucky, maybe I could find some immortal herbs that could help them evolve their martial souls. And I would bring them back to them so they could take another step forward. We definitely can't bring back the immortal herbs that help them evolve their martial spirits now, but we'll replace them with even more potent pills. We'll give them a surprise when we get back and give them a real shock. After refining all the immortal herbs that could be used to make pills, Ji Yuhan took out 2 small jade bottles containing the heaven-reaching pill and the night-night pill, rubbed them in his hands, and couldn't help but smile as he thought to himself. However, although the Tongtian pill and the Yiyu pill, 2 pills that could further enhance the cultivation and strength of Chrysanthemum Douluo Yugan and Ghost Douluo Gaime, have already been refined. However, Ji Yuhan currently has no plans to return to Wuhan City. Because if they return to Wuhan City, ZG definitely won't be able to bring her back. But if only Ji Yuhan goes back alone. He is not yet confident that he can survive against a title Douluo. Ji Yuhan doesn't know whether Bibi Dong has found Yu Shaogang yet. If they find it, Ji Yuhan feels that going back would be extremely dangerous. Perhaps we should stay in the Heavenly Do Imperial City for now. In this case, since he had previously shaken off the people Bibi Dong sent to follow him. Bibi Dong has no idea where he is. Even if she finds Yu Shaogang and W. Ants to take action against him for Yu Shaogang's sake, she won't be able to find him. Anyway, once the pill is placed in the small jade bottle and stored in the soul storage device, its efficacy will not be affected. It would be better to wait until one's cultivation reaches a certain level, and one is confident that one can escape unscathed from any powerful opponent. Then I'll return to Wuhu N City and meet my senior sister Hu Liena, Uncle Ju Yugan, and Uncle Gui Mei. Ji Yu Han thought to himself. After all, the immortal herbs that could be refined into pills were refined into pills. Ji Yu Han was also preparing to leave the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well with Ziji and return to the Heavenly Do Imperial City. Originally, Ji Yu Han was supposed to stay at the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well for almost half a month, or even a month. Because they need to consume the 8-cornered mystic ice grass and the fiery apricot delight, they will undergo ice and fire body tempering in the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Eye. However, due to the remnant soul of the Ice and Fire Dragon King beneath the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well, the Ice and Fire Dragon King's bloodline essence was passed down to the Martial Soul Holy Dragon. The feedback from the Martial Soul Holy Dragon not only caused Ji Yu Han's physical abilities to skyrocket. Furthermore, it granted Ji Yu Han the ability to be immune to attacks from extreme ice and fire energy. This rendered the Ice and Fire body refinement technique completely ineffective against Ji Yu Han. So Ji Yu Han put away the remaining 8-cornered mystic ice grass and fiery apricot blossom, preparing to leave. But on the night before I left, after finishing the task of refining the elixir, thinking about how this incident changed the fate of Xiao Wu's family, how he intercepted the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well, and other plot changes he hadn't yet considered, he actually gained 27 heavenly evolution points. Although some points were used up in the previous deduction of the alchemical text, there are still 26 points left. Regarding these 26 celestial points, although it's said that some resources should be reserved for emergencies, those that can be used should certainly be used as soon as possible and transformed into strength. After some thought, I realized that what I need right now is, in terms of martial arts, there are techniques such as the Holy Dragon Spear technique, the Sunlit Sword technique, and the Holy Dragon Fist technique, as well as the movement technique, Cloud Dragon 9 Illusions. Ji Yu Han felt there was no need to make a change for the time being. However, Ji Yu Han felt it was necessary to upgrade his cultivation techniques, including the Holy Dragon technique, the Golden Holy Dragon meditation method, and the Holy Dragon body tempering method. This is the only way to improve one's cultivation and strength more quickly. In addition, Ji Yu Han also plans to deduce a pupil technique and a mental attack method. Why deduce the pupil technique? Well, it's because even a nobody about to embark on the path of a soul master has the pupil technique, Purple Demon Eye. How could he, the future husband of the Silver Dragon King Ji Yu Yuina, the son-in-law of a Dragon King, not even have a single eye technique? That would be so embarrassing. Moreover, wouldn't the eye-brightening elixir he refined using the Dew of Longing be wasted in this way? As for why he wanted to deduce the method of mental attack, that was something Ji Yu Han was pondering. Now that the soul has been upgraded to a perfect soul and spiritual power has been obtained, it is definitely necessary to make use of it. System, if we were to further refine and improve the Holy Dragon technique, the Golden Holy Dragon meditation method, and the Holy Dragon body tempering method, upgrading them to higher level techniques, how many heavenly evolution points would be needed? That evening, Ji Yu Han sat in a luxurious wooden chair in a cave on a rocky peak near the Yin Yang Well of Ice and Fire, enjoying Ziji's massage while asking himself a question. Ding. Each cultivation technique requires 3 heavenly evolution points to be upgraded. In my mind, the system's cold, mechanical voice answered. That's only 9 heavenly evolution points in total, not much at all. He realized that he had a huge sum of 26 heavenly evolution points in his hands. Ji Yu Han smiled faintly to himself, lazily leaning his head back. Amidst Ziji's surging breasts, he couldn't help but speak with a rather domineering air. System, perform the deduction for me. System. Chapter 91 Further Deductions. The Sacred Dragon Golden Light Technique, the Starry Sacred Dragon Body Refining Great Art, and the 9-Headed Golden Dragon Spirit Refining Technique. Please explain, host, which aspects of the cultivation technique you wish to upgrade, or what effects you wish to add. The system will perform corresponding deductions on the cultivation technique according to the host's requirements. It was determined that Ji Yu Han would upgrade the Holy Dragon technique, the Golden Holy Dragon meditation method, and the Holy Dragon body tempering method. The cold, mechanical voice of the Heavenly Evolution system asked again. For the Holy Dragon technique, we'll upgrade its cultivation speed and then give it the ability to strengthen the body and provide protection. The Golden Sacred Dragon meditation method upgrades the speed of cultivating mental power and increases the ability to multitask. The Holy Dragon body forging technique enhances the efficiency of cultivating blood and chi, allowing the body to increase its defensive capabilities while cultivating. It also further perfects the blood and chi cultivation system, enabling one to obtain strength comparable to a title Douluo simply by using the power of the body. Ji Yu Han pondered for a moment, then spoke to the system in his mind. Ding. The system has successfully received the host's request. Consuming 9 heavenly evolution points, the system is currently performing a simulation. In my mind, the system's cold, mechanical voice rang out again. Compared to the previous deduction techniques, this upgrade of the deduction technique took much longer. A full half-hour passed. The cold, mechanical voice of the Tianyan system rang out again. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations, host. Why? Our newly created soul power cultivation technique has been successfully deduced. It is estimated that the cultivation speed will be 10 times faster than that of the Holy Dragon technique. In addition to the increased cultivation speed, this technique can also strengthen the body and absorb the light power between heaven and earth, condensing it into a protective holy light. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Please name this soul power cultivation method. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations, host. Your newly created body refining technique has been successfully developed. It is expected to be more efficient in cultivating blood and chi. During cultivation, you can also absorb starlight to temper your body and enhance your physical defense. Your blood and chi realm will increase to the blood and chi smoke realm and the blood and chi golden core realm. At the blood and chi golden core realm, you can fight against a title Douluo with your bare hands. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Please name this body refining technique. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations, host. Your WLY created mental power cultivation method has been successfully deduced. It is expected to be more efficient in cultivating mental power and enhance the ability to multitask. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Please name this mental cultivation method. Close black lens bracket. As the system's cold, mechanical voice continued to ring out, 3 massive streams of information suddenly flooded into Ji Yu Han's mind. This is the detailed content of the new soul power cultivation method. Body refining method, and mental power cultivation method derived from the 3 schools. Among them is the soul power cultivation technique. In addition to increase in cultivation speed and gaining the ability to strengthen the body, it also gained the ability to absorb the power of light and condense it into protective holy light. Ji Yu Han's lips twitched slightly. The way your protective abilities are presented is so similar to the golden light mantra from one person. Ji Yu Han ultimately named this new soul power cultivation method, Holy Dragon Golden Light Technique. Compared to names like Sacred Dragon Skill, similar to Mysterious Heaven Skill, and Purple Cloud Divine Skill, names like Sacred Dragon Golden Light Technique, similar to Longavi Tai Technique, sound much more sophisticated. As for the new body refining method deduced by the Heavenly Evolution System, it enhances the body's defensive capabilities by incorporating starlight tempering. Ji Yu Han named it Starry Sacred Dragon Body Refining Technique. As for the newly developed spiritual power cultivation method, this time the visualization has become a 9-headed golden dragon. And it is a visualization of the 9-headed golden dragon flying up and down between heaven and earth. Ji Yu Han named it 9-headed golden dragon soaring into the sky and subduing the earth to refine the spirit. Abbreviation: 9-headed golden dragon divine refining method. System: please deduce 1 more eye technique and 1 more mental attack technique for me. After upgrading the Holy Dragon technique, Holy Dragon body tempering method, and Golden Holy Dragon visualization method, Ji Yu Han communicated with the Tianyan system again, indicating that he wanted to deduce another ill technique and another mental attack method. As for pupil techniques, after cultivation, one must possess eagle eyes, keen insight, microscopic vision, illusion breaking abilities, and offensive capabilities. For mental attack techniques, one needs the ability to directly attack the enemy's soul at a lower cost, causing damage to it. It can also confuse the target, trapping them in an illusion from which they cannot escape, allowing the target to be killed within the illusion, and even causing the target to suffer brain death. Through systematic analysis, a dozen minutes later, Ji Yu Han successfully obtained a pupil technique and a mental attack method. This may be because Ji Yu Han's martial soul, the Holy Dragon, is a golden dragon with the ultimate light attribute. Therefore, the Pill technique that the heavenly evolution system deduced for Ji Yu Han was cultivated by absorbing sunlight. Of course, in the beginning, this eye technique, like the purple demon eye, could only absorb the morning light at sunrise and the twilight at sunset. Finally, there is the intense sunlight at noon. Therefore, Ji Yu Han named this pupil technique, blazing golden eyes. The mental attack method, deduced completely satisfied all of Ji Yu Han's requirements. It can directly attack the enemy's soul at a lower cost, damaging it. It can also bewitch the target, trapping them in an illusion from which they cannot escape, killing them within the illusion, and it can even cause the target's brain death. In addition, this mental attack technique can also modify the target's memories through illusions. Because Ji Yu Han largely based his proposed mental attack techniques on the extraordinary mental skill, heaven-shattering earth-shattering technique, from Huang Yi's martial arts world in his previous life. Therefore, regarding this mental attack method that was deduced, Ji Yu Han also named it the heaven-changing and earth-striking technique. However, compared to the initially deduced Holy Dragon technique, Golden Holy Dragon meditation method, and Holy Dragon body tempering method, the blazing golden eyes and the heaven-shattering earth-striking technique are, respectively, a pupil technique and a mental attack technique. The difficulty of its deduction is undoubtedly higher. Therefore, Ji Yu Han spent 2 and 3 heavenly evolution points respectively on this deduction of the blazing golden eye and the heaven-shattering earth-striking technique. Ji Yu Han currently has 12 heavenly evolution points remaining. In Ji Yu Han's opinion, 12 heavenly evolution points was still quite a lot. So after thinking it over, Ji Yu Han spent another 5 heavenly evolution points and 4 heavenly evolution points to optimize his physique and soul again. Ji Yu Han's current perfect physique, after further optimization, has successfully reversed his innate nature and advanced to the innate physique. With all the meridians in the body open, the body can autonomously absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The perfect soul, after being optimized, was upgraded to a yin spirit, gaining the ability to leave the body and enter dreams. However, this only applies to nighttime. Done. After ing up all 26 heavenly evolution points I had acquired, leaving me with only 3 points. Ji Yu Han was also satisfied and prepared to rest. He would leave the ice and fire yin yang eye tomorrow and return to the heavenly Do Imperial City. The next day, early morning, on the mountain where the ice and fire yin yang eye was located, Ji Yu Han and ZG left the ice and fire yin yang eye early on and rod the martial soul holy dragon all the way back to the heaven Do Imperial City. After returning to the heavenly Do Imperial City, instead of returning to the heavenly Do Royal Academy first, G.U.H. and took ZG to the Dugu mansion where Dugu Bo was located. Chapter 92 Returning to the Heaven Do Imperial City. I, Ji Yu Han, am no nobody. Dugu Shin greets your majesty. After Ji Yu Han brought ZG to the Dugu residence, I saw Ji Yu Han again. Having taken the antidote and recovered his health, Dugu Shin, whose paleness had disappeared and was no longer sickly, immediately bowed respectfully to Ji Yu Han. Uncle Shin, there's no need for such formalities. Where is Senior Dugu Bo? Seeing Dugu Shin Bo, Ji Yu Han quickly stepped forward to help him up and asked with a smile. My father is currently cultivating in his meditation room. Would you like to see him, my lord? Dugu Shin asked respectfully. Yes. Ji Yu Han smiled and nodded. Please wait a moment in the living room, my lord, I will go find my father right away. At Dugu Shin's invitation, Ji Yu Han and ZG sat down in the reception hall, where maids and servants soon served them hot tea and pastries. Not long after, Dugu Bo arrived quickly amidst a series of hurried footsteps. Dugu Bo greets His Majesty, and His Highness the Purple Dragon. Upon entering the reception hall and seeing Ji Yu Han and ZG, Dugu Bo's sinister face immediately became full of respect. He bowed slightly to both Ji Yu Han and ZG, offering his greetings. Does your majesty have any instructions? Hee, it's nothing really, I just have something to bring you. Ji Yu Han chuckled and took out a small jade bottle from his storage soul tool, the Void Bright Ring. Although the antidote was refined at the yin-yang well of ice and fire. Upon discovering that his son, Dugu Shin, could finally be saved, and that his family could finally be rid of the poison of phosphorus, Dugu Bo respectfully expressed his gratitude. From then on, the ice and fire yin-yang herb garden also came under the control of its lord, Ji Yu Han. However, they managed to collect almost all the immortal herbs and elixirs from the yin-yang well of ice and fire. Ji Yu Han is not like Tang San, who is ungrateful and has no sense of gratitude whatsoever, and people who always assume others have a way to die when refining the immortal herbs and spiritual medicines. From the yin-yang well of ice and fire into elixirs. Ji Yu Han didn't forget about Dugu Bo's family either, and specially prepared elixirs for them. The pills that Ji Yu Han prepared for Dugu Bo's family were called Dragon Transformation Pills, and 3 were refined in one go. It is made primarily from Dragon Ganoderma, Grade 9 Purple Ganoderma, and Earth Dragon Ginseng, and has the effect of purifying dragon blood, allowing beast spirits with dragon bloodlines to evolve. However, compared to the Dragon Ascension pill prepared for ZG, which was made primarily from Immortal Grass Dragon Golden Melon, this was different. 3 Dragon Transformation Pills were made from 3 spiritual herbs, Dragon Ganoderma, 9 Grade Purple Ganoderma, and Earth Dragon Ginseng. Its efficacy is definitely lower than that of Shenglongdan. Ji Yu Han estimated that the only way to evolve the Azure Phosphorus Serpent into the Azure Phosphorus Poisonous Dragon was to allow it to evolve. However, this is enough to show his sincerity. After Ji Yu Han handed the small jade bottle containing the Dragon Transformation pill to Dugu Bo, and smiled as he explained the pill's effects. Dugu Bo was utterly shocked, both in disbelief and deeply moved. My lord, this Dragon Transformation pill can actually evolve a dragon-type martial soul. Such a precious pill. You still remember our Dugu family. Our Dugu family has truly not mistaken our master. Hehe. Since Senior Dugu Bo has led the Bilin family to acknowledge me as their master, I will naturally not treat you unfairly. Besides, T.S. Yin Yang Well of Ice and Fire originally belonged to your Dugu family. Ji Yu Han smiled, but shook his head and said, My lord, you can't say that. Dugu Bo said solemnly, My lord, the antidote you concocted saved Exoner's life and ensured that Yan Yan and I will no longer be threatened by the life or death danger of the phosphorus poison. You have saved our family's life. Our Dugu family has nothing to repay you with. But this herb garden is the only thing that is useful to you. We should offer it to you as a way of repaying your life-saving grace. In that case, this herb garden and the herbs inside belong to you. My lord. And our lord has used the medicinal herbs from the herb garden to refine such a precious pill that can evolve martial spirits. He has not forgotten our Ji Yu family and has also prepared 3 precious pills for us. We, the Dugu family, could never repay your kindness, even if we were to be shattered to pieces. All right, Senior Dugu, you should take the pill now. Ji Yu Han was naturally very satisfied with Dugu Bo's unwavering loyalty, but he smiled and shook his head, telling Dugu Bo to take the Dragon Transformation pill first. Senior Dugu, your current cultivation level should be level 89, right? After you take this Dragon Transformation pill and your Jade Phosphorus Serpent Emperor Martial Soul evolves, your cultivation level should be able to break through to level 90. In a quiet room, Dugu Bo sat cross-legged on a futon, under the tense gazes of Ji Yu Han, ZG, and Dugu Shin beside them. Dugu Bo too out a Dragon Transformation pill from the jade bottle containing the pills, put it in his mouth, closed his eyes, and began to refine the pills he had just consumed. Suddenly, a dazzling purple-gray light burst forth from Dugu Bo's body. Suddenly, a giant green snake, long and massive, with a slender body, a bright green body, a triangular snake head that looked extremely venomous, and a jade bone crown on its head, emerged from behind Dugu Bo. Under the influence of the rising dragon pill, the Jade Phosphorus Serpent Emperor martial soul behind Dugu Bo began to undergo continuous changes. First, its body stretched and grew larger, then its head transformed into a dragon's head with horns, and finally, a pair of sharp claws grew out from its abdomen. It evolved from the Azure Phosphorus Serpent King into the Azure Phosphorus Poisonous Dragon. Azure Phosphorus Serpent Emperor. Concept art. Azure Phosphorus Poisonous Dragon. Concept art. Meanwhile, his martial soul evolved into the Azure Phosphorus Poisonous Dragon. Dugu Bo's cultivation level finally broke through from level 89 to level 90, stepping into the threshold of becoming a title Douluo. This made Dugu Bo open his eyes, his sinister face filled with excitement and anticipation. His cultivation level has finally broken through to level 90. He, Dugu Bo, broke the historical record of his Bilin family. He became the only title Douluo powerhouse in the history of the Bilin family. Congratulations, Senior Dugu Bo. After Dugu Bo's martial soul evolved and he successfully broke through to level 90. Ji Yu Han smiled and congratulated him. Dugu Bo's breakthrough was entirely thanks to your help, my lord. Dugu Bo suppressed his excitement and bowed deeply to Ji Yu Han, speaking respectfully. Hehe, even without me, Senior Dugu, you could have broken through to level 90. Ji Yu Han, however, had no intention of taking credit or being arrogant, he simply smiled. After Douluo broke through to level 90, Ji Yuhan thought about it and decided to help him to the end, and prepared to take Ziji to help Douluo hunt for his ninth soul ring. However, before that, he had to go back to the Heaven Do Royal Academy. See if my beloved Shuei has contacted him. So Ji Yuhan told Douluo to stay in the manor and think about what kind of soul beast he wanted to hunt for his ninth soul ring, and he took Ziji to the Heaven Do Royal Academy. After Ji Yuhan returned to the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Soon, Meng Shenji arrived with Jilin and Bai Baoshan. Chapter 93 Embracing Sister Shuei, That Kiss. 3 members of the Education Commission, is there anything I can help you with? When Meng Shenji, Bai Baoshan, and Jilin came to visit, Ji Yuhan was cleaning with Ziji. Because I had just returned to my residence. He hadn't returned for several days, and now the yard was covered with fallen leaves. The rooms, living room, and quiet room were covered in dust, and it was impossible to live there without cleaning. Unexpectedly, the 3 major educational committees of Meng Shenji suddenly paid a visit. Ji Yuhan immediately stopped what he was doing, and with a smile, he went to greet them. Upon seeing Ji Yuhan and Ziji, Meng Shenji and the other 2 quickly bowed to Ziji and said respectfully, "Greetings, Your Majesty the Purple Dragon." Later, when Ji Yuhan asked what was wrong, Meng Shenji stroked his snow-white beard and chuckled. Actually, nothing much happened. The 3 old men didn't come this time because Ji Yuhan had suddenly left the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Why and hadn't been heard from for several days. Because Ji Yuhan went to the Ice and Fire Yin Yang I with Douluo. So when Douluo returned, he asked Dugu Yan to tell them. Ji Yuhan is currently with him because he has encountered a breakthrough opportunity and needs to take a break and go into seclusion for a period of time. The 3 of them naturally approved it without hesitation. Because Ji Yuhan is not an ordinary student. When Ji Yuhan enrolled, his cultivation level was already at the Soul Master level, meeting the graduation standard. The reason they made an exception and admitted Ji Yuhan to the school was because the main reason is Ji Yuhan's monstrous and heaven-defying potential. People want to befriend Ji Yuhan, and also Ziji, the title Douluo, behind him. Therefore, at the Heaven Do Royal Academy, Ji Yuhan was practically a god. Even if Ji Yuhan skips classes every day and goes to Tiando Imperial City for fun. As long as Ji Yuhan doesn't disturb others, the 3 of them won't interfere. Not to mention, there's also the powerful soul Douluo, Douluo, standing up for Ji Yuhan. It is said that Ji Yuhanzheng has encountered an opportunity for a breakthrough and needs to leave to go into seclusion for a period of time. This time, the 3 of them came to visit. The main reason is that the eldest prince, Shui Qing, has been wanting to see Ji Yuhan recently, and has sent his maid to the Tiando Royal Academy for several days in a row. But Ji Yuhan hasn't been at the academy for the past few days. So today, upon learning that Ji Yuhan had returned, the 3 of them came over specifically to tell him. Otherwise, they feared that this afternoon, His Highness the Crown Prince would send a maid to find Ji Yuhan. Ji Yuhan had to leave the academy again due to other matters. What? His Highness the Crown Prince wants to see me. Upon learning that it was actually the first Prince Shui Qing who had been looking for him and had already sent maids to the Heavenly Do Royal Academy several times. Ji Yuhan's mind raced with thoughts, and he immediately smiled and said, "Will His Highness the Crown Prince send a maid today? I understand. Don't worry, the 3 Education Committee members. I have nothing else to do today and will stay at the academy." After the 3 members of the Tiando Education Committee took their leave, Ji Yuhan continued cleaning with Ziji. After cleaning, Ji Yuhan began practicing the newly developed Starry Dragon body refining technique in the courtyard. It must be said that this body refining method, which is an upgrade from the Holy Dragon body forging method, is indeed more efficient at converting qi and blood than the Holy Dragon body forging method. In addition, this time, Ji Yuhan absorbed the life force within the living G metal and transformed it into qi and blood. Anyway, I only practiced the Starry Dragon body refining technique for 1 hour today. The transformed qi and blood are basically equivalent to a whole morning spent practicing the Sacred Dragon body tempering technique. However, it soon became afternoon. A luxurious carriage traveled from the Heavenly Do Imperial City all the way to the foot of He Mountain where the Heavenly Do Royal Academy was located. A tall, slender girl in a snow-white dress, with long, flowing golden hair and exquisitely beautiful features, or rather, Xian Mu, step. Head down from the carriage and onto the steps leading to the Heaven Do Royal Academy. They quickly entered the Heaven Do Royal Academy and arrived at the courtyard where Ji Yuhan lived. From afar, Xian Runshui could see that the gate to Ji Yuhan's residence was open. This relieved her, and a smile appeared on her exquisite and beautiful face. Because she had come here several times before, but no one was there. It seems that Ji Yuhan has finally returned today. Sister Shuiye. Meanwhile, Ji Yuhan was in the courtyard, having taken out his golden spear and was practicing the Holy Dragon Spear technique. Although Ji Yuhan had practiced the Holy Dragon Spear technique for a long time when he was in Wuhan City. He has basically mastered all the gun techniques. However, I haven't yet tried combining all the moves and soul power circulation routes simultaneously to unleash the corresponding spear techniques. There's nothing we can do about it. Not to mention, the martial arts techniques he deduced became increasingly complex in their soul power circulation routes as the moves progressed. Compared to gun techniques, the corresponding soul power circulation path is the most complex. In addition, if he were to forcefully use a technique that can only be used at a higher level with his lower level of cultivation, his soul power would probably be drained and he would suffer internal injuries. Therefore, when he was in Wuhan City, Ji Yuhan only mastered the fourth move of the Holy Dragon Spear technique, Fluttering Dragon and Startling Swan. And now, after another breakthrough in cultivation. Furthermore, the martial soul Holy Dragon finally reached the size standard of a giant dragon. In future battles, I will be able to stand on the back of the Holy Dragon and fight the enemy while wielding the Golden Dragon Spear. Therefore, Ji Yuhan is now making the most of his time to practice the Holy Dragon Spear technique, striving to master it to a higher level. Ideally, 1s. Hold also master the spear intent of the Holy Dragon Spear technique as soon as possible. While practicing his marksmanship, he noticed Xian Runshui approaching. Ji Yuhan immediately stopped practicing, put away the golden spear, and walked towards Xian Runshui with great joy. Sister Shuiye. After Xian Runshui entered the courtyard, Ji Yuhan immediately reached out and released his soul power to close the courtyard gate. Then hugged Xian Runshui tightly. Inhaling the fresh and elegant fragrance emanating from Xian Runshui's hair, and feeling the soft and delicate curves of her body, Ji Yuhan spoke with longing and emotion. Sister Shuiye, I miss you so much. Have you missed me? Ji Yuhan loosened his arms slightly, raised his head, looked at Xian Runshui's slightly flushed face, and asked teasingly. Xian Runshui gazed at Ji Yuhan's handsome face with a mischievous smile, her heart also deeply moved. I really want to say, I miss you too. But as a young girl, she was a little embarrassed to say such direct words of love. Her face flushed red with embarrassment, and she stammered, I missed you too, in a barely audible voice. But as soon as she finished speaking, Xian Runshui quickly changed the subject. Ji Yuhan, there are still people here. Let's go inside and talk. ZG, she's not an outsider. Ji Yuhan said with a smile. Not far away, watching Ji Yuhan and Xian Runshui embrace each other. Looking so affectionate, ZG's cold and beautiful face flashed with a complex mix of emotions and envy. But upon hearing Xian Runshui's words, she remained silent, instead turning and walking into the house. Leaving the spacious courtyard to Ji Yuhan and Xian Runshui. As a spirit beast, ZG is actually much more accepting of emotions than humans. Whether it's among the soul beast race or the dragon race, it is perfectly normal for powerful males to have a large number of female mates. Therefore, ZG could completely accept that Ji Yuhan had more than one woman. Moreover, compared to Xian Runshui, ZG was very clear that she was the one who came later. In addition, there's her background. She had no intention of competing with Xian Runshui for favor, as long as Ji Yuhan had her in his heart. That was enough. Alright, now Murasaki is gone. After seeing ZG enter the house, Ji Yuhan looked at Xian Runshui again. Although he had just heard Xian Runshui say that she missed him, her voice was so faint that it was almost inaudible to a normal person. Ji Yuhan pretended not to hear and continued to ask urgently. Sister Shuiye, you still haven't answered me. Did you miss me? However, seeing Xian Runshui blush, he remained silent. Ji Yuhan immediately pretended to have thought of something, revealing a sad expression, covered his chest with his hand, and sighed. Sister Shuiye, you didn't answer just now, but suddenly changed the subject. It seems you still don't miss me. Sigh. As expected, I was overthinking things. My heart really aches. Ji Yuhan put on a heartbroken expression. Seeing Ji Yuhan being such a drama queen, Xian Runshui was both annoyed and amused. She crossed her arms and put on a haughty expression, saying, looks like your intuition was spot on. You know that's good. I wasn't thinking about you at all. Who would want a stinky guy like you? Ah! Ji Yu Han immediately pretended to faint and fell into Qian Runshui's arms. I'm so heartbroken. I need a kiss from a beautiful princess to feel better. Ji Yu Han groaned in a mocking manner, and while speaking, he opened one eye and secretly glanced at Qian Runshui. This amused Qian Runshui greatly. That jerk. He's such a good actor. However, after Ji Yu Han did this, she really felt. Having pretended to be by Shui Qinghei's side for the past year, a lot of the pressure that had been building up in my heart was suddenly released. I felt a great sense of relief. Thinking that Ji Yu Han was being silly with him, he realized it was probably just to help him relax. Qian Runshui felt a surge of emotion and warmth. And her beautiful eyes welled up with deep affection. I just can't do anything with you, you stinky thing, so I'll let you off easy. Qian Runshui muttered something, then prepared to give Ji Yu Han a light kiss on the cheek. But then she saw Qian Runshui lower her head and kiss her exquisite, beautiful face with her alluring red lips. Lying in Qian Runshui's arms, Ji Yu Han, who was pretending to be unconscious, suddenly raised his head and kissed Qian Runshui's lips. In an instant, Qian Runshui's eyes widened. Chapter 94 Chicken. A gift for Qian Runshui. Because you're so beautiful. When Ji Yu Han suddenly attacked and kissed her lips, Qian Runshui couldn't help but widen her eyes. For a moment, I felt completely dizzy. After a while, the girl finally came to her senses. Her pretty face flushed red with embarrassment, and she hurriedly separated from Ji Yu Han, giving him a light but firm punch to his chest with her small fist. You filthy bastard, all you do is bully people. However, Ji Yu Han shrugged at this, looking at Qian Runshui's beautiful face with burning eyes, and said with a smile. There's nothing I can do about it. Who can blame me when you're so beautiful and charming? Sister Shui. There's a saying that goes, chicken, it's only because you're too beautiful. You scoundrel, all you do is argue and make excuses. It was NT that Qian Runshui didn't want to take things further with Ji Yu Han, but she wasn't mentally prepared for him to kiss her like that. She felt both ashamed and angry, but also a little sweet and secretly pleased. After all, if Ji Yu Han doesn't react to her every time they meet, then that would be ignoring her charm. It's because we haven't seen each other for so long, and I miss you so much, Sister Shui. I wish I could become one with you and stay together forever. Ji Yu Han continued shamelessly, his eyes filled with deep affection, as he chuckled and spoke of his longing and love for Qian Runshui. Qian Runshui blushed deeply and spat. You scoundrel, did you misspoke, or did you do it on purpose? What is combined into one? His mouth was full of lewd and inhuman words. However, hearing Ji Yu Han's words, which were full of emotion and longing, Qian Runshui's heart was filled with warmth and tenderness. The two sat in the courtyard, under the shade of a large, leafy tree, nestled together, holding each other's hands tightly, and sharing what had happened since they parted. Of course, Ji Yu Han also concealed some things that had happened to him. For example, going to the Stardew Great Forest to inform Xiao Wu's family through the martial soul Holy Dragon to avoid Bibi Dong's upcoming hunt, and meeting the Silver Dragon King Ji Yu Yuina. Neither of them said anything. This is not because Ji Yu Han doesn't trust Qian Runshui. These things are just too difficult to explain and too complicated. Regarding ZG, who was beside him, Ji Yu Han only said that ZG was a member of a powerful, reclusive family that he had encountered. Because the patriarch of this reclusive family saw that he had extremely high talent and unlimited potential, he decided to send ZG to follow him as his protector. However, in return, when he grows up in the future, he will also help the patriarch of the reclusive family to accomplish some things. Ji Yu Han wasn't lying. You left Wuhan City to venture out into the world. With your current talent, didn't that woman send people like Elder Zhu and Elder Gui to protect you? Didn't my grandfather send anyone either? However, upon hearing Ji Yu Han's words, Qian Runshui frowned slightly. No. Ji Yu Han smiled and shook his head indifferently. You're her disciple, how could she do this? And what about my grandfather? Qian Runshui was very angry for Ji Yu Han. As Bibi Dong's disciple, Ji Yu Han's martial soul has now evolved into the Golden Sacred Dragon, making him arguably the most dazzling genius of the Spirit Hall generation. Why didn't Bibi Dong, as Ji Yu Han's teacher, send anyone to protect him when he went out to make his way in the world? As for that woman, well, that's to be expected. I never expected that my grandfather, Xian Douluo, was also one. But Grandpa, didn't you say that you had already accepted Ji Yu Han? Qian Runshui was very annoyed. I'll talk to my grandfather, Xian Douluo, about when I plan to return to Wuhan City. Grandfather, as the Grand Elder of the Spirit Hall, How can you be completely indifferent to the safety of the geniuses within the hall? Oh, right, Sister Shuei, I have a gift for you. Seeing Qian Runshui's anger at his safety, Ji Yu Han felt quite moved and warm inside. He couldn't help but chuckle mysteriously, take Qian Runshui's hand, and walk towards the quiet room in the house. A gift? What gift? Qian Runshui was filled with doubt. After pulling Qian Runshui into the quiet room inside the house, Ji Yu Han took out an exquisitely crafted small jade bottle from his storage soul tool, the Void Bright Ring, and handed it to Qian Runshui with a smile. This is. Qian Runshui was stunned when she saw the exquisite jade bottle that Ji Yu Han handed her, and she couldn't guess what it was. Hee, Sister Shui, you'll know once you open it. Qian Runshui opened the small jade bottle and found a golden pill inside, emitting a faint golden light. For some reason, she suddenly felt a strong desire and throbbing within her six-winged angel martial soul. This. For a moment, Qian Runshui was shocked. The fact that it could make her six-winged angel martial soul generate desire and excitement meant that it was definitely not an ordinary thing. At this moment, Ji Yu Han also began to introduce the topic with a smile. This is the Holy Spirit pill. It is a pill that I made Yusi. A fairy herb called Holy Light Firefly Lily is the main ingredient. You may not know what a pill is, Sister Shui. But when I visited Elder Ju's house in Wuhan City, I saw in an ancient plant book passed down in Elder Ju's family that this immortal herb can enable light attribute martial souls to evolve. Although Sister Shui, your martial soul is a six-winged angel, which is a divinely bestowed martial soul and of an extremely high level, even the holy light flowing firefly lily may not be able to evolve your martial soul. But when I use it as the main ingredient, the Holy Spirit pill I refine is more effective than the pure holy light firefly lily. It should allow your martial soul to evolve. Martial soul. Evolution. Qian Runshui was deeply shocked. This tiny pill Actu ally allowed her six-winged angel martial soul to evolve. This sounds absolutely incredible. But whether it was out of trust in Ji Yu Han or the strong desire and excitement from the six-winged angel martial soul within her body, she knew it was probably true. Sister Shui, you can take the pill here. I'll protect you. Under Ji Yu Han's guidance, Qian Runshui sat cross-legged in the quiet room, filled with anticipation. She took out the Holy Spirit pill, swallowed it in one gulp, and then closed her eyes to begin refining it. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light burst forth from Qian Runshui's body. In the dazzling golden light, a six-winged angel, seemingly formed from golden holy light, with 3 pairs of broad golden wings on its back, long golden hair, and an appearance identical to Qian Runshui, suddenly appeared from behind, under the baptism of the Holy Spirit pill's medicinal power. Behind Qian Runshui, a six-winged angel martial spirit emerged, and the clothes on her body began to change, making her look more noble and sacred. At the same time, a pair of new golden wings unfurled from behind. The six-winged angel martial soul actually turned into an 8-winged angel. Ji Yu Han, thank you. After successfully refining the Holy Spirit pill, they discovered that not only had their martial soul successfully evolved from a 6-winged angel to an 8-winged angel, but their cultivation level had also increased from level 52 to level 56, a full 4 levels higher. This deeply moved Qian Runshui, who stood up and suddenly threw herself into Ji Yu Han's arms, embracing him tightly. Although she didn't know what the pill was, this pill called the Holy Spirit pill actually allowed her 6-winged angel, a god-level martial soul, to evolve, and also instantly boosted her cultivation level as a soul king by 4 levels. This is undoubtedly an extremely precious treasure. Ji Yu Han was actually willing to give her such a precious treasure, which naturally moved Qian Runshui deeply. And when Qian Runshui's martial soul evolved from a 6-winged angel to an 8-winged angel. On the other side, in Wuhan City, Douluo Palace, inside the main hall, where statues of angels are enshrined. As a priest of the angel god, Qian Douluo was sitting cross-legged on a futon, facing the towering, sacred, and noble statue of the angel god, his eyes closed, meditating and praying. Suddenly, the angel statue burst forth with dazzling golden light. The dazzling golden light transformed into a pillar of light, piercing through the dome of the Douluo Palace and soaring into the sky. This scene naturally caught Qian Daoliu's attention. The great angel god has actually chosen a successor. Upon seeing the strange appearance of the angel statue, Qian Daoliu suddenly stood up, deeply shocked. In the ancient texts passed down through their thousands of families, there has never been a case where, before the sacrifice was even conducted and the divine examination was presided over, the statue of the angel god emitted dazzling golden light and produced extraordinary phenomena. But there is only one reason why such an anomaly could occur. That means the angel god has already chosen a successor. But who will be the successor? Shui, is that you? Xian Douluo thought of Qian Runshui, who was far away in the heavenly Dou Empire, and murmured to himself. But what exactly happened to you? It's incredible that you were able to alarm the great angel god even before I, your grandfather, had presided over your divine examination. He chose you as his successor. Chapter 95 Countdown to Yu Shaoging's appearance, Heaven Dou Royal Hunting Tournament. However, Qian Douluo never expected this. The reason why Qian Runshui suddenly alarmed the angel god and attracted his attention in advance was all because of Ji Yuhan, a yellow-haired guy, whom he disliked very much. The strange phenomena that occurred in the Douluo palace. Naturally, this also instantly attracted the attention of Bibi Dong, who was in the papal palace on the same hill. That's right. In a magnificent palace, Bibi Dong, dressed in a deep purple crown robe, tall and slender, holding a papal scepter, suddenly stood up and looked out the window, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise and uncertainty. Such a strong aura of light. Was this created by that old guy Qian Douluo? This is the aura of the angel god. It must be the chosen successor of the angel god worshipped by your spirit hall. Suddenly, a seductive yet chilling voice echoed in Bibi Dong's mind. This is the voice of the remnant soul of the Rakshasa god dwelling in Bibi Dong's mind. Has the angel chosen a successor? Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong frowned, thinking of the girl she loathed who was currently far away in the Heaven Dou Empire. Is it her? But if it was her, then why didn't the angel god choose her when they were in Wuhan City? If someone else were to intercept this inheritance of the angel god. Bibi Dong's beautiful red lips couldn't help but curl into a cold smile and a hint of pleasure. That would be wonderful. However, Bibi Dong didn't take this matter too seriously. She wanted to take revenge on the Spirit Hall and the Qian family, she never thought of destroying them herself. The angels would definitely not stand idly by. Therefore, she chose to make the Spirit Hall the enemy of the entire continent. From Rakshasa god, she learned that besides the Spirit Hall, there were many other places of inheritance for gods on the Douluo continent. Many deities have interests in the Douluo continent. These deities absolutely do not want to see the Spirit Hall unify the continent. For example, the Asura god. Having been to the city of slaughter, Bibi Dong knew that the Rakshasa god to whom she inherited the Rakshasa godhood was once a mortal enemy of the Asura god who inherited the god king's throne. With her inheriting the Rakshasa god's position in the Spirit Hall, the Asura god would never stand idly by and watch the Spirit Hall unify the continent, giving the Rakshasa god the possibility of gaining the faith of the entire Douluo continent. Under such circumstances, her plan to lead the Spirit Hall to unify the continent is most likely to fail. The Spirit Hall had already reached its peak at that time. There was no way back. All that remained was a precipice. If they retreat, the only thing facing the Spirit Hall, the Qian family, and herself will be destruction. Yes, and so is she. But she didn't care. However, despite having self-destructive tendencies, Bibi Dong did not take everything in stride. At least for Yu Shaoging, Bibi Dong still retained a morbid and twisted love in her heart. After putting aside the strange phenomenon that had just occurred in the Douluo palace, Bibi Dong thought of her beloved Yu Shaoging and couldn't help but frown slightly as she thought to herself. Since I stopped providing Shaohan with cultivation resources, I've been collecting light attribute dragon soul beasts and various spiritual herbs for several months now. But the number of dragon soul beasts and spiritual herbs is far from enough to meet the standards for Shaohan and enable Xiao Gang to successfully evolve Sanpao into a golden sacred dragon. It will probably take another year or two to collect them. Furthermore, for Xiaogang's 3 cannons to eventually transform into a golden sacred dragon, we need to obtain a top-tier spiritual herb comparable to the crystal blood dragon ginseng. That's really troublesome. As Bibi Dong thought about it, she couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. After Ji Yuhan successfully evolved her martial soul holy dragon into the golden holy dragon, she had already sent people to search for Yu Shaoging's whereabouts. After searching for several months, she finally found out. My beloved Xiao Gang seems to be working as a teacher at a junior soul master academy called Nodding Academy. However, before collecting enough flesh and blood of a light attribute dragon soul beast, along with spiritual herbs, to help his beloved Xiao Gang's martial soul Luo Sanpao evolve into a golden holy dragon, he still had to wait. She, however, dared not face her beloved Xiaogang. On the other side, at the Heavenly Dou Royal Academy, in the courtyard where Ji Yu Han lives, A.F. Qian Runshui took the Holy Spirit pill. Her martial soul successfully evolved from a 6-winged angel to an 8-winged angel. She tightly embraced Ji Yuhan, expressing her gratitude and emotion. Suddenly, a golden light descended from the sky and landed on Xian Runshui. The golden light gathered at Xian Runshui's brow, condensing into 9 golden feather marks. This is the 9 trials of the angels. Ji Yuhan was stunned for a moment. The angels' 9 tests. Isn't this something that was triggered in the novel when Xian Runshui underwent the divine test under the supervision of Xian Douluo? Right now, Sendo Ryu isn't here. This can trigger the 9 trials of the angels. Ji Yuhan was very puzzled. However, he could guess that this was probably because Xian Runshui's martial soul H had evolved from a 6-winged angel to an 8-winged angel. Sister Shui, how are you feeling? Has any information entered your mind? Upon seeing the mark of the 9 trials of the angel branded between Xian Runshui's eyebrows, Ji Yuhan couldn't help but ask curiously. Upon hearing this, Xian Runshui shook her head in confusion and touched her brow. No, Xiaohan, do you know what happened? No information about the divine trial. It seems the angel god only placed a mark on Xian Runshui. She'll probably have to return to Wuhan City and, under Xian Daoliu's supervision, the divine trial won't be officially triggered. Ji Yuhan thought to himself. If I remember correctly, this should be the great angel god worshipped by our spirit hall. He has bestowed his favor upon you, Sister Shui. I have seen it in some books in the library. Sister Shui, a soul master who has inherited the 6-winged angel martial soul, will undergo the test of the great angel god when they come of age. After passing the test, they will receive great blessings. However, the book says that this needs to be done in Wuhan City, in front of the statue of the great angel god. You are probably the only Nei who has received the favor of the great angel god outside of Wuhan City. Ji Yuhan chuckled and gave a brief explanation. You're always praising me. It must be because of the Holy Spirit pill you just gave me that my martial soul evolved from a 6-winged angel to an 8-winged angel, which is why it attracted the attention of the great angel god. Xian Runshui understood perfectly well what was going on, and couldn't help but press her exquisite and beautiful face against Ji Yuhan's chest, murmuring sweetly with happiness in her eyes. After lingering for a while longer, since it was getting late, Xian Runshui had to go back. Before leaving, Xian Runshui also told Ji Yuhan the purpose of Shui Qing sending her to find him this time. It turns out it was because 3 days later, the Heaven Dou royal family will hold the Heaven Dou royal family hunting tournament every 3 years. This hunting party was nominally held for Emperor Shui, who was the emperor. But in reality, it w. as an opportunity for the 3 princes, the eldest prince Shui Qing, the second prince Shui Luoquan, and the third prince Shui Haikang, to demonstrate themselves and their own power. At this hunting festival, the 3 princes will bring their recruited retainers and their subordinate soul masters to hunt together. The prey hunted by the guest advisors and soul masters brought by the 3 princes would ultimately be recorded under the names of the 3 princes and announced by designated personnel. This demonstrates the strength of the 3 princes. Ji Yuhan was quite powerful among Shui Qinghei's retainers and soul masters. Therefore, Shui Qing naturally planned to invite Ji Yuhan to participate in the Heaven Dou royal family hunting tournament. Chapter 96 Xian Runshui's replacement plan. Heavenly Dou royal hunting tournament. Upon learning that Shui Qing had sought him out to invite him to the Heavenly Dou royal family hunting tournament, Ji Yuhan murmured to himself. If he remembers correctly, it should have been at this hunting party. His beloved Shui killed Shui Qing and replaced him using the disguise ability of the angel soul bone. I will participate in this hunting event. But should I go to the first prince's residence first, or wait outside the royal hunting grounds outside the Heavenly Dou imperial city? Looking at Xian Runshui, Ji Yuhan came back to his senses and asked with a smile. In response, Xian Runshui smiled and said that Shui Qing would send someone to pick him up at that time. After saying that, as if she had thought of something, Xian Runshui hesitated for a moment before saying, Ji Yuhan, there's one more thing I need to tell you. I plan to kill Shui Qing and replace him at this Heaven Dou royal family hunting tournament. Actually, she didn't really want to tell Ji Yuhan about this. She was reluctant to tell anyone, at least not until it was finished. Because she knew that Ji Yuhan was just like her. Although I know in my heart the success of one general is built on the bones of 10,000, and I understand that to accomplish a great feat, one must pay a price and make sacrifices. But when you actually do something like that, it's hard not to feel a little sad. To carry out the Spirit Hall's plan to replace Shui Qing. Although Xian Runshui knew it in her heart. He wanted to unify the continent, bring true peace to it, and allow the common people to have a better future. She will replace Shui Qing and take control of the Heavenly Dou Empire in the future. With the army of the Heaven Dou Empire and the Soul Masters of the Spirit Hall, they will unify the continent. This requires minimal sacrifice and cost. But after lurking around Shui Qing for a year or two, Xian Runshui had to admit that Shui Qing was a kind-hearted person. One could say he was a gentleman. She herself felt somewhat guilty about killing such a person. If you tell Ji Yuhan, he can help you plot to kill Shui Qing. At that time, Ji Yuhan will definitely feel bad. That's why she didn't tell Ji Yuhan about it from the beginning. But since Shui Qing intends to invite Ji Yuhan to participate in the Heaven Dou Royal Hunting Tournament, Ji Yuhan agreed. This matter would definitely not be able to be kept secret in time, so after thinking about it, Xian Runshui decided to tell the truth. At this hunting tournament, should we kill Shui Qing and replace him? Sister Shui, what are you planning to do? Since he had already guessed it, Ji Yuhan was not surprised, but instead asked. Afterwards, Xian Runshui sighed softly and told Ji Yuhan about the plan she had come up with. In fact, her plan was quite simple. To use something called beast attracting incense that could attract soul beasts. By sprinkling the animal attracting incense on Shui Qinghei's clothes. Once inside the royal hunting grounds, Shui Qing, dressed in clothes scented with animal attracting fragrance, will undoubtedly provoke a large group of soul beasts to attack him. Under attack from a large horde of soul beasts, the soul masters in Shui Qinghei's team will definitely fight to the death to stop the attacking soul beast and let it escape. She will go with Shui Qing at that time. Once only the two of them remained, they suddenly attacked, killing Shui Qing and taking his place. This was undoubtedly done without anyone noticing. No one would have imagined that Shui Qing would die at the Heaven Dou Royal Family Hunting Tournament and be replaced. All that is known is that the eldest prince, Shui Qing, narrowly escaped death from an attack by a soul beast. His maid, Shui, sacrificed herself to protect the eldest prince, leaving behind a touching tale of master and servant. Sister Shui, your plan is perfect, but there are some problems. After listening to Xian Runshui's plan, Ji Yuhan pondered for a moment and then spoke. First of all, there is this beast attracting incense. Although this beast attracting incense is very rare, there are probably not many people who know about it or can smell it. But 3 days from now is the day of the Heaven Dou Royal Family Hunting Tournament. Emperor Shui Yi and the 3 princes, Shui Qing and the others, will definitely bring their most powerful retainers and soul masters. What if someone among them smells the beast attracting incense? I think this method still carries some risks. Xian Runshui was aware of this, of course, but she felt helpless about it. With her own strength, this is all she can accomplish. Unless she seeks the help of the Spirit Hall. However, this also carries the risk of being discovered. But actually, there's no need for the beast attracting incense. I happen to have a way to perfectly achieve the soul beast riot you need, Sister Shui. Since you've told me something so important, Sister Shui, I'll help you too. Suddenly, Ji Yuhan changed the subject and said with a smile. Using the beast attracting incense to lure soul beasts and cause them to riot is a viable method. However, Ji Yuhan has a better method than using beast attracting incense. Because there was a ferocious beast named Ziji, who was over 200,000 years old, by her side. In Ji Yuhan's opinion, it would be better to let Ziji control the soul beasts in the royal hunting grounds to attack Shui Qing. So let him help Sister Shui complete this task. Although it is unknown how Ji Yuhan will use the beast attracting incense to help him achieve the desired soul beast riot, it is still unknown. But seeing how confident Ji Yuhan was, even after being asked, Ji Yuhan did not answer, but smiled slightly, keeping everyone in suspense. But Xian Runshui still chose to believe Ji Yuhan. Anyway, at worst, we can just wait for the next opportunity. In her heart, the most important thing was no longer the Spirit Hall's plan, but Ji Yuhan. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Soon, the day arrived for the Heavenly Dou Royal Family Hunting Tournament. Early on, Shui Qing sent a luxurious carriage to pick up Ji Yuhan. This time, Ji Yuhan did not bring Ziji with him. Start from the foot of the mountain where the Heavenly Dou Royal Academy is located. Ji Yuhan rode in a carriage and arrived at the residence of the first prince of the Tian Dou royal family. At this moment, a large number of people had already gathered in front of the first prince's residence. At this moment, these people were stroking a magnificent horse covered in scales, with a single horn on its head, looking exceptionally majestic. Their eyes were filled with amazement and fervent desire. This is the horned scale horse, a hybrid half-soul beast born from a soul beast, a unicorn dragon lizard, and a horse. Possessing strength, speed, and stamina far exceeding that of ordinary horses. These are the horses ridden by the top knightly orders of major empires, kingdoms, and duchies. Ji Yu Han, you're here. Seeing Ji Yu Han arrive in a carriage, Shui Qing smiled and walked over with Xian Runshui. Your Highness, is this a horn-scaled horse? After getting off the carriage, Ji Yu Han saw the horn-scaled horses in the distance and couldn't help but ask with great interest. Hee. Yes, this is the horn-scale horse. We'll ride the horn-scale horse over together later. When hunting, we can ride the horn-scaled horse directly. However, this horn-scaled horse has the blood of a unicorn dragon lizard flowing through its veins, and it has a somewhat irritable temper. Ji Yu Han, you've taken a liking to that horn-scaled horse. You'd better go and tame it first. Shui Qing said with a smile. That's easy. Ji Yu Han smiled slightly and walked over to the largest horn-scaled horse. Then, under the watchful eyes of many soul masters around him, Ji Yu Han directly released a trace of the holy dragon's aura from his body. I sensed the aura of the golden dragon. The horn-scaled horse, born from the soul beast unicorn dragon Lizer. D in a horse and possessing a trace of dragon blood, trembled on the spot and immediately bowed respectfully to Ji Yu Han. This shocked the surrounding soul masters. Is this guy really that good? Why all rode horned horses and it took them quite a while to tame them? This fellow, with a mere tremor of his body, subdued the horn-scaled horse. That's impressive. However, through Shui Qing, He also learned that Ji Yu Han was no ordinary person, but a powerful soul master whose martial soul seemed to be a top-tier dragon martial soul. This horn-scaled horse also has a trace of dragon blood flowing through its veins. So it will definitely be affected by the powerful dragon martial spirit. After Ji Yu Han arrived, a while later, after discovering that all 30 guest elders and their subordinate soul masters who were preparing to participate in the Heaven Do Royal Hunting Tournament had arrived, Shui Qing also donned a magnificent suit of armor, mounted a horn-scaled horse, and prepared to lead Ji Yu Han and the others to the Heavenly Do hunting grounds. Besides Shui Qing, Xian Runshui also rode a horn-scaled horse. Departing from the Heavenly Do Imperial City, the LAR GE group led by Shui Qing quickly left the city. After traveling for more than half an hour, we arrived at the royal hunting grounds. The place was already packed with people. Among them, the most eye-catching was Emperor Shui, who also rode a horn-scaled horse, wore a silver crown robe, a bright red cloak, was tall, had white hair and beard, a majestic appearance, and wore a silver imperial crown. Beside him were the 3 members of the Tiando Education Committee. Behind them stretched an endless expanse of fully armed royal knights riding horned horses. Chapter 97. The Hunting Tournament begins with the second Prince Shui Luoquan and the third Prince Shui Haikang. In front of the Heaven Do Royal Hunting Grounds, apart from Emperor Shui Yi. In front of the seemingly endless royal knights stood 2 other groups of knights riding horned horses. These are the second Prince Shui Luoquan and the 30 guest elders he brought, as well as the soul masters who joined his ranks. And the third Prince Shui Haikang and the 30 guest elders he led, as well as the soul masters who joined his ranks. After discovering that Shui Qing had arrived, the second Prince Shui Luochu, and the third Prince Shui Haikang immediately rode their horn-scaled horses over quickly. Compared to Shui Qing, the second Prince Shui Luoquan and the third Prince Shui Haikang have very different personalities and temperaments. If Shui Qing, as a member of the royal family, is gentle and refined, like a gentleman, therefore, the second Prince Shui Luoquan's personality is arrogant. However, his arrogance was not the kind that looked down on everyone. Rather, he was very arrogant towards those who lacked ability, but also very respectful and courteous towards those who were capable. As for the third Prince Shui Haikang, although he is a little younger, he is straightforward, open-minded, brave and decisive, with the personality of a general. His dream was to become the Grand General of the Heaven Do Empire. When they grow up, they will fight for the Heavenly Empire to conquer the world and expand its territory. Although the Heaven Do royal family has a relatively weak martial soul inheritance, it is difficult for them to produce powerful soul masters. However, the internal education within the royal family is still quite good. At least in Ji Yu Han's view. Whether it's the eldest Prince Shui Qing, the second Prince Shui Luoquan, or the third Prince Shui Haikang. Even the fourth Prince Shui Beng, who is still young and taking his first steps, can be considered a remarkable figure of his time. As Shui Qing rode his horn-scaled horse, he encountered the second Prince Shui Luoquan and the third Prince Shui Haikang, who had also ridden over on horseback. The T. Re princes wore smiles and appeared to be on good terms. But behind the scenes, a fierce verbal battle was taking place over the Heavenly Dou royal family hunting tournament. Finally, Emperor Shui spoke up, interrupting the verbal exchange between Shui Qing and the other two princes, and told them to go back to their respective homes. He then delivered a speech, announcing the start of the Heavenly Dou Royal Hunting Ground Tournament. Meanwhile, outside the royal hunting grounds, many nobles and ministers from the Heavenly Dou imperial city also brought their entourages here, ready to watch the spectacle. In the ancient world of Douluo continent, where entertainment is scarce, fighting spirits can serve as a form of entertainment. For the Heavenly Dou Royal Family Hunting Tournament, this event was a grand gathering where the three princes tore each other apart, showcasing their martial virtues and the power of their subordinates. In the Heaven Dou imperial city, the supporters of the three princes, as well as many nobles and ministers who had not yet placed their bets, and the citizens and soul masters who were just watching the spectacle, naturally all came to watch the excitement and enjoy the show. Now I declare the Heaven Dou Royal Family Hunting Tournament officially open. After the great emperor loudly announced the start of the hunting tournament on a snowy night. Behind him, several royal knights dismounted and opened the gates to the royal hunting grounds with a loud rumble. Elder brother, I'll be taking my leave now. Upon seeing the gates of the royal hunting grounds open, Shui Luoquan immediately mounted his horned scale horse, turned around, and addressed Shui Qing with a haughty smile. Then, she looked at Ji Yu Han with a confident smile and asked. This must be brother Ji Yu Han, a top genius who recently joined our Heaven Dou Royal Academy. However, as a top genius, brother Ji Yu Han should make friends with people who are equally outstanding in ability. This is the most suitable approach. I will use this hunting tournament to prove that I, Shui Luoquan, am the best. Brother Ji Yu Han, I'll take my leave now. After saying that, Shui Luoquan immediately spurred his horned-scaled horse, leading the 30 guest elders he had recruited and the soul masters who had joined his ranks, straight towards the Heaven Dou Royal Hunting Grounds. Brother Ji Yu Han, I am Shui Haikang. I heard that you enjoy tea, brother Ji Yu Han. I recently acquired a batch of top-grade ice spirit tea and emerald jade spring tea. We can have tea together sometime and become friends. Quote. After Shui Luoquan, the third prince Shui Haikang also rode his horn-scaled horse over. With a smile on his handsome and heroic face, he finished speaking to Ji Yu Han and then took his leave, leading his retainers and soul masters into the Heaven Dou Royal Hunting Ground. However, although both Shui Luoquan and Shui Haikang extended olive branches to Ji Yu Han. However, Shui Qing was confident in Ji Yu Han's character and her own personal charm, and her face still wore the same gentle smile. He even shook his head, jokingly speaking to Ji Yu Han with a hint of teasing in his tone. Hee. Brother Ji Yu Han, my two brothers really don't have much faith in me. However, with brother Ji Yu Han here, I have a lot of confidence in myself. Because they knew that, when Ji Yu Han joined the Heaven Dou Royal Academy, he had defeated a Soul Emperor-level teacher with a single punch. In the Heaven Dou Royal Hunting Grounds, the highest cultivation level of the Soul Beasts raised by the Heaven Dou Royal family is only 10,000 years old. With Ji Yu Han around, they can basically only encounter 10,000-year-old soul beasts whose cultivation level is not too high. Obtaining the collars representing hunting points from these spirit beasts is not a problem at all. Brother Ji Yu Han, let's go. After Shui Luoquan and Shui Haikang, Shui Qing, along with Ji Yu Han, Xian Mu, and a group of guest elders and soul masters under his command, rode their horned scale horses at breakneck speed into the Heaven Dou Royal Hunting Grounds. The Heavenly Dou Royal Hunting grounds are divided into 3 areas. The first area on the outermost edge is the training area. There aren't many trees here, and there are large open spaces. This is where the knights of the Heavenly Dou Royal Knights train and are stationed. The second area is the hunting grounds. The forest area has expanded considerably, but the roads remain clear. Many common wild animals roam free in the forests on both sides of the road, including lions, tigers, wolves, leopards, deer, bison, and wild sheep. But further in, you enter the mountains. This is the soul hunting zone, where the Heavenly Dou Royal family captures soul beasts from various soul hunting forests and raises them in a free-range manner. This Heaven Dou Royal family hunting tournament is called a hunt. But the animals that can actually be hunted are only the wild animals in the hunting area. These are tests of the hunting skills of the 3 princes and their subordinate soul masters. Each time a wild animal is killed, a special seal can be used to imprint a unique mark on the prey. The Knights of the Royal Knights will then follow up to tally and record the points. However, the prey in the hunting area has relatively low points. To get a high score, you need to enter the soul hunter zone. Those who live in the soul hunting zone are all soul beasts. However, since it is a soul beast, it certainly cannot be hunted indiscriminately. Otherwise, every royal hunting competition would result in a massacre. It's not easy to capture soul beasts from the various soul hunting forests and bring them into this royal hunting ground. At this rate, it seems that not many royal hunting tournaments can be held before there are very few soul beasts left in the soul hunting zone. Where should the Royal family go if they need to hunt souls for low-level soul masters? Therefore, in the soul hunting zone, unless in mortal danger, one must not kill soul beasts. As for how to hunt a soul beast if you can't kill it, then. Having held the Heaven Do Royal Hunting Tournament for so many years, the Heaven Do royal family had naturally long ago devised a solution. Before the hunting festival began. In fact, Emperor Shui sent the soul masters of the Heaven Do royal family to the soul hunting zone of the Heaven Do royal hunting grounds. They placed collars, each representing a different score, on the soul beasts they encountered in the soul hunting zone that possessed corresponding cultivation levels. Therefore, after entering the soul hunting zone, as long as you subdue the soul beasts wearing point collars in the soul hunting zone, you can obtain the point collars from them. Once you're outside, take out the points collar to tally your points. The hunting results of the three princes have been obtained. Chapter 98 Soul Beast Riot. Shui Qing, I'm sorry. After entering the Heavenly Do royal hunting grounds, Ji Yu Han rode his horned-scaled horse, galloping along the straight and wide road with the group. The grand procession quickly passed through the training area of the Heavenly Do royal knights and entered the hunting area. All around, vast forests began to appear. However, the forest is filled with straight and wide roads. In the distance, the mountains stretch endlessly, layer upon layer. That was the hunting ground where the Heavenly Do royal family released their soul beasts. Your Highness, prey has appeared. After entering the hunting area, it was soon spotted that prey had appeared at the edge of the forest. It was a herd of wild deer, grazing on the tender leaves of the bushes at the edge of the forest. At that moment, Shui Qing also spotted prey. As a prince nurtured by elite education, Shui Qinghei's hunting skills were not bad. He immediately picked up the bow and arrow that were on the horned scale horse, knocked the arrow, and aimed. Whoosh! With a whooshing sound, an arrow shot into the deer herd, killing one of the wild deer instantly. However, this startled the other deer. In an instant, the deer herd scattered and fled in terror. At this moment, the others also picked up the bows and arrows on their horses, took arrows from their quivers, knocked them, aimed at their prey, and shot them. Whoosh! 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 Amidst the whooshing sound, many wild deer were hit by the arrows. However, most of them still missed. After all, the soul masters who are chosen and recruited by Shui Qing are generally quite talented. He usually spends his time cultivating his soul power and honing his combat skills. Unless their martial soul is a bow and arrow, or they have joined the army, no soul master would specifically train in archery. As everyone took out their bows and arrows to hunt the deer. And also took out the bow and arrows that Shui Qing had specially prepared from his horse. Although Ji Yu Han had never practiced archery, but as he drew his bow, Ji Yu Han activated his pupil technique, blazing golden eyes. And then released his mental power to lock onto several wild deer before taking out several arrows and aiming them. Whoosh! As Ji Yu Han released the bowstring. With a whooshing sound, the three wild deer instantly fell to the ground. Ji Yu Han's arrows all hit their targets. Brother Ji Yu Han, your archery skills are impressive. Beside them, they saw Ji Yu Han actually take out several arrows at the same time and shoot them, and all of them hit their prey. Shui Qing was shocked and couldn't believe it. The same was true for many of Shui Qinghei's other soul masters around him. Because you have to understand, such excellent archery skills are beyond the reach of even a soul master. Even in the military, probably not many people possess this skill. Your Highness is too kind. Ji Yu Han smiled slightly and put the bow and arrows back on the horse. He was very satisfied with the eagle-eye vision, dynamic vision, and mental locking effect of the pupil technique, blazing golden eyes. He had only been practicing the blazing sun golden eyes for a few days. The field of vision and dynamic vision of these eyes have already become far beyond those of ordinary people. Their performance this time was quite good. And so it went, in the hunting area. Ji Yu Han rode his horned-scaled horse, and together with Xian Mu, Shui Qing, and other soul masters, they headed towards the soul hunting zone in a grand procession. Along the way, they encountered quite a few prey. In addition to herds of wild deer, there are also herds of bison, wild sheep, rabbits, wolves, leopards, tigers, and more. Upon seeing their prey, everyone immediately drew their bows, nocked arrows, and shot them. Because of Ji Yuhan, they were able to catch prey almost every time they encountered it on the road. Anyway, Ji Yuhan's quiver of arrows was soon used up. However, no matter how many prey are hunted in the hunting area, it does not actually determine the final outcome. This was merely a test used by Emperor Shui to assess the hunting skills of his princes and the soul masters under their command, to see their martial arts prowess, whether the princes had the ability to command an army, and whether they could win the army's recognition and support in the future. However, in the Douluo continent, the Heaven Do Empire has existed for over 2,000 years and has developed a habitual pattern of rule. As long as a prince possesses certain military qualities and abilities, he can generally win the recognition and loyalty of the army. The key is to see how strong the prince's soul master teams are. Because of the fantasy world of Douluo continent, if you only have ordinary soldiers under your command and no powerful soul masters, even the Snow Knight Emperor could have his head taken by a powerful soul master amidst a vast army. Therefore, the key is performance in the soul hunting zone. After passing through the hunting area, the team quickly arrived at the soul hunting area. Like the soul hunting forest, the soul hunting zone of the Heavenly Do Royal Hunting Ground is also surrounded by a tall steel fence. At the main gate, a squad of fully armed Royal Knights was on duty guarding the gate. After dismounting the horned scaled horse and entrusting it to several Royal Knights, Shui Qing presented the Crown Prince's identity token. The gate to the soul hunting zone was slowly opened. Looking at the boundless forest before him and the distant, continuous mountain range, Ji Yuhan's eyes held a deep and unfathomable gaze. As for Murasaki, everything should be ready by now. Right. After the gates to the soul hunting zone were opened, Shui Qing, escorted by a group of soul masters under his command, entered the soul hunting zone. The group of more than 30 people carefully made their way through the primeval forest of the soul hunting zone. And they kept a close eye on the soul beasts that appeared around them. Whenever a spirit beast with a scoring collar appears, the control-type spirit master in the team will immediately take action to control the spirit beast. Then, another person stepped forward and took away the points collar worn by the soul beast. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. The team had already ventured deep into the mountains where the soul hunting zone was located. The soul beasts appearing around were no longer 10-year or 100-year soul beasts, but 1,000-year soul beasts. However, the Heavenly Do Royal Hunting Tournament is held for one day. It won't be over until tomorrow afternoon. In order to achieve better results, Shui Qing did not want to leave so early and wanted to continue. See if we can find more soul beasts with point collars and obtain them from them. However, at the same time, on a mountain peak not far away, all that could be seen was Ziji spreading her broad purple dragon wings and soaring through the air. Before him were hundreds of soul beasts, some thousands of years old, and some even tens of thousands of years old. They all knelt on the ground with utmost respect, showing their submission to Murasaki. After discovering that Ji Yuhan's presence was not far away, Ziji immediately commanded the soul beasts to attack the area where Ji Yuhan was located. Roar. In an instant, amidst a series of beast roars, hundreds of thousand-year-old and even 10,000-year-old soul beasts turned around and roared angrily. They raced through the forest, heading towards the area where Ji Yuhan was currently located. What's that noise? On the other side, a group of soul masters brought by Shui Qing to participate in the royal hunting tournament were originally protecting Shui Qing while searching around for soul beasts wearing scoring collars. Suddenly, a soul master felt the ground tremble slightly and looked over in confusion. When you see the mountains not far away, hundreds of enormous creatures, exuding powerful soul energy fluctuations and ferocious auras, clearly 1,000-year-old or even 10,000-year-old soul beasts, roared furiously as they charged toward this place. The group of soul masters brought by Shui Qing immediately changed their expressions. Your Highness, there's a riot of spirit beasts. Run. We'll cover your retreat. The group of soul masters immediately shouted, urging Shui Qing to run, while summoning their martial souls to block the soul beast horde and unleashing various soul skills in an attempt to stop them. However, most of them were only at the soul sect to soul emperor level, totaling less than 30 people. It's obviously impossible to stop thousands of thousand-year-old soul beasts, or even 10,000-year-old soul beasts. Shui Qing was well aware of this. After his pupils constricted and he was filled with horror, he quickly called out to Qian Runshui and Ji Yuhan to run away. If they didn't escape now, it would be too late. Shui, brother Ji Yuhan, let's run. While his soul masters were holding off the attacking horde of soul beasts, Shui Qing was in a panic. He then took Ji Yuhan and Xian Runshui and flew away at high speed, hurriedly fleeing towards He Gate leading out of the soul hunting zone. But after getting far away from this area, Xian Runshui and Ji Yuhan suddenly stopped. Shui, brother Ji Yuhan, what's wrong? Do you feel safe here? But we still need to leave here quickly. We must get to the training area as soon as possible and ask Father and the 3 education committee members for help. Send them over to rescue people, otherwise, we're all likely in grave danger. Shui Qing thought that Xian Runshui and Ji Yuhan were tired, or that they felt safe here. But because he was still worried about the soul masters covering the rear, he couldn't help but pant and say anxiously. Upon hearing this, Xian Runshui looked up at Shui Qing, her beautiful eyes filled with complex emotions. Shui Qing, I'm sorry. Chapter 99. The end of Shui Qing. A new Shui Qing is born. Shui Qing, I'm sorry. Xian Runshui's words stunned Shui Qing, and he suddenly felt inexplicably uneasy. Because Xian Runshui had never called him by that name before. And who would suddenly apologize for no reason? In addition, Ji Yuhan and Xian Runshui both stopped moving at the same time. This is clearly not right. Something's definitely fishy going on here. Shui, what's wrong with you? Why are you apologizing for no reason? Shui Qing forced a smile and instinctively took a few steps back. Your Highness, I'm sorry, I've been lying to you for a long time. Actually, we are from the Spirit Hall. Having come this far, Ji Yuhan saw no need to hide it any longer and simply sighed. What? Upon hearing this, Shui Qinghei's expression changed drastically. He could hardly believe that Xian Runshui and Ji Yuhan were actually from the Spirit Hall. Ji Yuhan is one thing, but that's another. But why is Shui the same? Shui, you're also from the Spirit Hall. Upon learning that Xian Runshui was also a member of the Spirit Hall, Shui Qinghei's gentle and handsome face was filled with disbelief, and he asked in a somewhat hoarse voice. For a moment, he felt only heartache and sorrow. Initially, he encountered Xian Runshui, who was being chased by bandits, while he was out. He sent men to kill the bandits and rescue Xian Runshui. Xian Runshui said that her village had been wiped out by bandits. Now that he had saved her, killed the bandits, and avenged his parents' deaths, she was willing to serve him like a cow or a horse to repay his kindness. Only after Xian Runshui's repeated requests did he accept the maid. Initially, he did not develop any feelings for Xian Runshui. Although Xian Runshui was very beautiful, Shui Qing, as a prince, had seen too many beautiful women around him and was already used to it. However, as they spent more time together, he discovered that Xian Runshui was very intelligent. He can learn anything he teaches immediately. And in some things, she seems to understand him better than he understands himself. This led him to believe that this might be a connection between minds. Therefore, Shui Qing unknowingly developed feelings for Xian Runshui. But he discovered that Xian Runshui didn't seem to have any romantic feelings for him, only intending to repay his kindness. As a gentleman, Shui Qing did not choose to force Xian Runshui, but instead hid his feelings for her in his heart and never revealed them. But to his surprise, Shui, whom he thought was his soulmate and a match made in heaven, turned out to be an undercover agent sent by the Spirit Hall. This made Shui Qing feel heartbroken and bitter. He gave a self-deprecating smile and said, Brother Ji Yuhan, he riot of soul beasts just now was probably your doing, wasn't it? You went to such lengths to leave me alone with you, were you planning to kill me? I suppose so. At least from now on, you are no longer Shui Qing, the eldest prince of the Heaven Do Empire. Ji Yuhan thought for a moment and then said this. However, just as Ji Yuhan was speaking, Shui Qing suddenly summoned his swan spirit, entered spirit possession mode, and then activated a flight-type spirit skill, with a pair of snow-white wings suddenly unfolding from his back. Trying to run. Upon discovering that Shui Qing actually wanted to escape, Ji Yuhan couldn't help but chuckle, completely unsurprised. After all, Shui Qing was a prince cultivated by the Heavenly Do royal family through elite education. He was gentle and refined in character. But he was by no means cowardly and would never surrender without a fight. But he was prepared. The realm of ice. With a thought, Ji Yuhan instantly activated his ice domain. In a burst of icy blue light, the ice domain instantly enveloped Shui Qing. Then, the frozen aura skill was activated. With a difference of 2 entire realms in strength, an extreme chill instantly froze Shui Qinghei's legs, connecting them to the ground. This meant that even if Shui Qing activated his flight-type soul skill and unfurled a pair of snow-white swan wings, he still couldn't take off. This caused Shui Qinghei's expression to change drastically, and his heart sank. Is he going to die here this time? Ji Yuhan, let's kill him immediately to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Although he is a very nice person, he is indeed a kind and virtuous gentleman. If he weren't the eldest prince of the Heaven Do Empire, perhaps we could have become friends. But for the sake of our Spirit Hall's grand plan, for the peace of the continent, and for the future of countless civilians, in order to achieve our dreams with minimal sacrifice and cost, we have no other choice. At this moment, Qian Runshui's beautiful eyes held a complex expression as she looked at Shui Qing, speaking as she walked over. But listening to Qian Runshui's words, Shui Qing only found them extremely ridiculous. He was unaware of Qian Runshui's grand ambition to unify the continent. I just felt that Qian Runshui wanted to kill him, so why did she use the peace of the continent and the future of countless civilians as an excuse? How utterly hypocritical. However, Ji Yuhan suddenly smiled at Qian Runshui's words and said, "Actually, after thinking about it, we don't necessarily have to kill him. Shui, all you need is his identity. As long as we can give him a new identity, he can live a peaceful life in another place. Not killing him isn't necessarily a bad thing. That way, we'll feel a little better. After all, His Highness the First Prince is also a friend of ours. If we kill him, I believe that both you, Shui, and I will feel some guilt in our hearts." At this point, Ji Yuhan was quite moved. He had always intended to kill Shui Qing, just like Qian Runshui. Although I will definitely feel guilty when I think about this in the future. But there was nothing we could do. However, after Ji Yuhan used the heavenly evolution system to deduce the heaven-changing earth-striking technique at the ice and fire yin-yang eye, it was discovered that the heaven and earth-shattering technique can alter a person's memory. Furthermore, the alchemical texts they deduced even recorded special elixirs that could permanently alter a person's appearance. This made Ji Yuhan think of another, better way to deal with Shui Qing. That is to change Shui Qinghei's memories through the heaven-shattering earth-shattering technique, and then change Shui Qinghei's appearance with elixirs. Finally, he secretly took her out of the Heavenly Do hunting grounds and had Dugu Bo send her to a remote village that had been selected beforehand. Let them live there quietly from now on. As friends. This was the best ending Ji Yuhan could arrange for Shui Qing within his own capabilities. "Do you need my identity?" Hearing Ji Yuhan say that all Qian Runshui needed was his identity, Shui Qing was immediately horrified. He instantly realized Qian Runshui's, or rather, the Spirit Hall's, purpose. The Spirit Hall actually wants to replace me with Shui and then seize the throne of our Heaven Do Empire. For a moment, Shui Qing felt a deep sense of grief, indignation, and rage, as if he had become a sinner of the Heavenly Do Empire. Upon hearing Ji Yuhan's words, he was overcome with sorrow and burst into self-deprecating and sarcastic laughter. "Brother Ji Yuhan, stop with the hypocrisy. You want to take my place and seize our Heaven Do Empire. Your Spirit Hall is so evil. You'll get your comeuppance sooner or later. Don't think that I'll be grateful to you just because you didn't kill me." Shui Qing roared angrily, venting his grief and rage. But Ji Yuhan shook his head, a complex and sentimental look flashing in his eyes, and sighed softly. "Your Highness, we spared your life not because we wanted your gratitude. No matter what you think, it doesn't really matter. Because we have different perspectives. Sister Shui and I only ask to have a clear conscience as much as possible." After saying that, Ji Yuhan activated the heaven-shattering earth-shattering technique, directly pulling Shui Qing into the illusion. Then, through the illusion, he continuously compiled and modified Shui Qinghei's memories. Due to the absolute difference in their soul levels, Shui Qinghei's memories were quickly altered from those of the eldest prince of the Heaven Do Empire to those of an honest and simple boy from an ordinary, remote village. Then, Ji Yuhan took out a small jade bottle from his void ring. Upon opening, it was found to be filled with a green, gel-like substance that resembled jade. This is a special ointment that Ji Yuhan made by using a special herb called Yixingkao, which grows near the yin-yang well of ice and fire, as the main ingredient. It can permanently change a person's appearance. After extracting the ointment with his soul power and applying it to Shui Qinghei's face, while Ji Yuhan used his qi and blood to help Shui Qing sculpt her face. Soon, Shui Qinghei's appearance was changed to match the appearance of the honest and simple boy in his modified memory. Finally, after asking Qian Runshui to leave, Ji Yuhan stripped Shui Qing of all his clothes, storage soul tools, and other items that could prove his identity, and dressed him in the clothes of an ordinary village boy. At this moment, Murasaki also arrived. Ji Yuhan handed Shui Qing, who had changed his clothes and was still unconscious, to Ziji. And he had Zg secretly lead Shui Qing out of the Tian-Do royal hunting ground. After Zg left with Shui Qing, who had been transformed and whose memories had been altered, Xian Runshui changed into Shui Qinghei's clothes and various items, took a deep breath, and activated the disguise soul skill of the angel soul bone. In a burst of dazzling golden light, Xian Runshui's figure and appearance suddenly began to change, and in an instant she became the same as Shui Qing. Brother Ji Yuhan, how is it? After disguising herself as Shui Qing, Xian Runshui gave Ji Yuhan a gentle smile, almost identical to the real Shui Qing. Sister Shui, it's exactly the same. Seeing Xian Runshui disguised as Shui Qing, Ji Yuhan was amazed to find that her figure, appearance, the curve of her lips when she spoke and smiled, and all the details of her body were exactly the same as the real Shui Qing. After Xian Runshui disguised herself as Shui Qing, a new Shuiqing river has been born. Chapter 100 Soto City, Poultry Village. After helping Xian Runshui successfully replace Shui Qing, with the conclusion of the Heaven Do Royal Hunting Tournament, Ji Yuhan also planned to continue the previous arrangements with Zg, taking Douluo Bo to the Star Do Great Forest to hunt for the 9th Soul Ring. After bringing Douluo Bo to the Star Do Great Forest, Ji Yuhan sent Zg to find a suitable 9th Ring Soul Beast for Douluo Bo. This is a powerful snake-like soul beast with nearly 90,000 years of cultivation, almost dying of old age, and possessing dragon bloodline, the purple netherworld demon serpent. Suddenly, they encountered a purple netherworld demon serpent with a cultivation level of nearly 90,000 years. Douluo Bo was utterly dumbfounded that this purple netherworld demon serpent, with a cultivation level of nearly 90,000 years, had actually sacrificed itself for him. I simply can't believe this is happening to me. Ji Yuhan responded with a smile. This may be because Douluo Bo's martial soul evolved into the Azure Phosphorus Poisonous Dragon. This is also a sub-dragon soul beast with extremely high dragon blood purity. Perhaps the purple netherworld serpent chose to sacrifice itself because it sensed Douluo Bo's Azure Phosphorus Poisonous Dragon martial soul. Hearing Ji Yuhan's explanation, Douluo Bo still felt there were some problems. But since I really couldn't find a reason, this was the only thought I could come up with. However, on the way back to the Heaven Do Imperial City after successfully hunting the 9th Spirit Ring for Douluo Bo, because it's that time of year again, the day of martial soul awakening, I calculated the time. Ji Yuhan realized that Tang San had turned 6 years old this year. Ma Hongjun seems to be around the same age as Tang San. ND should have awakened his martial soul this year as well. Should I go to Soto City and see if I can intercept Ma Hongjun? It's on the way anyway. This led Ji Yuhan to tell Douluo Bo to return to the Heavenly Do Imperial City first when passing through Soto City. Then he went with Zg to the Soto City Martial Soul Branch Hall. As a branch of the Martial Soul Hall in Soto City, the second largest city in the Baroque Kingdom. From the outside, the Spirit Hall of Soto City is tall and majestic, covering a vast area, and decorated in a magnificent and opulent style. The magnificent dome at the top shone brightly in the sunlight, making it look even more splendid. Halt! Who are you? As Ji Yuhan and Zg arrived at the gate of the Soto City Martial Soul Branch Hall, 2 guards shouted and crossed their spears, blocking Ji Yuhan and Zg's path. Ji Yuhan smiled faintly and took out the papal decree that Bibi Dong had given him when he expressed his desire to read books in Wuhan City. My name is Ji Yuhan. My teacher is His Holiness the current Pope. This is my token. Tell the Hall Master of your Martial Soul Branch Hall to come out and see me. Hearing Ji Yuhan's words and accepting the exquisitely crafted papal decree, the 2 guards were still somewhat incredulous. But they thought that no one would dare to be so bold as to impersonate His Holiness the Pope's disciple and even want to meet the Hall Master of their Soto City Martial Soul Branch Hall. This is probably true. Please wait a moment, we will go and inform the Palace Master immediately. After asking Ji Yuhan and Zg to wait a moment, one of the guards hurriedly took the papal decree and entered the Martial Soul Branch Hall to find the Hall Master of the Soto City Martial Soul Branch Hall. Soon, a series of hurried footsteps came from inside the hall. The gatekeeper who had previously entered the Martial Soul Branch Hall led a tall, robust middle-aged man with long, flowing golden curly hair and a dignified appearance, who was dressed in a magnificent golden robe, to walk quickly over. After arriving, the middle-aged man with golden curly hair immediately stepped forward respectfully, holding the papal decree in his hands, and bowed slightly to Ji Yuhan. Cook, greetings to His Highness the Holy Sun. I was unaware of your Highness's arrival and have failed to greet you properly. I hope your Highness will forgive me. Your Highness, I am merely my teacher's disciple, not yet the holy son of our spirit hall. Unexpectedly, Cook, the master of the Soto City Martial Soul Branch Hall, would call him holy son. Ji Yu Han couldn't help but chuckle. Your Highness is joking. Your Highness is a disciple of His Holiness the Pope. Although I do not know Your Highness's name, His Holiness the Pope has two outstanding disciples. A male and a female, which we, the branch hall masters of the Martial Soul Hall, all know. Since you two are disciples of His Holiness the Pope, then you are naturally the holy son and holy daughter of our spirit hall. Cook looked serious and said earnestly. But from Cook's expression, Ji Yu Han didn't see seriousness, but rather a strong desire to improve. Ji Yu Han smiled but didn't say anything more. Please come in first, I need your help with something. Under Cook's respectful guidance, Ji Yu Han led ZG into the Soto City Martial Soul Branch Hall. It was learned that Ji Yu Han's purpose in coming here was to find out which villages around Soto City had bird-type martial souls. Ji Yu Han wanted to take the place of the deacon of their spirit hall to help awaken spirits. This was something Cook simply couldn't understand. What is this esteemed disciple of His Holiness the Pope up to? This is because I wanted to experience the grassroots life of a deacon in the spirit hall. Or perhaps this esteemed disciple of the Pope possesses the ability to foresee the future. They knew that a brilliant genius would appear in a village near their city of Soto, where most martial souls were bird type. However, Cook found his later thoughts rather amusing. Because historically, there has never been a martial spirit capable of predicting the future. Moreover, in an ordinary village, it is difficult for a genius soul master to emerge. The odds are incredibly low, less than 1 in 10 million. But who can blame him when Ji Yu Han is the disciple of His Holiness the Pope? In order to curry favor with Ji Yu Han and gain an opportunity for advancement, Cook immediately had someone find information on various villages around Soto City. They began their search, finding villages where avian martial spirits had generally awakened. Soon, 3 villages were identified. The names of these 3 villages are White Bird Village, Poultry Village, and Singing Phoenix Village. In Ma Hongjun's village, it seems the most commonly awakened martial spirits are poultry martial spirits, right? That should be Poultry Village. After identifying the final 3 targets, Ji Yu Han recalled his memories from his previous life, pondered for a moment, and quickly determined the most likely target. I plan to go to Poultry Village first tomorrow, and then to White Bird Village and Phoenix Village. Time flew by and it was already the next day. Starting from Soto City, Ji Yu Han led ZG straight to Poultry Village. Poultry Village. This is a very ordinary village on the outskirts of Soto. The village got its name because the villagers' martial spirits were mostly poultry related, such as chickens, ducks, and geese. It was early morning, and the sun had just risen. Old Tom, the village chief of Poultry Village, began knocking on the doors of each house in the village. These are all families with children who are about to awaken their martial spirit. Get up, get up. Old Tom, leaning on his cane, kept banging on the door and urging everyone on in his frail voice. The spirit master from the spirit hall will be here soon. Quickly, wake the children and have them wait in front of the spirit hall branch in the village. Don't keep the spirit master waiting. But at Old Tom's urging, these families with children who were about to awaken their martial spirit quickly pulled their children out of bed. The child was sent to the Martial Soul Branch Hall in Poultry Village. It didn't take long. In the distance, 2 figures could be seen soaring through the air as if flying. They quickly stepped over the rooftops of houses. Finally, he leapt down and gracefully landed in front of the Martial Soul Branch Hall of Poultry Village. It was Ji Yu Han and ZG. Chapter 101 The Ultimate Green-Haired Turtle Flander makes his appearance. Who allowed you to awaken your martial souls here? Greetings, 2 soul masters. Upon seeing Ji Yu Han and ZG, Old Tom was somewhat puzzled as to why 2 soul masters had come, but he still quickly and respectfully bowed to Ji Yu Han and ZG. Ji Yu Han naturally dared not accept such a grand gesture from an old man. So he quickly stepped forward and helped Old Tom up. Village Chief, are all the children from your village here? After helping Old Tom up, Ji Yu Han looked around at children who were coming over and asked them a question. However, as he was asking questions, Ji Yu Han's gaze quickly locked onto a chubby boy wearing a simple linen outfit, with a bulky figure and a head of red hair. This must be Ma Hongjun, right? Ji Yu Han thought to himself. Reporting to the Soul Master, all the children in our village who were to awaken their martial souls this year have arrived. And we can begin the awakening process now. Old Tom replied respectfully. All right, let them come in with me. Ji Yu Han nodded and led ZG to the front. Although it was called the Martial Soul Branch Hall, it was actually just a slightly larger wooden house. He then pushed open the door and went inside. The wooden house, named the Martial Soul Branch Hall, was quite spacious inside. Moreover, it was cleaned very thoroughly, with no dust accumulation. It seems they knew they were going to undergo a martial soul awakening and cleaned up beforehand. After leading ZG into the wooden house, Ji Yu Han went to the wooden table at the front. Looking at the children who had spontaneously lined up in front of him, Ji Yu Han felt a mischievous glint in his eye. After coughing a few times, he put on a serious expression and recited a classic list of names from a certain blind Douluo. Children, my name is Ji Yu Han. I will now perform the martial soul awakening for you. No matter what you see next, don't be afraid, okay? Quote. No. Amidst the somewhat bewildered shouts of the children, Ji Yu Han took out the black round stone that he had prepared in advance from the void ring and tossed it casually. Under the control of soul power, the 6 black round stones instantly flew to the ground and formed a 6-pointed star array on the ground. However, as a soul king, Ji Yu Han does not need to undergo martial soul possession like Su Yuntao. Instead, he directly channeled his soul power into the black round stone and began to awaken the martial souls of the 6 children from the poultry village in front of him. Martial soul. Chicken, innate soul power. 0. Next. Martial soul. Little yellow duck, innate soul power. 0. Next. Your martial soul is the goose, and your innate soul power is at half a level. You can become a soul master. In the blink of an eye, Ji Yu Han awakened the martial spirits of the 5 children. Except for one boy whose martial soul is a go. O's and who has half a level of innate soul power, the others all have useless martial souls. However, Ji Yu Han was not surprised at all, and casually looked at the last red-haired chubby boy. If he's guessing correctly, it should be Ma Hongjun. What it awakened was a mutated chicken martial soul with the phoenix bloodline, or you could say an evil fire phoenix martial soul, with an innate soul power of level 8. But just then, outside the village of Poultry, in the sky, a middle-aged man dressed in a black leather jacket and wearing black crystal-framed glasses was flying swiftly with a pair of soul power wings spread behind him. He soon arrived at Poultry Village. Then he saw Elder Tom and a group of parents gathered in front of the Martial Soul Branch Hall. The middle-aged man, or rather Flander, judged it instantly based on his experience. This must be the Martial Soul Branch Hall of Poultry Village. It quickly descended, but when he saw an even older soul master who could fly suddenly fall from the sky, Old Tom was a little stunned. No, another soul master has arrived. Greetings, soul master. May I ask what brings you to our poultry village? After Flanders landed, Old Tom quickly stepped forward and asked respectfully, I'm here to help your village awaken its martial spirit. Flanders was rather puzzled. There's no way a soul master like him would wander into such a remote village for no reason. He was clearly there on behalf of the spirit hall to help the poultry village awaken its spirit. Couldn't the village chief have guessed that? Because here are far too many villages around Soto compared to Nottingham. It would be completely impossible for the stewards of the Soto Martial Soul Branch Hall to awaken all the martial souls in the major villages in a short period of time. Therefore, the Spirit Hall of Soto City introduced an outsourcing system, specifically hiring spirit masters from outside the Spirit Hall to go to designated areas to help the villages in those areas awaken their spirits. Upon completion, you can collect your reward from the Soto City Martial Soul Branch Hall. Shrek Academy, on the other hand, is notoriously poor regarding the outsourced awakening spirit mission launched by the Soto City Spirit Branch Hall. Because you can make money from it, and you might even find a genius soul master by chance. ND and a group of Shrek Academy teachers naturally went to receive this outsourced task of awakening martial souls every year. Old Tom was puzzled when he learned that Flander had actually come to help awaken his martial soul. My esteemed soul master, you must be mistaken. The Spirit Hall has already sent people to help our poultry village awaken its spirit. However, at this moment, a strong fluctuation of soul power suddenly erupted from the Martial Soul Branch Hall, not far away. This startled Flander. Such a strong fluctuation of soul power. This should be the kind of soul power flu situation that only a martial soul with at least level 7 or 8 of innate soul power would produce. Out of curiosity, Flander quickly walked towards the window of the Spirit Hall. I saw it immediately through the window. Inside the Martial Soul Branch Hall, Ma Hongjun was already standing in the Martial Soul Awakening Array, having awakened the evil Fire Phoenix Martial Soul. Behind him emerged a mutated bird spirit. Its body engulfed in purplish-red flames, its shape somewhat resembling a phoenix, yet its form was entirely that of a chicken. After Ma Hongjun awakened his evil fire phoenix martial soul, Ji Yu Han handed him a crystal ball to test his soul power. After Ma Hongjun placed his hand on it, the crystal ball immediately emitted a dazzling blue light. This is a mutated B.I.R.D. martial soul with innate level 8 soul power and the bloodline of a phoenix. But upon discovering Ma Hongjun's martial spirit and soul power, Flander was immediately thrilled. I never expected to be so lucky. After all these years, he finally encountered a child with a benign mutation of his martial soul in this village. His martial soul is also a bird martial soul. This chubby guy with innate level 8 soul power and a bird martial soul that has mutated into the phoenix bloodline should be Flander's disciple. Thinking it over, Flander immediately turned around and strode towards the gate. Pushing open the door of the Martial Soul Branch Hall, they discovered that the gate to the Martial Soul Branch Hall had been pushed open. Ji Yu Han couldn't help but frown and look over. All I could see was the doorway. Standing there was a middle-aged man dressed in a black leather jacket, thin, with black hair streaked with white, a long face, a hooked nose, and black crystal-framed glasses. Ji Yu Han recognized the figure at a glance. Isn't this the ultimate green-haired turtle Flander who became sworn brothers with Yu Shaogang and Lu Erlong? What's this guy doing here? However, Ji Yu Han quickly figured out the reason. In the novel, both Ma Hongjun and Oscar are from commoner backgrounds and possess extraordinary talent. Oscar, for example, is a food-type soul master with innate full soul power. If the Spirit Hall awakened the spirits for the two of them, then the two of them would definitely join the Spirit Hall. But the result was no. Therefore, it is very likely why that Ma Hongjun and Oscar's martial souls were awakened by Flander or other Shrek Academy teachers. That's why Shrek Academy was able to snag a bargain. Who are you two? I have already accepted He martial soul awakening mission for this area. I should be responsible for the martial spirit awakening in this village. Who gave you permission to come here for the martial spirit awakening? FTER entering the Martial Soul Branch Hall. Flander took the initiative, his long, hook-nosed face filled with righteous indignation as he shouted angrily, questioning him. Chapter 102 Flander was stunned. Same martial spirit. How come you are so outstanding? Who sent us here to awaken our martial spirit? Unexpectedly, Flander was so arrogant when he came in, which made Ji Yu Han chuckle. However, Ji Yu Han easily guessed Flander's purpose. This must be what he just awakened Ma Hongjun's martial spirit. Flander saw that Ma Hongjun had awakened the evil fire phoenix martial soul, which had mutated into the phoenix bloodline. And also saw that Ma Hongjun's innate soul power was as high as level 8. They're trying to steal someone. But Ji Yu Han was not flustered at all. Not to mention now, he has ZG, whose strength is comparable to that of a peerless Douluo, by his side. Even if he's alone, with his current strength, he would absolutely not be afraid of Flander, whose marked IAL soul is only a four-eyed cat owl and whose cultivation is probably only a low-level soul saint. I am from the Spirit Hall. I'm here to help the children in this village awaken their spirits. Is there a problem with that? On the contrary, who are you? Are you aware that outsourcing the Spirit Awakening mission to the Spirit Branch Hall violates the rules of the Spirit Headquarters? Ji Yu Han turned to look at Flander, and said with a half-smile, people from the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing Ji Yu Han's reply, Flander's expression immediately froze. Because neither Ji Yu Han nor ZG were wearing the Spirit Hall's uniform. He originally thought that Ji Yu Han was just a colleague who had accepted a martial soul awakening mission outsourced by the Soto City Martial Soul Branch Hall. Nay. Veer expected that Ji Yu Han would be a member of the Spirit Hall. However, this is just what the kid himself said, and it may not be true. Anyway, this is for the genius whose martial soul mutated into a martial soul with phoenix bloodline and whose innate soul power is as high as level 8. Even if this kid were a member of the Spirit Hall, he wouldn't be. Boy, you claim to be from the Spirit Hall, but what proof do you have? Flanders looked unconvinced and continued to ask in a deep voice. What evidence do you want me to produce? Ji Yu Han knew exactly what Flander was thinking, so he asked directly. If you can produce proof of your identity at the Soto City Martial Soul Branch Hall, then I will naturally believe you. If you don't have it, then you're definitely lying. Flander's face, which was as long as a shoehorn and had a hooked nose, flashed with a hint of smugness in his cunning eyes. He crossed his arms and said in a deep voice. Ji Yu Han smiled faintly at Flander's words. He naturally did not possess the Soul Master certificate from the Soto City Martial Soul Branch Hall. It seems that Flander is very familiar with the Spirit Hall branch in Soto City, knows the spirit masters there, and is quite certain that he is not inside. I can't produce my identity certificate from the Soto City Martial Soul Branch Hall because I am a Soul Master from the Martial Soul Main Hall. Ji Yu Han also spoke very directly. But I know you definitely won't believe me if I say this. In the end, isn't it just that you've taken a liking to this child? Ji Yu Han pointed at Ma Hongjun. Let's stop wasting time and get to the point. What do you want to do? Seeing that Flander dared to be so rude to Ji Yu Han, Ziji's beautiful and charming face was filled with indifference and gloom. And her deep purple eyes were full of murderous intent. How dare this human be so disrespectful to the young master? Damn it. Meanwhile, old Tom, the village chief of Poultry Village, who had also run to the door, looked conflicted. Now, he understood. The two soul masters who came to their poultry village before claimed to be soul masters from the spirit hall, but they couldn't produce any evidence. The soul master who arrived later seemed to have been tasked by the Soto City Martial Soul Branch Hall to awaken the martial souls of their village. Now, both soul masters have their eyes on Hong Jun. It looks like a fight is about to break out. For a moment, old Tom felt a sense of panic and began to pray silently. The soul masters on both sides, please don't start fighting here right now. In that case, their poultry village's martial soul branch hall, and even the entire poultry village, would probably suffer. It's very simple. Upon realizing that Ji Yu Han understood his meaning, Flander pushed up his black crystal-framed glasses, a cunning and smug glint in his eyes, and said, "Since neither you nor I are from the spirit hall, we have both taken a liking to this genius. Then I, Flander, won't bully you. We'll follow the rules of soul masters and decide this kid's fate with a soul battle. How about that? They don't bully me." Hearing Flander's words, Ji Yu Han was speechless. This Flanders really is someone who wants to have his cake and eat it too. How old are you? You're 45. I'm only 10 years old this year. Although he developed faster than the average person because he had previously practiced the Holy Dragon body tempering technique. Judging from her appearance, she looks to be only around 20 years old. Just by looking at you, you're almost a full 12 years older than me. Isn't this bullying? For a moment, I thought of Tang San and Yu Xiaogang, who were also hypocritical and had their own agendas. Ji Yu Han could only say, Shrek Academy really does follow the same lineage. However, Ji Yu Han was too lazy to refute Flanders' shameless words. He's going to use his fists right now. All right, then please enlighten me, senior. Ji Yu Han smiled faintly, emphasizing the word, senior. But Flander, with his thick skin, pretended not to hear. Upon hearing that Ji Yu Han and Flander had agreed that if they decided on Ma Hongjun's ownership, they would not immediately start fighting. This relieved old Tom. Then, I immediately felt excited. Because he had heard that Ji Yu Han was going to have a soul battle with Flander. The duel between the two soul masters is something to behold at the Soto City Grand Soul Arena. That would cost at least 10 silver soul coins for the entrance fee. But today, their Poo Ltry village seems to be able to get the battle spirits of two soul masters for free. They made a killing. Outside the poultry village, a wide open space, after discussing and agreeing to determine Ma Hongjun's allegiance through a battle of spirits, Ji Yu Han, along with Ziji and Flander, arrived at the outskirts of the poultry village. Meanwhile, the villagers of Poultry Village learned that two powerful soul masters were going to have a soul battle outside the village. They were all very excited and rushed over, ready to watch the drama unfold. In the Douluo continent, a world lacking in entertainment, watching soul masters battle is a great pleasure for everyone. Kid, let's get started. As a senior, I'll give you a handicap. After standing a distance apart, Flander pretended to be magnanimous and said. After speaking, Flander immediately shouted and summoned the four-eyed cat owl martial soul, then performed martial soul possession. In an instant, Flander's figure began to grow taller. His hands transformed into eagle claws covered with bright yellow scales, and his eyes transformed into bright yellow vertical pupils. 7 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, and black, rose one after another beneath his feet. A powerful soul force pressure at the soul saint level suddenly erupted. After entering the martial soul possession state, Lander instantly activated his flight-type soul skill, unfurling a pair of soul power wings on his back and taking to the air. Ji Yu Han, you let me have one move, and I'm flying into the sky. How can you be so shameless? Ji Yu Han was utterly speechless. After activating his flight-type soul skill and taking to the sky, Flander pushed up his black crystal-framed glasses, feeling extremely proud of himself. I felt that victory was already in my grasp in this battle of spirits. Because he thought Ji Yu Han was quite young, and no matter how talented he was, his cultivation level was at most only Soul Master. But Flander is a Soul Saint. Moreover, even when hunting a rabbit, the lion used its full strength, activating its flight-type soul skill. This kid, still not admitting defeat. However, looking at Flander in the sky, Ji Yu Han showed no intention of admitting defeat. On the contrary, he curled up a sneer of disdain and mockery at Flander's shamelessness. Do you think you're the only one who can fly? Today, I will use you, Soul Saint, to test the combat power of the Dragon Knights that I form with the Holy Dragon. Holy Dragon, emerge. In an instant, as Ji Yu Han's heart stirred, a dazzling golden light burst forth from his body. Then, amidst a dragon's roar, there stood a dragon over 30 meters long and over 5 meters tall, its body covered in shimmering golden scales, its tail long and powerful. Its head sacred, majestic, and domineering. A pair of broad, golden dragon wings unfolded, and a colossal golden dragon, blotting out the sky, appeared before Ji Yu Han. In an instant, a terrifying dragon's might suddenly erupted from the holy dragon's body. At the same time, 5 spirit rings, yellow, purple, black, and black, rapidly rose from beneath Ji Yu Han's feet, encircling his body. When they saw the holy dragon that Ji Yu Han summoned, which was as huge as a small mountain, there were also 5 soul rings rising from Ji Yu Han's feet. Yellow, purple, black, and black. Flander, who was flapping his wings in the air, suddenly widened his eyes in shock and disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Flanders was screaming wildly inside. How come this kid's 4th spirit ring is already over 10,000 years old? This doesn't fit Xiao Gang's theory of maximizing the absorption of spirit rings. Moreover, is this gigantic golden dragon your martial soul? How come your martial spirit is a physical entity? Isn't this something unique to Xiao Gang's martial soul? But Xiao Gang's Luo Sanpao is so small. How come your martial spirit is so big? We're clearly using the same type of martial soul, so why is yours so much better? Chapter 103 The Dragon Knight's First Battle. A cruel struggle against Flander. Outside the poultry village, when they saw that Ji Yu Han had actually summoned a sacred, majestic, and domineering golden dragon, the villagers of Poultry Village couldn't help but gasp in surprise, finding it hard to believe what they were seeing. Wow, what a huge golden dragon. Is this really a martial spirit? But isn't it said that beast martial souls can only be possessed? Why does this soul master's martial soul seem so real? What an imposing dragon. After Ji Yu Han summoned the holy dragon martial soul, although the battle has not yet begun, one can already see the holy, majestic, and domineering appearance of the holy dragon in front of Ji Yu Han. The chubby Ma Hongjun was immediately captivated, his eyes sparkling. A deep longing arose in my heart. No, he had no intention of following that guy with a long, narrow face and a nose as sharp as an eagle's beak. He wants to follow his older brother who can summon a mighty dragon, and his older sister. And after the holy dragon was summoned, Ji Yu Han immediately took out the golden spear and leapt onto the broad back of the holy dragon. The next moment, a dragon roared. The holy dragon immediately spread its incredibly wide golden wings and began to flap them fiercely. In a gust of howling wind, it instantly flapped its wings and took flight. And after riding the holy dragon and taking flight, Ji Yu Han held a golden spear and stood on the back of the holy dragon. Near its neck, on his handsome, flawless face, a hint of fighting spirit flashed in his eyes. He smiled playfully and said, "Senior, you promised to let me have a move, so I won't hold back." For a time, it was under Ji Yu Han's control. The holy dragon immediately flapped its wings and roared, then pounced on Flander. The enormous dragon head opened its mouth, the faint crimson patterns covering its golden scales suddenly burst into a dazzling red light. The next moment, the holy dragon opened its blood-red maw and instantly spewed out crimson dragon flames that surpassed the limits. It swept towards Flanders like a raging inferno. Not good. Upon seeing the crimson dragon flames that surpassed all limits spewed out by the holy dragon, Flanders' expression changed drastically. And he felt his scalp tingle. A sudden, deadly sense of crisis rose within me. Driven by instinct, Flanders dared not be careless at all. He immediately activated his 7th soul skill, Martial Soul True Body. In midair, it transformed into a giant 4-eyed cat owl, maximizing its speed as an agile attack-type soul saint to dodge the dragon flames spewed by the holy dragon. However, as a golden dragon, the holy dragon has more than just the ability to breathe dragon fire and ice. In terms of hand-to-hand combat ability, they are equally terrifying. In the air, The holy dragon's massive body flapped its wings and flew rapidly, chasing after Flander, who had transformed into the true form of a four-eyed cat owl. While spewing out dragon fire and icy breath, it continuously slammed its massive dragon claws toward Flander. As a soul saint specializing in agility and attack, Flander dared not be hit by dragon flames and ice breath, nor dare he be struck by the holy dragon's claws. All they could do was keep dodging and weaving in a sorry state. But this is clearly not a solution. We must find a way to turn the situation around. After thinking for a while, Flander gritted his teeth and decided to start with Ji Yu Han as his breakthrough point, just like his good brother Yu Shaogang. A martial spirit is a materialized martial spirit, it cannot be possessed by a martial spirit. Under such circumstances, his strength as a soul master would certainly not be high. After making his decision, Flander, now in his true form as a four-eyed owl, turned around and let out a sharp cry. With a flap of its wings, it unleashed a series of soul skills, aiming at Ji Yu Han on the back of the holy dragon. Second soul skill, Wind Blade. Fifth soul skill, Rain of Wind Blades. Sixth soul skill, Demon Eagle Tornado. In an instant, the second, fifth, and sixth spirit rings surrounding Flander lit up. Suddenly, Flander summoned a sky full of wind blades, which rained down on the holy dragon and Ji Yu Han. At the same time, it summoned 3 tornadoes filled with wind blades, which swept in. However, when facing Flander's soul skill, Alt Huff, he was confident in the holy dragon's defense. However, Ji Yu Han still activated his second soul skill, Holy Dragon Battle Armor, instantly covering the holy dragon with a layer of golden battle armor that resembled both armor and dragon scales. Roar. The holy dragon roared, flapping its wings and waving its massive claws as it attacked the wind blades and tornadoes unleashed by Flander. A good opportunity. Upon discovering that when faced with its own soul skill, the golden dragon could only choose to block it. A flicker of excitement flashed in Flander's eyes, and he flapped his wings and flew toward Ji Yu Han, who was on the back of the holy dragon. First soul skill, Gale Tear Claw. As the four-eyed cat owl pounced on Ji Yu Han, Flander roared inwardly and activated his first soul skill. With a pair of eagle claws radiating a blue light and wreathed in fine wind blades, it reached straight down from the air to grab Ji Yu Han. But standing on the back of the holy dragon, holding a golden spear, Ji Yu Han couldn't help but laugh when he saw Flander attacking from the sky. Because my martial soul is a materialized martial soul, just like Yu Shaogang's. Do you think I, as a soul master, am an easy target? Today I'll show you what a dragon knight really is. As the giant four-eyed cat owl descended from the sky, its sharp claws slashing down with an aura that seemed to tear everything apart, Ji Yu Han, holding his golden spear, roared and unleashed the holy dragon spear technique. Sacred Dragon Spear Technique, 5th form. Raging dragon rises through the sky. Ji Yu Han AC evaded the sacred dragon golden light technique, and a layer of golden light defensive energy condensed within his body. At the same time, he thrust his golden spear fiercely at Flander. In an instant, a dazzling golden light burst forth from the sharp tip of the spear, radiating an all-consuming sharpness. It transformed into a golden dragon in midair, roaring and charging out, crashing heavily into Flander's four-eyed cat owl. In an instant, the sharp golden spear light completely disappeared into Flander's four-eyed cat owl martial soul true form. This caused Flander to feel an intense pain, as if 1,000 arrows were piercing his heart. He couldn't help but let out a mournful cry and quickly flapped his wings to fly away. At this moment, the holy dragon swatted away the 3 tornadoes that Flander had summoned with a few swipes of its claws, and shattered many of the wind blades. Although some wind blades still struck Ji Yu Han, who was on the back of the holy dragon. However, all of these sharp wind blades were blocked by the golden protective shield covering Ji Yu Han's body. This golden protective shield, although it looks like only a thin layer, is just like a sheet of paper. However, its defensive capabilities are extremely strong, enough to withstand single-target soul skills that last for thousands of years. Only a 10,000-year-old soul skill can break through the golden light shield that Ji Yu Han has condensed using the Holy Dragon Golden Light technique. After dealing with Flander's unleashed soul skill, the Holy Dragon roared and flipped in the air, grabbing Flander, who had been severely injured by Ji Yu Han's Holy Dragon Spear technique, the 5th move, Mad Dragon rifting the sky. Immediately afterwards, under Ji Yu Han's control, the Holy Drag On suddenly folded its wings and landed on the ground. Grabbing Flander's four-eyed cat owl form by its massive talons, it slammed Flander to the ground like a sledgehammer, unleashing a frenzied and brutal attack. Bang, bang, bang. Upon seeing the enormous holy dragon, it grabbed Flander, who had transformed into the true form of a four-eyed cat owl, with its dragon claws and swung it around wildly. With a series of loud bangs, the ground was smashed into huge craters by the real body of the giant four-eyed cat owl, and dirt flew everywhere. This made the villagers from the poultry village, who were watching from not far away, twitch their eyelids. My goodness, that's brutal. This guy with glasses, judging from his cultivation level of soul saint, I thought he was some kind of powerful figure. Unexpectedly, he was defeated so quickly by this soul master who was only at the soul king level, and was even brutally beaten. The difference in strength is quite significant. Originally, Flanders saw that the holy dragon was too powerful and wanted to attack Ji Yuhan as a breakthrough point. As a result, he was seriously injured by Ji Yuhan's fifth move of the holy dragon spear technique, which was comparable to a soul skill of tens of thousands of years, Mad Dragon rifting the sky. Once the holy dragon had seized the four-eyed cat owl's true form by its pair of eagle claws, it was subjected to a frenzied and brutal beating after landing on the ground. Flanders' injuries finally became too severe, and he could no longer hold on, being forced into his martial soul true form state. After the four-eyed owl's true form exploded into countless points of light. Just as Flanders was once again grabbed by the holy dragon's enormous eagle claws, he immediately withdrew from his martial soul true body. At this moment, Flanders was covered in wounds, his black leather jacket was riddled with holes and stained with blood, his mouth and nose were full of blood, and his glasses were smashed. It fell miserably from the dragon's claws and crashed to the ground. He fell into a coma. Chapter 104. Changing Fate can also obtain heavenly evolution points. Plan to 4. The martial soul team outside the palace. Village chief, it seems have won this battle of spirits. For the first time, he used the martial soul holy dragon as a mount, transforming into a dragon knight. In the air, he engaged in a fierce battle with Flanders, who was at the soul saint level. They won by overwhelming force. Ji Yuhan was quite satisfied. After putting away the golden spear, Ji Yuhan leapt off the holy dragon's back and landed on the ground. He smiled and said to old Tom, who was not far away. Yes, you've won, Soul Master. Now, how would you like to deal with Hongjun? Although Ji Yuhan was very gentle and polite. But when you see the holy dragon behind Ji Yuhan, with its enormous body. Just now, when the holy dragon grabbed Flanders in his true form as the four-eyed cat owl, his enormous eagle claws smashed him violently after he landed on the ground. This made old Tom somewhat fearful, and he tentatively asked, I've said it before, I come from the spirit hall. This chubby boy named Ma Hongjun has a benign mutation in his martial soul, and his innate soul power is at level 8, so he has great potential. I plan to bring him into our spirit hall. What do you think? Ji Yuhan said with a smile. After Ji Yuhan demonstrated his Soul King level cultivation, he crushed Flanders, who was at the Soul Saint level. Now, old Tom and the villagers of Poultry Village have no doubt about Ji Yuhan's identity. After all, apart from the prestigious Spirit Hall, where else can you find a Soul Master organization that can cultivate a genius as powerful as Ji Yuhan? With Ma Hongjun's parents excitedly agreeing, Ji Yuhan told Ma Hongjun to say goodbye to his parents, saying that he would take him away today to the Soul Master Academy. System. As Ma Hongjun said goodbye to his parents, Ji Yuhan mentally invoked the Heavenly Evolution System and opened the attribute panel. After subduing Ma Hongjun, on Ji Yuhan's attribute panel, the Heavenly Evolution Points column had actually increased by a full 5 points. Really? Ji Yuhan thought to himself. Not only can you obtain Heavenly Evolution Points by influencing the plot of Douluo continent, through important roles and by intercepting major opportunities, changing the original character's fate can also earn you Heavenly Evolution Points. After Ma Hongjun said goodbye to his parents, Ji Yuhan, along with Ziji and Ma Hongjun, boarded the Holy Dragon's back, preparing to ride it back to the Heavenly Do Imperial City. Yes, although he had subdued Ma Hongjun, Ji Yuhan did not intend to send Ma Hongjun to Wuhan City. The reason is simple. Now that Wuhan City is under Bibi Dong's control, if he sends Ma Hongjun to Wuhan City, wouldn't that send Ma Hongjun to Bibi Dong's side? But Ji Yuhan knew very well. Although he is Bibi Dong's disciple, his actual stance is on the side of Xian Douluo and Xian Runshui. Therefore, it would definitely be better to take Ma Hongjun to the Heavenly Do Imperial City. And after climbing onto the back of the Holy Dragon, as the Holy Dragon spread its wings and soared into the sky, the village below grew smaller and smaller. Ma Hongjun was very excited. His chubby face flushed red with excitement. Seeing Ma Hongjun's performance, Ji Yuhan chuckled softly, not surprised at all. Because in his previous life, he felt the same excitement and exhilaration when he first took a plane. Riding a giant dragon is an even more thrilling experience than flying in an airplane. Hongjun. As the holy dragon took flight, heading towards the heavenly Do imperial city, Ji Yu Han couldn't help but smile and call out Ma Hongjun's name. Soul Master, is there anything you need to do? Ma Hongjun was a little shy. He scratched his head and replied very respectfully. It's nothing. I just wanted to let you know that I'm not actually a member of the Spirit Hall. Because they needed to take Ma Hongjun back to the heavenly Do imperial city, in order to avoid any accidents. Ji Yu Han did not intend to tell Ma Hongjun the truth, but instead smiled and said. He was actually working for Shui Qing, the eldest prince of the Heaven Do Empire. The reason they were said to be from the Spirit Hall was to make it easier to snatch people from Flanders. Ma Hongjun was momentarily stunned to find that he hadn't joined the Spirit Hall. However, despite being a 6-year-old child raised in the countryside, Ma Hongjun currently knows absolutely nothing about mainland China. But we also know that, compared to the Spirit Hall, The eldest prince of the Heaven Do Empire is also a very prestigious figure. Therefore, Ma Hongjun didn't think too much about it. Anyway, it was this older brother who could summon a domineering dragon who helped him awaken his martial soul. Whether they take him to join the Spirit Hall or the Heaven Do Empire, he can't resist, so he has to accept it. Riding the holy dragon, Ji Yu Han quickly returned to the heavenly Do imperial city with Ma Hongjun and Ziji. After returning to the Heaven Do imperial city, Ji Yu Han immediately took Ziji and Ma Hongjun to the first prince's residence. Greetings, Your Highness the First Prince. Upon seeing Xian Runshui disguised as Shui Qing at the first prince's residence, Ji Yu Han smiled slightly and bowed to her. Then Ma Hongjun was introduced to Xian Runshui. Unexpectedly, Ji Yu Han returned with a genius with innate 8th level soul power, which greatly surprised Xian Runshui. Your name is Ma Hongjun, right? I am Shui Qing, the eldest prince of the Tiando Empire. You can call me Your Highness the First Prince. I never expected that brother Ji Yu Han would bring back such a talented person as you on this trip. Don't worry, I, Shui Qing, have always valued talent the most. I will arrange for you to study at the Tiando Royal Academy as soon as possible. As long as you focus on working for me, I will treat you well in the future. Whether it's cultivation resources or a noble title. Xian Runshui spoke to Ma Hongjun with a gentle smile. Because he was only 6 years old and came from a commoner background, Ma Hongjun didn't know much. I didn't quite understand the meaning of some of the words in Xian Runshui's words. But the little fat boy understood the noble title and the promise of not being mistreated, and he couldn't help but be very excited. Anyway, the eldest prince of the Heavenly Do Empire, that's a very prestigious title. Working under such an important person is sure to lead to a bright future. After meeting Ma Hongjun, Xian Runshui ordered her servants to take Ma Hongjun away. At this moment, inside the room, only Ji Yu Han, Xian Runshui, and Ziji remained. They're all on our side. Ji Yu Han, how did you discover this chubby kid? From an ordinary village, to have a martial soul with innate level 8 soul power mutated is extremely rare. Xian Runshui couldn't help but feel curious. I just happened to be lucky enough to find it. Ji Yu Han couldn't reveal the truth, so he could only smile and say it was luck. Oh, right, Shui, I suddenly thought of a plan. As if he had thought of something. Ji Yu Han changed the subject and said. What plan? Xian Runshui was somewhat puzzled. I call it the plan to form the Outer Palace Martial Soul Team. Ji Yu Han smiled slightly. Then he explained what the plan to form the Hall of Martial Souls team was. Actually, the plan is very simple. Ji Yu Han planned to use the immortal herbs and spiritual medicines growing around the ice and fire yin yang well to refine a pill that could evolve a martial soul, in order to help Xian Runshui subdue those top geniuses in the Heavenly Do Imperial City. For example, Feng Xiaotian, Huo Wu, Shui Binger, and Yi Lingling, etc. She instructed Xian Runshui to train all these geniuses to become titled Douluo. In the future, we will gain a powerful force outside of the Spirit Hall. Chapter 105. The Spirit Hall's true enemy is not Tang San. Ji Yu Han, I still don't understand why we had to form this martial soul team outside the palace. Xian Runshui frowned, still unable to understand. You probably don't have that many pills in your possession, do you? Why not save these pills for Grandpa Golden Crocodile, Grandpa Azure Phoenix, Grandpa Lion, and Grandpa Light Feather? And your teacher and senior classmates. Isn't this better? Although Qian Runshui was unaware of how many pills made from immortal herbs and spiritual medicines Ji Yu Han still possessed. However, Qian Runshui was certain that this elixir could evolve a martial spirit and greatly enhance one's cultivation level. Its main ingredient must be extremely precious. The quantity certainly cannot be too large. Suck. Precious things are obviously better left to our own people. I understand, you want to form this martial soul team outside the palace. They're probably worried that with my current identity as Shui Qing, I don't have any powerful figures around me who I can give orders to. But I want to train the Feng Xiaodian, Huo Wu, and Shui Binger you mentioned. I've heard of them. They are all geniuses from the great soul master families of the Heavendo Imperial City, and their innate soul power is all above level 9. But it will take a very long time to train them to the level of title Douluo. Moreover, I'm worried that if our plan fails and my identity is exposed, they might not be willing to join the spirit hall with us. Wouldn't that mean all our investment would be for nothing? In the end, Qian Runshui gave a wry smile. Although under Ji Yu Han's influence, Qian Runshui has a greater ambition and aspiration to unify the continent than in the novel. I want to be the first empress of Douluo continent. However, according to the official historical records, the Douluo continent has been divided for more than 2,000 years. Although the plan is currently progressing steadily, Qian Runshui has successfully replaced Shui Qing. The next step is to find a way to eliminate the rivals, the second prince Shui Luoquan and the third prince Shui Haikang, without arousing suspicion. He wanted to become the crown prince of the Heavenly Dou Empire. Then find a way to kill Emperor Shui and ascend the throne. Then we can begin the plan to unite with the Spirit Hall to unify the continent. But before everything was successful, Qian Runshui was still somewhat apprehensive and uneasy. Sister Shui. From Qian Runshui's last few words, Ji Yu Han could tell that Qian Runshui was somewhat uneasy. This made Ji Yu Han look at Qian Runshui seriously and say, Sister Shui, we must have confidence. You must believe that you can succeed. Aren't our plans going very smoothly right now? With me here to help, you can rest assured. Actually, the reason I want to help you form the Spirit Hall's external spirit team is not out of concern for the outside world, but out of concern for the internal workings of our Spirit Hall. As he spoke, Ji Yu Han couldn't help but sigh. Out of concern for our Spirit Hall's internal affairs. Why do you say that? Qian Ri. Enzu's beautiful eyes were filled with confusion. He saw that Qian Runshui looked puzzled. Ji Yu Han, who had already made up his mind, was also prepared to tell Qian Runshui everything about Bibi Dong. Although his primary reason for wanting to form this martial spirit team outside the palace was to obtain heavenly evolution points by changing the fates of important supporting characters such as Feng Xiaodian, Huo Wu, and Shui Binger. But why is he so eager to acquire heavenly evolution points? There's a reason for that, of course. In this life, he was born into the Spirit Hall and became lovers with Qian Runshui. Ji Yu Han knew very well that he was inextricably linked to the Spirit Hall, or more accurately, to the Spirit Hall where Qian Runshui was located. From the perspective of a time traveler, Ji Yu Han also wondered who the Spirit Hall's enemies really were. On the surface, it is Tang San. The problem is, in the original work, in the final battle at Jialing Pass, Tang San, who had been forced to grow up too fast, was no match for Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui, no matter how much he schemed. He was outmatched by Bibi Dong and was killed instantly. In the end, it was entirely the Asura god and the sea god who persuaded the food god and the seven-colored goddess to illegally interfere in the Douluo continent. Oscar and Ning Rongrong were granted divine succession. This Ga Vei the two a fusion skill that allowed them to revive, bringing Tang San back to life. The Asura god and the sea god also broke the rules again, creating a dual god entity for Tang San. They finally defeated Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui. Therefore, in essence, the Asura god and the sea god are the true enemies of the Spirit Hall. Of course, some people might think the reason why the Asura god and the sea god are helping Tang San is because they are helping their chosen successor, which is perfectly normal. But Ji Yu Han didn't think so. Because they are both inheritors of the Asura god's position. Why did the Asura god ignore Tang Chen when he faced a life or death crisis? Tang San was facing a life or death crisis, and the Asura god and the sea god just stepped in to intervene. T.S. is clearly also closely related to the Spirit Hall, which is Tang San's enemy. But from the perspective of a time traveler who has prior knowledge and subsequent knowledge of tens of thousands of years in advance. Based on the information he had, Ji Yu Han easily made a judgment from the perspective of interests. Why are the Asura god and the sea god helping Tang San so much, and why do they not want to see the Spirit Hall unify the continent? From the perspective of the Asura god, it's mainly because of Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong inherited the position of Rakshasa god. As is well known, the original owner of the Rakshasa god position was the Rakshasa god, who was a mortal enemy of the Asura god before he became a god. Both are clerical in nature and their roles are quite similar. A divine position, forged through faith, can also grow stronger by absorbing more faith power. If the spirit hall were to unify the continent and gain the faith of the entire continent, could the Rakshasa god, who also shares the Rakshasa god position, possibly become even stronger and threaten the Asura god? Even if it's just a possibility, the god of Asura doesn't want to see it. Or perhaps the Asura god simply didn't want his enemy, the Rakshasa god, to have an easy time. However, in any case, the god of Asura would certainly not want to see the spirit hall unify the continent. As for the sea god, his reason for not wanting to see the spirit hall unify the continent is even simpler. Because once the spirit hall unifies the continent, the unification of the mainland will inevitably lead to the development of soul-guided technology. Meanwhile, a unified continental empire will inevitably expand towards the endless sea. This is the unified soul guidance empire that created soul guidance devices in the previous era. The fact that they created a soul-guided device like the Dragon Abyss boat is proof of this. This clearly threatens the interests of Poseidon, the god of the sea. Therefore, the Asura god and the sea god absolutely do not want to see the spirit hall unify the continent. These two deities are the spirit hall's absolute enemies in the future. Ji Yu Han was well aware that he was facing an enemy who was both a god king and a level 1 god. He must acquire as many heavenly evolution points as possible to continuously optimize his body, soul, and martial spirit, and constantly become stronger. At the same time, they deduced a cultivation technique that surpassed the power limit of the Douluo continent. Only then could he lead the spirit hall to success, fully unify the continent and avoid its destruction. Moreover, because of his martial spirit, he also became involved with the soul beast race. Although the chances of exposure are not high, once exposed, the enemy will change from the Asura god and the sea god to the entire divine realm. This made Ji Yu Han feel even more anxious. But these things definitely can't be told to Qian Runshui right now. On the one hand, Ji Yu Han couldn't explain why he knew all this. On the other hand, this puts too much pressure on Qian Runshui. After all, Qian Runshui is still thinking about unifying the continent. But suddenly the enemy has added a legendary god. Who could accept this all of a sudden? Therefore, Ji Yu Han plans to use Bibi Dong as an explanation. Chapter 106 Qian Runshui learns about Bibi Dong's past. Faced with Qian Runshui's incomprehension, with a sigh, Ji Yu Han told Qian Runshui about Bibi Dong and Yu Shaogang. What? When they learned what had happened between Bibi Dong, Yu Shaogang, and their father Qian Zunji back then, Qian Runshui's pretty face paled, her heart churning with shock, and she was completely unable to accept reality. So that's why she disliked me so much, despised and loathed me since we were little. Qian Runshui's beautiful eyes were filled with complex emotions as she murmured to herself, her tone full of self-mockery. When she was little, all she knew was that her mother, Bibi Dong, disliked her father very much. But no one told her why. She didn't care who she asked about the matter between her father and Bibi Dong. Everyone kept quiet, and no one told her the answer. Unexpectedly, the reason Bibi Dong disliked her father was because he had broken her up with her original lover. Furthermore, she forced Bibi Dong to give birth to her. But is this the father's fault? After listening to Ji Yu Han recount the entire story, Qian Runshui didn't entirely agree. The father may have gone to extremes in his behavior. However, as the holy maiden of their spirit hall, Bibi Dong received the spirit hall's full resources for nurturing her. Moreover, they also know all the secrets of their spirit hall. But she actually fell in love with a good-for-nothing from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family who only had half a level of innate soul power. After her father rejected her request to be with this good-for-nothing, she then wants to elope with this good-for-nothing. Upon hearing this, Qian Runshui felt as if her cerebellum was about to shrink. No, Qian Runshui could not believe it at all. Bibi Dong, who had always been known for her exceptional skills and ruthlessness in the spirit hall, was now in a different world. It's unbelievable that she has such a love-obsessed side. This is absolutely insane. In any case, Qian Runshui put herself in her father Qian Zunji's position at the time and found it completely unacceptable. If Bibi Dong were to elope with that good-for-nothing from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan will have one more innate full soul power, possessing twin martial souls, and is very likely to become a peerless powerhouse who can cultivate to the limit Douluo level in the future. Furthermore, they will learn many secrets of their spirit hall. This is unacceptable to any faction. However, Xian Runshui never expected that her father would go to such extremes. They actually forced Bibi Dong, that woman, to give birth to her. However, while Xian Runshui could not accept this behavior, she could understand it. Anyway, if it were her, if they encountered such an important disciple whom their spirit hall had poured all its resources into nurturing, and who actually wanted to elope and defect with people from an opposing force, she would have him arrested and executed by slow slicing as a warning to others. However, the father, Qian Zunji, was not wrong. Bibi Dong was certainly at fault. However, her attitude towards herself is understandable. So who was the culprit who caused her so much sadness and distress since childhood? A name quietly surfaced in Qian Runshui's mind. That is, Yu Xiaoging. Through Ji Yu Han, Qian Ren Shui also learned the true nature of Yu Xiaoging. After receiving Ji Yu Han's Eastern-style imperial education, Qian Runshui also learned to think about problems from the perspective of interests. After Ji Yu Han finished recounting everything that happened between Yu Xiaoging and Bibi Dong, especially after Yu Xiaoging's childhood experiences, and his proposed 10 core competencies of martial souls and the theory of the limit of soul ring absorption. Qian Runshui also guessed it. Yu Xiaoging may not have liked Bibi Dong that much at all. Initially, their approach to Bibi Dong was most likely Zhu Ti to gain access to the hidden collection of books in their spirit hall through her. Find a way to evolve their martial spirit from there. However, after his failure, he wanted to prove himself through the theory of martial spirit. However, after listening to Ji Yu Han explain the 10 core competencies of a martial soul and the limits of soul ring absorption, Qian Runshui almost wanted to scoff. Because the 10 core competencies of martial soul are basically a collection of common sense and motivational platitudes. Moreover, the inspirational quotes inside are a blatant slap in the face to Yu Xiaoging, the one who proposed it. Yu Xiaoging seemed completely oblivious to the fact that he hadn't noticed. This is incredible. After listening to Ji Yu Han recount the events between Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaoging back then. Anyway, in Qian Runshui's heart, Yu Xiaoging's image is that of a hypocritical and shameless good-for-nothing who only knows how to seduce women but has no real skills. Standing to the side, after Ji Yu Han finished recounting the story between Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaoging, Ziji's stunningly beautiful, cold face was filled with a strange expression. I simply can't believe it. The Pope of the Spirit Hall, the most powerful force in humankind, was actually so foolish before. How could a prodigy of humankind fall in love with a good-for-nothing? This is tantamount to, oh, their dragon race falling in love with a reptile. This is simply incomprehensible to the dragon. Ji Yu Han, how did you find out about these things? Although she trusted Ji Yu Han completely, she knew that no one had told her the answers to these questions she had asked back then. Therefore, Qian Runshui was very curious about where Ji Yu Han knew these things and couldn't help but ask. I learned this from Uncle Ju. Ji Yu Han smiled and pushed everything onto Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan. Given Ju Douluo Yugan's age and experience, he had also gone through these things back then. Uncle Ju, is that Ju Douluo Yuguan? Yes. Ji Yu Han smiled and said with considerable emotion. As you probably know, I have a very good relationship with Uncle Ju and Uncle Gui. The reason I know these things is actually by chance. At this point, Ji Yu Han's eyes also revealed a complex expression. After evolving his martial soul into a golden holy dragon, he discovered that the cardinal who had NCE hunted light attribute dragon soul beasts for him still hadn't returned to the papal palace. During a visit to Chrysanthemum Douluo, he inquired about this matter and told him about it. However, in this matter, Ji Yu Han misrepresented what was originally just a minor warning from Chrysanthemum Douluo as telling him everything that happened between Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaoging back then. After learning about these things from Uncle Ju, I understood. His Holiness the Pope probably chose to take me as his disciple because my martial soul is the same as that of Yu Xiaoging. Ji Yu Han gave a self-deprecating laugh. And I successfully evolved this martial soul into the golden sacred dragon. His Holiness the Pope must be trying to use my method to curry favor with Yu Xiaoging, which is why he stopped providing me with cultivation resources. But if that were all, it would be fine. But Yu Xiaoging's dream is to become a master of martial spirit theory to prove himself, so he nightly needs to claim the method of martial spirit evolution as his own, saying that he researched and discovered it himself. And in order to help Yu Xiaoging realize his dream, His Holiness the Pope will surely shut me The true discoverer, up forever. This is not just my guess. I chuckled to myself. Ji Yu Han's attitude changed after he evolved his martial soul into the golden sacred dragon. And Bibi Dong deliberately blocked his information, preventing it from leaving Martial Soul City. She told Qian Runshui everything. Oh, so, Sister Shui, I can't really treat my teacher as a real teacher anymore. I don't even dare to go back to Wuhan City now. Ji Yu Han gave a bitter smile. Given Her Holiness's background, Sister Shui, do you really believe she would genuinely care about the Spirit Hall? I always felt that her plan to unify the continent had some other intentions. Even if we successfully unify the mainland in the future, I think she will definitely cause all sorts of trouble. And the worshippers in the Hall of Worship are all quite old, and they are certainly not as young as the titled Douluo under Bibi Dong's papal palace. Moreover, as the Pope, he must have many more soul master geniuses under her command, such as my senior sister Huliena, as well as Xie Yu and Yan. Our ancestral hall is currently facing a severe shortage of new talent. At this point, Ji Yu Han took a deep breath and said seriously. That's why I proposed the plan for the martial soul team outside the palace. I obtained more than 50 immortal herbs and spiritua medicines from Dugu Bo's herb garden that could evolve martial souls, though not hundreds. The pills produced will certainly be enough for all of you who are serving as retainers. I also saved a portion for Uncle Ju, Uncle Gui, and my senior sister. After deducting these, I still have dozens of pills that can evolve a martial soul. With so many pills, we can take out some more to recruit Feng Xiaodian, Huo Wu, and Shui Binger as new blood for our spirit hall. As for the future, all I can say is that we must believe in ourselves. And, Ji Yu Han smiled confidently and said, and even if we fail, according to my plan, we will still forge a deep friendship with them. Does that mean that when our status changes, they will disregard these friendships? Even if they don't admit it. Do you think the new person who controls the Heaven Do Empire will believe them? This chain of suspicion is very difficult to break. With a little strategy, we can easily force them to join our spirit hall. After telling Qian Runshui his thoughts, Qian Runshui thought about it and realized it made perfect sense. Nothing in this world is perfect. Then, Ji Yu Han, I'll leave this plan to you. Just let me know if you need any cooperation. Inside the room, everyone was one of our own. Qian Runshui has removed her disguise and revealed her true colors. A bright smile appeared on her exquisite and flawless face as she spoke to Ji Yu Han. What's with our relationship? Why are you asking me to do that? Ji Yu Han pinched Qian Runshui's fair and tender cheek and couldn't help but laugh as he spoke. Then, he kissed those alluring red lips. Chapter 107 The plan begins, Yi Lingling takes charge. After finalizing the plan with Qian Runshui to form the Palace Martial Soul team, Ji Yu Han quickly decided which geniuses he wanted to recruit. We definitely can't let Feng Xiaodian, who has innate full soul power, go. Next are Huo Wu and Huo Wushuang, siblings, and Shui Binger and Shui Yue, sisters. There's also Shui Wu, who can team up with Shui Binger to unleash the martial soul fusion skill, Snowflake's Falling Ice Phoenix. Of course, we also need a support-type soul master. Yi Lingling, from the Nine-Heart Begonia family, is quite good. Moreover, Ji Yu Han happens to have pills that can help these people evolve their martial souls. After the goal has been determined, Ji Yu Han went to the Dugu residence, intending to ask Dugu Bo for help in making introductions, starting with Yi Lingling from the Nine-Heart Begonia family. Because Dugu Yan and Yi Lingling are best friends, Ji Yu Han felt that Dugu Bo should also have some connection with the Nine-Heart Begonia family. My lord, would you like to visit the Nine-Heart Begonia family? Inside the Dugu mansion, Dugu Bo was somewhat surprised to learn that Ji Yu Han actually wanted to visit the Nine-Heart Begonia family. I don't know why Ji Yu Han wanted to visit the Dugu family. As for the purpose of visiting the Nine-Heart Begonia family, Ji Yu Han did not intend to hide it from Dugu Bo. He simply smiled and said, actually, the reason I wanted to visit the Nine-Heart Begonia family this time was to make a deal with them. I have a pill that can evolve the Nine-Heart Begonia martial soul and make up for its defects. And I am acting on the orders of His Highness the First Prince to form a genius team at the Heaven Do Royal Academy using the genius soul masters of the Heaven Do Empire. In the future, we hope to change the situation where our Heaven Do Royal Academy has been unable to enter the final round of the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Tournament, and win glory for our Heaven Do Empire. Therefore, I hope that Senior Dugu Bo can help me introduce the Patriarch of the Nine-Heart Begonia family. Rest assured, my lord. Dugu Bo stroked his snow-white beard and said with a smile. The 9-heart begonia family's attitude toward the flaws of their 9-heart begonia martial soul is the same as our jade phosphorus family's attitude toward jade phosphorus poison. If they knew that you, my lord, possessed a pill that could help their 9-heart begonia martial soul evolve and compensate for its deficiencies, they would surely take the initiative to seek an audience with you, my lord. And everything was just as Douluo Bo had said. After learn Ji from Douluo Bo that Ji Yu Han possessed an opportunity that could evolve the 9-heart begonia martial soul. Yi Zilan, the patriarch of the 9-heart begonia clan, was very eager and took the initiative. I've to ask Douluo Bo to convey her invitation. They hope that Ji Yu Han can visit their 9-heart begonia family as soon as possible. They will certainly welcome them with open arms. The 9-heart begonia family's residence. Welcome hall. On the agreed upon day, Ji Yu Han, accompanied by Ziji and Douluo Bo, arrived at the 9-heart begonia family's residence. At the entrance of the 9-heart begonia family's residence, dressed in a dark blue palace gown, with a tall and voluptuous figure, long dark blue hair, and a mature and beautiful appearance, Yi Zilan, the patriarch of the 9-heart begonia family, had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing Ji Yu Han, they warmly greeted him and led everyone to the reception hall. Yi Lingling was also with Yi Zilan. Young Master Ji Yu Han, IALR. Edi know the purpose of your visit from His Majesty the Poison Douluo. As long as what you say, young Master Ji Yu Han, is true. Our 9-heart begonia family is willing to obey His Highness the Crown Prince's orders from now on. I am also willing to let Lingling join His Highness the First Prince's command and obey your orders, young Master Ji Yu Han. After sitting down, Yi Zilan had the maid serve her fragrant tea and snacks. And then, with a smile, she directly expressed her attitude. Clan Chief Yi, rest assured, what I said is of course true. This can be attested to by Senior Douluo Bo, as well as Lingling's good friend Douluo Yan. Ji Yu Han smiled slightly and said the same thing. Yi Zilan smiled slightly at this. The reason she trusted Ji Yu Han so much was because of the examples of Douluo Bo and Douluo Yan. Other factions may not yet know about the evolution of Poison Douluo Bo's martial soul and the breakthrough in his cultivation. It is unknown whether Douluo Yan's martial spirit has also evolved. But she was very clear about it. After saying that, Ji Yu Han took out a small jade bottle from his void ring. This small jade bottle contains the pill that can evolve the martial spirit of your 9-heart begonia family. Its name is the exquisite pill. Have you decided who will take it? After taking out the Linglong pill refined from the 7 Wonders Linglong flower, Ji Yu Han smiled slightly and asked Yi Zilan. Of course I've already thought it through. Lingling will take it. With a touch of emotion on her mature and beautiful face, Yi Zilan sighed softly. I'm already in my 40s or 50s. Even if I take this pill and my martial spirit evolves, its future potential is also limited, and it's not certain that it can break through to the title Douluo level. It would be better to let Lingling take it. She is still young, and has great potential for the future. In the reception hall, following Yi Zilan's words, Yi Lingling walked forward and backward. Ji Yu Han handed the small jade bottle containing the Linglong pill to Yi Lingling. Afterwards, Yi Lingling sat cross-legged in the reception hall and took the Linglong pill. Soon, a dazzling pink light emanated from Yi Lingling's body. A pure white and pink 9-heart begonia martial spirit emerged from behind. But under the baptism of the Linglong pill's medicinal power, the 9-heart begonia martial soul, which was originally pure white with a hint of pink, gradually lost its pink color. It transformed into a pure white crabapple blossom, incomparably holy. With the help of the Linglong pill, Yi Lingling's cultivation level also improved significantly. Lingling, how are you? Can you feel it? After your martial soul evolved, are the flaws of our 9-heart begonia martial soul still there? Upon seeing Yi Lingling open her beautiful eyes after refining the Linglong pill's medicinal power, Yi Zilan immediately asked excitedly. Mom, I can feel it. After my martial soul evolved, that vague feeling has disappeared. After the 9-heart begonia martial soul evolved, the flaw that only allowed 2 9-heart begonia soul masters to exist at the same time should no longer exist. After carefully sensing it, a hint of excitement flashed across Yi Lingling's delicate and aloof face as she spoke in a cool voice. Very good. After successfully using the Linglong pill to evolve Yi Lingling's 9-heart begonia martial soul and get rid of its defects, Yi Zilan kept her promise and immediately instructed Yi Lingling to follow Ji Yu Han's orders at the Tiando Royal Academy. He also indicated that he would send someone to find Xian Runshui and have her take orders. In the future, if anything happens, Xian Runshui can use this clansman to gi. Vey instructions to the 9-heart begonia family at any time. Following the nine-heart begonia family, Ji Yu Han's second goal was to visit the Blazing Fire Academy. The reason for visiting Blazing Fire Academy first was naturally because fire dance was there. Feng Xiaotian is Huo Wu's devoted admirer. As long as we can get rid of my Shiranui, dealing with Feng Xiaotian would undoubtedly make things much simpler. However, Du Gubo and Huo Xiaotian, the dean of the Blazing Fire Academy, were not familiar with each other. This time, Ji Yu Han had Qian Runshui deliver the letter of inquiry to the Blazing Fire Academy. Then, on the day agreed upon in the letter, Ji Yu Han took Ziji to visit the Blazing Fire Academy. In the dean's office of Blazing Academy, Ji Yu Han met Huo Wu and Huo Wuxuang's father, Huo Xiaotian, who was also the dean of Blazing Fire Academy. Chapter 108 Haha, you've got a good eye for people. Blazing Fire Academy. Dean's office. As the father of Huo Wu and Huo Wuxuang, although Huo Xiaotian was already middle-aged, his face, which showed some signs of age, still faintly revealed the heroic and handsome features he had in his youth. At this moment, Huo Xiaotian was dressed in a crimson robe, and his long crimson hair was like a burning flame. He was sitting on a black leather sofa, smiling as he looked at Ji Yu Han. Young Master Ji Yu Han, may I ask what business His Highness the Crown Prince has that led him to send you to find me? Hee, Dean Huo, don't worry, it's naturally a good thing. Ji Yu Han smiled slightly and spoke slowly. I've long heard that Dean Huo's son and daughter are both exceptionally talented. I wonder where they are. My visit to your esteemed institution this time is actually related to your son and daughter. Is it related to Wuxuang and Xiaowu? Upon hearing this, Huo Xiaotian frowned, feeling quite puzzled. They couldn't quite understand why the eldest prince, Shui Qing, would send this young man named Ji Yu Han to visit them. They couldn't understand why the purpose of the visit was related to their son, Huo Wuxuang, and daughter, Huo Wu. Surely the eldest prince, Shui Qing, doesn't want this young man named Ji Yu Han to come and invite his son, Huo Wuxuang, and daughter, Huo Wu, to join the Heaven Dou Royal Academy. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Huo Xiaotian frowned as soon as he thought about it, shaking his head inwardly, feeling that it was impossible. In the end, the Heavenly Dou Royal Academy is just a noble academy. In terms of targeted teaching for soul masters, it is far inferior to the Five Elements Academy. Even when the Heavenly Dou Royal Academy was at its peak, none of the soul masters in their Five Elements Academy chose to send their children to study at the Heaven Dou Royal Academy. Unless, of course, they have other tasks on their shoulders besides studying. Now, the Heavenly Dou Royal Academy is far from what it used to be. The eldest prince, Shui Qing, shouldn't be so overconfident. It would be better to have this kid named Ji Yu Han invite Wuxuang and Xiaowu to join the Heavenly Dou Royal Academy. However, although he thought this way in his heart, Huo Xiaotian remained expressionless on the surface and asked with curiosity and doubt. Oh, it's related to Wuxuang and Xiaowu. I am indeed quite curious, and I would appreciate it if young Master Ji Yu Han could enlighten me. Hee. Ji Yu Han smiled slightly and didn't hide anything, speaking directly. Actually, I was entrusted by His Highness the First Prince to form a team of geniuses. Currently, Yi Lingling, the daughter of Madame Yi Zilan, the patriarch of the Nine-Heart Begonia family, has agreed to join. Ji Yu Han also told Huo Xiaotian everything he had said to Yi Zilan. As also stated that Yi Lingling had joined. Upon hearing this, Huo Xiaotian burst into laughter, chuckling to himself. Tell me, young Master Ji Yu Han, what is His Highness the First Prince thinking? The students of our Five Elements Academy all chose to join us because their martial soul attributes correspond to the attributes of our Five Elements Academy. Our students have always valued ability, not noble titles after graduation. My son Wuxuang and my daughter Xiaowu are the same. Please convey my thanks to His Highness the Crown Prince for his kindness. However, please forgive me for declining this invitation on behalf of my son Wuxuang and daughter Xiaowu. Dean Huo. Wait. Upon hearing Huo Xiaotian's refusal, Ji Yu Han smiled and said calmly. Dean Huo, I haven't finished speaking yet. I know that the education your son and daughter will receive if they join our Heavenly Dou Royal Academy will certainly not be as good as it is at your esteemed academy. However, please believe me, Dean Huo. Since His Highness the First Prince dared to send me to extend an invitation, he certainly wouldn't be doing it without any real intention. We have also prepared compensation for your son and daughter, which will definitely satisfy them and Dean Huo. There will definitely be enough cultivation resources for the future. Ha. Compensation. Huo Xiaotian couldn't help but laugh, as if to say, I don't like money, and sighed. Young Master Ji Yu Han, I can feel the sincerity of His Highness the First Prince. But I'm sorry, my family doesn't like worldly things. No matter what compensation you offer, young master, for the sake of Wushwang and Xiaowu's future, as their father, I have no choice but to refuse. In Huo Xiaodian's mind, Ji Yuhan wanted his consent. He wanted his son, Huo Wushwang, and daughter, Huo Wu, to join the Heaven Do Royal Academy and this so-called genius team. The compensation must be a 100,000-year soul ring, a 100,000-year soul bone, and an external soul bone. It could even be a legendary opportunity that allows one's martial soul to evolve. These things. But unfortunately, Huo Xiaodian didn't believe that Ji Yu Han could represent Xian Runshui in providing these things. In his view, Ji Yu Han could at most represent Xian Runshui and offer a large amount of gold soul coins, noble titles, and fiefdoms as compensation. But he didn't care about any of them. After saying that, Huo Xiaodian was prepared to end the topic immediately after Ji Yu Han finished answering. But Ji Yu Han's expression turned somewhat strange. And he couldn't help but smile and sigh softly. Oh, I never expected Dean Huo to regard money as dirt. I thought that as long as we offered enough compensation to Dean Huo, we could persuade you to let your son and daughter join our Heaven Do Royal Academy. Actually, the compensation I plan to offer your son and daughter on behalf of His Highness the First Prince is an opportunity for their martial spirit to evolve. Since Dean Huo doesn't like such vulgar things, then let's just forget about it. What? When Huo Xiaodian heard Ji Yu Han say that the compensation he was going to offer was actually an opportunity for martial soul evolution, he was dumbfounded. Is it true or false? Huo Xiaodian was filled with disbelief for a moment. But considering that Ji Yu Han came on behalf of the eldest prince, Shui Qing, he shouldn't be lying about this matter. What's wrong, Dean Huo? Upon noticing that Huo Xiaodian had suddenly froze, Ji Yu Han understood what was going on and couldn't help but smile knowingly as he asked. This time, however, it was Huo Xiaodian's turn to shamelessly offer his services. Young Master Ji Yu Han, the compensation you just mentioned is an opportunity for my Wushwang and Xiaowu to evolve their martial souls. Is this true? Of course it's true, but I originally thought that as long as I could offer enough compensation, Dean Huo would agree. I didn't expect that Dean Huo isn't the kind of person who would be moved by worldly things. Let's just forget about it. I'll go find someone else. Ji Yu Han smiled slightly, but shook his head and sighed, then got up to leave. Hey. But Huo Xiaodian quickly stepped forward and grabbed Ji Yu Han, smiling ingratiatingly. Young Master Ji Yu Han, you have a very good eye for people. Who says I won't agree? Quote. In fact, nothing in this world is absolute. As long as His Highness the Crown Prince provides sufficient compensation, allowing my Wushwang and Xiaowu to represent the empire in the future and strive for glory, I will certainly agree to such an honor. It's all for the children's future. By the way, what exactly is the opportunity for the evolution of this martial soul? Chapter 109. The martial soul team outside the palace is officially established. Regarding the opportunity that Ji Yu Han mentioned for his son Huo Wushwang and daughter Huo Wu to evolve their martial souls. Filled with curiosity and anticipation, Huo Xiaodian couldn't help but ask. Dean Huo sent your son and daughter here, so he naturally knows what this opportunity is. Whether what I said is true or false. Ji Yu Han sat down again, smiled slightly, and said. With anticipation and eagerness, Huo Xiaodian immediately summoned a teacher. He was sent to find his daughter, Huo Wu, and son, Huo Wushwang. Not long after, accompanied by the sound of footsteps, there stood a tall, slender girl dressed in a magnificent long dress that resembled an evening gown, entirely crimson with gold patterns. Her long, crimson hair was tied up at the back of her head with a hairpin, and her exquisitely beautiful face, radiating a heroic spirit, bore a flame-shaped mark between her brows. Another tall, handsome young man, dressed in a crimson, tight-fitting suit, with light yellow, shoulder-length hair, walked in from outside the door. Wushwang, Xiaowu. Upon seeing Huo Wushwang and Huo Wu, Huo Xiaodian's eyes lit up. He quickly stood up and went to greet them, then introduced Ji Yu Han to Huo Wushwang and Huo Wu. This is young Master Ji Yu Han. Young Master Ji Yu Han. Although they didn't know their father's meaning, Huo Wu and Huo Wushwang were still very confused and puzzled. However, she still gave Ji Yu Han a slight bow. As for Murasaki, because regardless of their behavior upon entering, it was after Ji Yu Han sat down. The way ZG massaged Ji Yu Han's shoulders was completely unlike that of a titled Douluo. This led Huo Xiaodian, Huo Wushwang, and Huo Wu to believe that Ziji was merely Ji Yu Han's maid. Therefore, he did not pay his respects to Murasaki. But Murasaki didn't care about that. Young Master Ji Yu Han, Wushwang and Xiaowu have arrived. Could you show us what the opportunity for this martial soul's evolution is? After Huo Wushwang and Huo Wu arrived, Huo Xiaodian asked with anticipation and eagerness in his eyes. Ji Yu Han smiled slightly and took out 2 small jade bottles from his void ring. The opportunities for the evolution of your martial soul lie within them. These 2 small jade bottles each contain 2 pills that can help your son and daughter evolve their martial souls. As long as they take this pill and refine it, their martial souls will be able to evolve. And at the same time, your cultivation level will also be greatly improved. Your son should take the Fire Dragon pill from this bottle, and your daughter should take the Fire Rose pill from this bottle. The 2 bottles of pills in Ji Yu Han's hand. They were made using a magical herb called Fire Dragon Grass and a spiritual herb called Fire Dance Rose as the main ingredients. Fire Dance Rose. Concept art. At the Eye of Ice and Fire. Because of its ice and fire attributes, and because the body of the Ice and Fire Dragon King is buried underground. As a result, many immortal herbs and spiritual medicines with ice and fire properties and dragon energy were born. The Earthworm Golden Melon is definitely not an isolated case. Like the Earth Dragon Golden Melon, the Fire Dragon Grass is a divine herb possessing dragon blood. It grew near the extremely hot Yangchang in the Eye of Ice and Fire, absorbing the extremely hot Yang energy and dragon energy, and was eventually conceived. Its effect is quite simple. It has the ability to evolve fire attribute dragon-type martial souls. As for the Fire Dance Rose, it is a spiritual herb that is almost like a divine herb. However, it is not yet considered a divine herb. It is similar to the 9th grade purple Ganoderma. However, after the alchemical scriptures derived from the Tianyan system were transformed from the rotten to the miraculous. The Fire Rose pill, refined from Fire Dance Rose, happens to possess the ability to evolve Fire Dance's Fire Shadow martial soul. Can these 2 tiny pills really allow a martial soul to evolve? After Ji Yu Han handed The Fire Dragon pill and the Fire Rose pill to Huo Wushwang and Huo Wu respectively. They saw the 2 pour out the pills from the small jade bottle. They discovered that what could evolve a martial soul was actually just 2 pills about the size of a longan seed, which looked like sugar pills, but were crystal clear and as beautiful as jade. Huo Xiaodian still found it somewhat unbelievable. However, under Ji Yu Han's instructions, upon learning that the pills in their hands could evolve their martial souls, Huo Wu and Huo Wushwang were already quite impatient. The 2 of them sat cross-legged in the dean's office and swallowed the pills in their hands at once. In an instant, dazzling crimson light burst forth from the 2 of them. In a dazzling crimson light, emerging from behind Huo Wushwang was a Tyrannosaurus rex. Enormous and robust in size, covered in crimson scales, with a single horn growing from its ferocious and domineering head. As for the one that emerged from behind Huo Wu, it was a Huo Ying martial spirit wearing a crimson dress, whose appearance was almost identical to Huo Wu's, but whose figure was like a shadow. After taking the elixir, under the baptism the medicinal power of Fire Dragon pill and Fire Rose pill. Behind Huo Wushwang, the one-horned firestorm dragon martial soul was undergoing a rapid transformation. Not only did it become larger, but its short, thick front claws became as long and strong as its hind claws, and the crimson dragon scales on its body became even darker. On its back, a pair of incredibly wide crimson dragon wings grew. And the single horn on its forehead fell off, with 2 more pairs of majestic, upright, and backward curving crimson dragon horns growing on its sides. It transformed directly from a ground DWE Ling sub-dragon into a flying giant dragon capable of soaring through the sky. Meanwhile, the Naruto spirit behind Huo Wu's body has become more solid in color, and her crimson dress has become more gorgeous and noble. The head ornaments became more numerous and exquisite, resembling a phoenix crown. Her crimson dress, paired with the phoenix crown on her head, made her look like a phoenix crown draped in rosy clouds. Haha, it's actually true. They discovered that after consuming the pills given to them by Ji Yu Han, their son Huo Wushwang and daughter Huo Wu's martial souls had actually evolved. Huo Xiaodian was overjoyed and wanted to laugh out loud 3 times. Previously, although Huo Wu and Huo Wushwang had strong talents, their innate soul power was only level 9 and level 8, respectively. He can't be considered a top-tier genius. However, after their martial souls evolved, both of their martial souls probably became top-tier martial souls with innate full soul power. After Ji Yu Han successfully helped Huo Wu and Huo Wushwang evolve their martial souls, Huo Xiaodian was naturally extremely satisfied with this compensation. He immediately agreed to let Huo Wu and Huo Wuxuang transfer to the Heaven Dou Royal Academy. From now on, I will join Ji Yu Han's genius team and follow Ji Yu Han's orders. Although Huo Xiaodian had always planned for his son and daughter to join the Blazing Fire team of their Blazing Fire Academy in the future. In the future, they will participate in the All-Continental Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange competition and win glory for Blazing Fire Academy in the competition. But no amount of glory can compare to the rare and precious benefit of martial soul evolution. And who says that the outstanding achievements of their son and daughter in joining the Heaven Dou Royal Academy can't be considered an honor for their Blazing Fire Academy? Ultimately, it all depends on how you say it. After Ji Yu Han successfully recruited Huo Wuxuang and Huo Wu for the next event, Ji Yu Han headed to Shenfeng Academy. They learned that the goddess Huo Wu had transferred to Tian Dou Royal Academy and joined Ji Yu Han's genius team. Ji Yu Han has NT even said what compensation he will give Feng Xiaodian yet. Feng Xiaodian almost caused a huge uproar by wanting to join Ji Yu Han's genius team. This infuriated Feng Xiaodian's father, Feng Xingyan. However, in the end, Ji Yu Han still gave Feng Xiaodian the martial soul evolution pill that belonged to him. The martial soul evolution pill given to Feng Xiaodian was made from a kind of immortal herb called wind riding grass. It is called Shenfeng Dan. Windgrass. Concept art. After taking the elixir, Feng Xiaodian's martial soul evolved from the Gale 2-headed demon wolf to the Gale 3-headed demon wolf. And its attribute also evolved to the ultimate wind attribute. Finally, Ji Yu Han went to Tianshui Academy. By consuming 1 point of heavenly evolution point, the alchemical text can be deduced again. Using the newly acquired 2.0 version of the alchemical text, a formula for refining the extreme ice pill using the 8-cornered mystic ice grass and numerous ice attribute spiritual herbs was derived. This allowed Shui Binger, Shui Yue, and Shui Wu's martial souls to evolve once again. But after seeing that the 3 women's martial souls had truly evolved, Dean Shui Linglong of Tianshui immediately agreed to allow the 3 girls to transfer to Tiandou Royal Academy. Join Ji Yu Han's genius team. Thus, the martial soul team outside the palace was officially established. Chapter 110 Breaking Through Level 60, Bibi Dong. Xiao Gang, I've come to find you. In the blink of an eye, more than a year has passed. After subduing Yi Lingling, Huo Wu, Huo Wuxuang, Feng Xiaodian, Shui Binger, Shui Yue, and Shui Wu. Because of the change in the fate of the 7 people, Ji Yu Han gained 24 heavenly evolution points in one go. Adding the original 7 points, it finally recovered to 31 heavenly evolution points. Now, Ji Yu Han can further optimize the Golden Dragon Martial Soul by consuming another 15 heavenly evolution points, evolving it into the Golden Dragon King. However, Ji Yu Han did not intend to evolve his martial soul Holy Dragon into the Golden Dragon King right now. The reason is simple. Although evolving his martial Su L from the Golden Sacred Dragon to the Golden Dragon did not attract the attention of the God Realm. But it's uncertain if he upgrades his martial soul from Golden Dragon to Golden Dragon King. His strength is not enough yet. It's definitely best not to attract the attention of the Divine Realm. In any case, he has already completed the deduction and development of all the cultivation technique and martial arts that needed to be upgraded and developed. This time, of the 31 heavenly evolution points obtained, about 15 can be retained. If needed in the future, the martial Su L can be evolved from the Golden Dragon to the Golden Dragon King again at any time. There's no need to rush. Since we plan to use about 15 more heavenly evolution points, Ji Yu Han originally planned to use the 15 heavenly evolution points again to optimize his physique. The innate physical body is further optimized and upgraded to an innate spiritual body. In this way, the cultivation speed will become faster. Unfortunately, upgrading an innate body to an innate spiritual body requires 30 heavenly evolution points. After thinking about it, Ji Yu Han decided to settle for second best. I plan to first spend 15 heavenly evolution points to make up for my shortcomings and optimize my soul from Yin God to Yang God. Meanwhile, Huo Wu, Feng Xiaodian, Shui Binger, and 3 others transferred to Tian Dou Royal Academy. In addition, there was Yi Lingling, who was already studying at the Heaven Dou Royal Academy. Ji Yu Han also began training the 7 people. Using the 2.0 version of the alchemical text, Ji Yu Han refined various elixirs. There is a body strengthening pill made primarily from whale glue to enhance physical fitness. There is also the condensing essence pill, which is made primarily from Ganoderma lucidum and ginseng and is used to strengthen the body's foundation and increase cultivation speed. Through taking these pills, coupled with the training specially designed by Ji Yu Han, they were able to achieve their goals. The cultivation and strength of Huo Wu, Feng Xiaodian, Shui Binger, and the other 6 were also rapidly improving. The cultivation speed is much faster than in the original novel. During this period, it was discovered that the heaven and earth shattering technique could not only pull people's consciousness into an illusionary cycle of reincarnation, but also subtly influence people. While training Huo Wu, Feng Xiaodian, and Shui Binger, a total of 7 people, Ji Yu Han also used the heaven and earth shattering technique to subtly increase the 7 people's trust and respect for him. Although Ji Yu Han was confident, even if Qian Runshui is eventually exposed, she is not afraid that her investment in Huo Wu, Feng Xiaodian, and Shui Binger will go down the drain. But if it's an extra layer of insurance, who would refuse? More than a year later, although Ji Yu Han's cultivation level has now reached the Soul King level. However, thanks to the upgraded Holy Dragon Golden Light technique, which allows for faster cultivation, it is still viable. There is also the innate body that, after optimization and upgrade, can automatically absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In just over a year, Ji Yu Han raised his cultivation level from level 56 to level 60. It's time to head back to the Stardow Great Forest and prepare to choose the soul beast needed for my 6th soul ring. Meanwhile, in Wuhan City, inside the magnificent papal palace, Bibi Dong sat regally on the throne in a grand hall, holding the papal scepter. Her mature, beautiful, and dignified face was full of majesty. Before him, a cardinal knelt on one knee and said respectfully, "Your Holiness, my men have already seized the crimson jade dragon blood fungus. Have you received it yet?" Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong gripped the papal scepter tightly, her beautiful face radiating elegance and grace. A hint of excitement and surprise flashed deep within her beautiful eyes. "Xiao Gang, I've finally prepared everything you need for your martial soul evolution. You wait, I'm coming to find you right away." A few days later, using the excuse of going into seclusion, Bibi Dong secretly left Wuhan City and quietly arrived in Notting City. Looking at the small town in front of me, which is neither particularly majestic nor large in area. Wearing a black robe that concealed her graceful figure, Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes were filled with excitement. She couldn't help but take a deep breath and quietly entered the city. After entering Notting City, Bibi Dong arrived at Notting Academy. With Bibi Dong's cultivation level, she naturally entered Notting Academy without attracting anyone's attention. Then, I asked the teacher. She quickly found the dormitory building where Yu Xiaogang lived and went over there. The aura of a title Douluo. Who exactly are they, and why have they come to Notting College? In the shadows, Tang Hao spotted Bibi Dong. And his brows furrowed, filled with suspicion and uncertainty. He simply couldn't understand it. Why would a titled Douluo other than him visit a remote border town like Notting City? However, after learning about the dormitory where Yu Xiaogang lived, Bibi Dong arrived in front of the dormitory building, then leapt into the air and entered the dormitory floor where Yu Xiaogang lived. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang was in the dormitory, teaching Tang San about the theoretical knowledge of spirit beasts and spirit masters. Creak. Suddenly, the dormitory door was pushed open. Upon hearing the sound, Yu Xiaogang immediately frowned and turned to look. Although Bibi Dong was dressed in a black robe, which concealed her graceful figure and most of her beautiful face. But through the pinkish-purple hair peeking out from under the black robe and the familiar aura emanating from it, Yu Xiaogang recognized him quickly, and his body trembled, a complex expression appearing on his stiff face. "Xiaogang, it's been a long time." Upon seeing Yu Xiaogang, Bibi Dong was also unable to contain her excitement. Although her elegant and beautiful face remained calm and composed, she simply smiled faintly. But deep within those beautiful eyes lay affection and love. Does she know the teacher? Hearing Bibi Dong call out, "Xiaogang," and seeing the teacher's stiff and complicated expression, Tang San couldn't help but feel very curious. Upon discovering that Bibi Dong was actually quite beautiful, Tang San became even more curious. Although he could vaguely guess that the teacher's past experiences were probably quite extraordinary. But he really didn't know how his teacher and such a beautiful woman met. Moreover, judging from the situation, the two seemed to have had a rather unusual relationship before. "Bibi Dong, what brings you here?" Unexpectedly, after so many years, Bibi Dong would suddenly come looking for him again. Yu Shi. Aogong felt very complicated and nervous. After glancing at Bibi Dong and then at his disciple Tang San beside him, Yu Xiaogang took a deep breath, his expression returning to its stiffness, and said indifferently. Didn't you say I was a piece of trash and didn't deserve to be with you? Now that I've left, why are you looking for me again? As he spoke, a self-deprecating smile appeared on Yu Shaoging's lips. The Buddha, appearing deeply wounded by love, spoke in an indifferent and sorrowful tone. Chapter 111 Bibi Dong meets Yu Shaoging, the temptation of martial soul evolution. Xiao Gang. Seeing Yu Shaoging's appearance and hearing his indifferent and sorrowful tone, Bibi Dong felt a pang of pain in her heart. Thinking back to how she protected Shaoging from that disgusting man's clutches. Only by saying things that would hurt him so much could he be forced to leave Wuhan City. This clearly caused Shaoging a huge emotional trauma. It's something Shaoging still can't forget. This made Bibi Dong feel incredibly guilty and heartbroken. But the reason she came to Shaoging this time was to help him evolve his martial soul and make up for the trauma she caused him back then. Seeing Yu Shaoging's self-deprecating expression, Bibi Dong's eyes reddened, and she said with great guilt and sadness. I'm sorry, Shaoging. I didn't say those things on purpose back then, I had no choice. I know that what I said hurt you very badly. Over the years, I have actually felt pain, guilt and sadness because of this incident. But it is precisely because I know that I have hurt you so deeply that I don't know how to face you. That's why for so many years, I haven't dared to look for you, much less come to see you. Listening to Bibi Dong's words, filled with immense guilt and emotion. The tension and guilt that had been plastered on Yu Shaoging's stiff face vanished instantly. That scared me to death. Yu Shaoging secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Only family members know their own affairs. Bibi Dong always believed that their meeting and falling in love was fate. But as the person involved, Yu Shaoging is very clear about it. All of this has nothing to do with fate. Rather, it was his calculation and scheme. The reason he left the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan to join the Spirit Hall. All of this was in order to find a way to evolve the Spirit Luo Sanpao from the Spirit Hall. But unfortunately, given his talent, even the Spirit Hall refused to let him join. If he hadn't revealed his identity as the youngest son of Blue Tyrant Douluo Yu Yuanjun, the Spirit Hall would never have accepted him. But even after joining the Spirit Hall, given his status at the time, he could only read some of the most basic books on soul masters. However, none of these books contain any method for evolving a martial spirit. This left Yu Shaoging with no choice but to find a way to access the hidden books of the Spirit Hall. And then, in the library, he met Bibi Dong. Who was there to read books? Upon learning his identity, Yu Shaoging immediately conceived a bold idea. That is to use Bibi Dong to access the Spirit Hall's hidden library. Originally, his only thought was to become friends with Bibi Dong. After all, Bibi Dong was the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall, possessing exceptional talent. Yu Shaoging felt it was quite an achievement to become friends with him. But unexpectedly, Bibi Dong was utterly foolish. She actually fell in love with him after being easily fooled a few times. Bai Dong is stupid. Yu Shaoging knew, however, that the higher-ups of the Spirit Hall were not stupid. They used Bibi Dong to secretly read the Spirit Hall's hidden books. Even with Bibi Dong's encouragement. Plagiarism. Cough cough. Summarizing the content of the books read in Martial Soul City, while proposing the 10 core competencies of martial soul and the theory of the limit of soul ring absorption. Yu Shaoging was actually quite guilty inside. They were afraid of being discovered by the higher-ups of the Spirit Hall. Then one day, Bibi Dong found him and said a series of cold and sarcastic things to him. At that time, Yu Shaoging was indeed overwhelmed with grief and anger. But deep down, Yu Shaoging knew the same thing. This was certainly not Bibi Dong's original intention. Bibi Dong knew from the beginning that he was a good for nothing. But precisely because of this, Yu Shaoging knows even better. This was most likely instructed by the higher-ups of the Spirit Hall. He's probably been discovered. At that time, Yu Shaoging was afraid that the higher-ups of the Spirit Hall would take action against him. Naturally, fueled by grief and sorrow, he immediately turned tail and fled from Wuhan City. Later, Yu Shaoging was also worried that the higher-ups of the Spirit Hall would reveal his true colors to Bibi Dong. This enraged Bibi Dong so much that she even came to kill him. However, it seems that it doesn't exist now. Even though Bibi Dong has become the Pope of the Spirit Hall, she still seems to be the same Bibi Dong she was back then. Then, they saw Bibi Dong looking extremely guilty. Yu Shaoging suddenly felt he had Bibi Dong completely under his control, and a self-deprecating expression appeared on his stiff face as he spoke. Then how dare you come to see me now? And then Yu Shaoging asked about this. Bibi Dong took a deep breath, and the sadness and guilt on her pretty face quickly disappeared, replaced by confidence. However, She didn't speak immediately, but looked at Tang San instead. Xiao Gang, who is he? He is my disciple, Tang San. Yu Xiaogang stood with his hands behind his back and said in a deep voice. Could you ask him to leave for a moment? I need to tell you about what happens next in private. Bibi Dong said very seriously. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaogang hesitated for a moment, but ultimately asked Tang San to go out first. He was also afraid that Bibi Dong might say something that would damage his image in front of Tang San. Xiao Gang, I've found a way to evolve your martial spirit. After Tang San left the dormitory, Bibi Dong took a deep breath. Her mature, beautiful, and elegant face flashing with anticipation and excitement, and then spoke. What? Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaogang's expression changed drastically. Donger, are you telling the truth? Upon learning that Bibi Dong had found a way to evolve his martial soul, Yu Xiaogang immediately changed his address for Bibi Dong to Donger. Certainly. Hearing Yu Xiaogang finally call her Donger again, Bibi Dong was overjoyed and felt incredibly sweet inside. With a smile on her mature, beautiful, and elegant face, she said confidently. Moreover, this method has already been proven. After speaking, Bibi Dong also told Yu Xiaogang about Ji Yu Han's situation. Is there really someone in this world with the same martial spirit as me? Upon hearing of Ji Yu Han's presence, Yu Xiaogang muttered to himself, filled with disbelief. At the same time, deep down there was also a strong sense of jealousy. Because evolving the martial soul Lu O Sanpao was something even Grandmaster Yu Xiaogang hadn't accomplished. How could a little kid do that? Xiao Gang, come back to Wuhan City with me. I have prepared enough resources for your martial soul to evolve. My disciple Ji Yu Han's innate soul power level is even lower than yours, yet he has used these resources to evolve his martial soul into the legendary Golden Sacred Dragon. You can do it too. After Ji Yu Han finished speaking, Bibi Dong immediately took Yu Xiaogang's hand with earnest eyes and said. This. Yu Xiaogang was very hesitant and conflicted. He learned that Bibi Dong could actually help him evolve his martial soul, Luo Sanpao, into the legendary Golden Sacred Dragon martial soul of his family. Yu Xiaogang naturally wanted to agree to Bibi Dong's request. Compared to becoming a master of martial spirit theory, what Yu Xiaogang truly pursued was the evolution of martial spirits. The reason why they want to become masters of martial spirit theory is they can't find a way to evolve their martial spirits, so they settle for second best. Now that a way to evolve a martial soul has been found, how could he not want to agree? However, his disciple Tang San is the son of his idol. Hooshan Douluo Tang Hao. Yu Xiaogang knew that Tang Hao, the Hooshan Douluo, had a deadly feud with the Spirit Hall. He would only go without his disciple Tang San. If we bring him along, it could be dangerous if Tang San's identity as a disciple is discovered. Chapter 112 Yu Xiaogang and Tang San joined the Spirit Hall. What's wrong, Xiaogang? Don't you want Sanpao to evolve? Seeing that Yu Xiaogang was actually hesitating, Bibi Dong was very puzzled and couldn't help but ask anxiously. Mingming wants his martial soul to evolve, which is probably what Xiaogang desires most. Even though I said I could help Xiaogang evolve his martial soul, Xiaogang still wouldn't agree to go back to Wuhan City with me. Why? Yu Xiaogang sighed, but with his hands behind his back. He sighed with the demeanor of a master. If it were me in the past, I would definitely have agreed to Donger's request without hesitation. After all, I know you wouldn't lie to me, Donger. But now, I'm not just the master Yu Xiaogang, I'm also Xiao San's teacher. As a teacher, I naturally have to consider my students. Upon hearing Yu Xiaogang's answer, a Florida shish of fervent admiration and worship appeared in Bibi Dong's eyes. This is Xiao Gang, the guy she likes. Not only does she possess unparalleled wisdom and talent, but she is also such a responsible teacher. Even when faced with the temptation of martial soul evolution, they did not forget their disciples. Intelligent and responsible, this is the kind of man I should love. Xiao Gang, what's so hard about deciding this? You and your mistress will come back to Wuhan City with me. In our spirit city, whether it's the infrastructure that supports spirit masters' cultivation or the cultivation resources, it's far superior to Nodding Academy. With your extraordinary wisdom and outstanding mentoring abilities, Xiaogang, you will surely nurture Xiaosan into a successful person. Bibi Dong, mature and beautiful, smiled slightly on her elegant and noble face. Without waiting for Yu Xiaogang's reply, she turned around and pushed open the door. The mistress. After stepping out of the room, Bibi Dong immediately called out to Tang San. After Tang San walked over, Bibi Dong immediately smiled and asked him. Little San, I am Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, and a friend of your teacher. I have now found a way to evolve your teacher's martial spirit, and I want to take your teacher back to Martial Spirit City. But your teacher still can't let you go. So, would you like to come back to Wuhan City with us? In our Wuhan City, we have all kinds of training facilities for Soul Masters, such as Soul Master Training Rooms, Soul Master Training Grounds, and Martial Soul Simulation Training Grounds. And I guarantee that I will also provide you with sufficient cultivation resources. How about it? Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Tang San was immediately captivated. However, upon secretly learning that Bibi Dong was actually the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Tang Hao became somewhat anxious. However, Bibi Dong was also a title Douluo. When Bibi Dong entered Yu Xiaoging's dormitory, Tang Hao didn't dare to get too close for fear of being discovered. So at the beginning, they didn't hear about Bibi Dong's identity at all. Now I've heard it. But Bibi Dong is with her son Tang San. So he can't send a telepathic message to tell his son not to go. Because it's easier to detect that way. This made Tang Hao extremely anxious. And Bibi Dong. I do. Upon hearing that Bibi Dong could actually help her teacher Yu Xiaoging evolve his martial soul, and that she had also made many promises to him, Tang San naturally suppressed his excitement. And respectfully expressed his willingness. Before learning about the hatred between Tang San and the Spirit Hall, Tang San actually had a very good impression of the Spirit Hall. I learned that going to Wuhan City would bring so many benefits. Who wouldn't want that? The mistress. Unexpectedly, the mistress agreed immediately, but Yu Xiaoging's lips twitched a few times, feeling somewhat helpless. He didn't immediately agree to Bibi Dong's request, and of course, it wasn't because of Tang San. It was Tang San's father, the Haoshan Douluo Tang Hao. Mistress, you haven't asked your father about these things yet. Yu Xiaoging could only say helplessly. A teacher for a day is a father for life. Tang San spoke to Yu Xiaoging with great respect and seriousness. In my heart, you are my other father. Evolving your martial spirit is your lifelong dream, teacher. How could I possibly hinder your dream because of me? As for my father, I believe he would definitely agree. After all, the Spirit Hall is a good force, and if I go to Spirit City, I can enjoy better cultivation conditions and resources. My father would never let me refuse such a good opportunity. A teacher for a day is a father for life. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Bibi Dong's eyes lit up with admiration, and she cheered inwardly, feeling even more respect and worship for Yu Xiaoging. As expected of Xiao Gang, he was even so excellent at teaching his disciples. This child already considers Xiaoging his father. Oh, if your father really agrees, that would be the best. Hearing Tang San's words, Yu Xiaoging was both amused and exasperated. However, he was reluctant to give up the idea of going to Wuhan City to evolve his Wuhan Luo Sanpao into a golden sacred dragon. So he looked around and pretended to sigh loudly. In reality, they were asking Tang Hao for his thoughts. In Yu Xiaoging's view, Tang Hao must still be hiding around, secretly protecting Tang San. In Yu Xiaoging's view, Bibi Dong's cultivation level must not have reached the title Douluo level yet. So when he asked that question, Tang Hao would definitely give him an answer. If you don't answer, then that means you're tacitly agreeing. And after he finished speaking, after waiting for a while, Yu Xiaoging did not receive a message from Tang Hao, and he couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. It seems that His Majesty the Jade Emperor has agreed to let Xiao San leave with me to Wuhan City. That makes sense, really. As long as Xiao San doesn't expose the Clear Sky sect, she can just use the blue silver grass martial soul. Who would have thought that the mistress would be the son of the Jade Emperor? He sent his mistress to Wuhan City to freeload the cultivation resources of the Wuhan Hall. This is using the enemy's resources to make one's own people stronger. It strengthened itself while weakening the enemy. It was perfect. That's definitely what His Majesty Haoshan is thinking. Xiao Gang. Since Xiao San has agreed, let's go back to Wuhan City immediately. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, I cannot linger outside for too long. Since Tang San had already agreed, Bai Dong immediately spoke to Yu Xiaoging. After saying that, she grabbed Yu Xiaoging and Tang San, and activated the six-winged purple light wings, her external soul bone, on her back. In a hazy purple light, 6 wings, as thin as cicada wings, like crystal, and like purple jade, quickly unfolded and then took off. They sped off towards Wuhan City. Although Bibi Dong is a titled Douluo, she possesses the ability to fly. However, flying through the air consumes too much soul power. It's better to use the external soul bone, 6-winged purple light wings for flight. This consumes less soul power and is also faster. After seeing Bibi Dong leave with Yu Xiaoging and Tang San, disappearing into the sky, Tang Hao also emerged from the hidden woods, letting out a helpless sigh. However, Tang Hao was helpless against Bibi Dong taking Yu Shaogang and Tang San away. Because if he showed himself, it wasn't impossible for him to defeat the Pope of the Spirit Hall and take Tang San away. But he feared he wouldn't be able to kill the Pope of the Spirit Hall. If we can't kill it, if the Pope of the Spirit Hall escapes back, his identity will be exposed, and he and his son will probably never be able to live a peaceful life again. Therefore, they can only continue to hide in the dark. In such a situation, upon discovering that Bibi Dong had taken Yu Shaogang and his son to Wuhan City, Tang Hao could only share Yu Shaogang's thoughts. Although his son went to Wuhan City, as long as he doesn't reveal his second spirit, the Clear Sky Hammer, he can rely on the resources of the Spirit Hall to become stronger even faster. This can be considered as strengthening oneself and weakening the enemy. Moreover, the fact that his son, Hooshan Douluo, is in Wuhan City is something that probably no one would have expected. Like the darkness under the lamp. In any case, Tang Hao had no choice but to accept this outcome. Chapter 113 Void Darkwing Dragon, Void Dark Domain. And External Soul Bone Void Holy Dragon Wings. On the other side, inside the Star Do Great Forest. Because his cultivation level broke through to level 60. Ji Yu Han and ZG once again rode the Artial Soul Holy Dragon from the Heaven Do Imperial City to the inner perimeter of the Star Do Great Forest. Then, Murasaki transformed into her true form, the Hellish Demon Dragon King, and took flight. It exuded dragon might in the air and emitted a dragon roar carrying soul power information. Summoning countless dragon soul beasts with cultivation levels of over 10,000 years to the NER perimeter of the Star Do Great Forest. Concept art of the Hell Dragon King. As the deafening roar of the dragon emanating from ZG spread rapidly in all directions. Countless dragon soul beasts with cultivation levels of over 10,000 years responded to the call once again, gathering towards Ji Yu Han and ZG amidst a series of dragon roars and howls. After a while, one after another, enormous dragon spirit beasts, like a dark, surging tide, rushed towards them from the surrounding forest. Among them are the golden armored earth dragon, the rock armored blade dragon, the rock horned dragon, as well as the lava war dragon, the purple lightning demon dragon, and the frost flying dragon, etc. Rock armor blade dragon, concept art. Plate Horus, concept art. Lava dragon, concept art. Purple lightning dragon, concept art. Soon, the countless ancient dragon soul beasts that covered the mountains and plains gathered together. Amidst a deep dragon roar, one after another, enormous 10,000-year-old dragon soul beasts respectfully prostrated themselves before Ji Yu Han and ZG, showing their submission. At this moment, Murasaki once again transformed into human form and fell from the sky. Young master, which dragon do you need to offer as a sacrifice? Once again, she transformed into a purple-haired dragon princess, dressed in a tight-fitting purple dress, with a tall and slender figure. A cold and beautiful appearance, and full of allure. She asked Ji Yu Han in a cold tone. At this moment, Ji Yu Han looked around at the endless expanse of tens of sands of ancient dragon soul beasts and began to ponder regarding the soul skill of the sixth soul ring. If possible, amplification type soul skills are definitely the best. The problem is that he needs to choose not only soul skills, but also soul bones. Because the targets he intends to sacrifice are all 10,000-year-old dragon soul beasts with extremely powerful bloodlines. After these soul beasts sacrifice themselves, they would leave behind soul bones. Moreover, they are all externally attached soul bones. After previously transforming into a dragon knight and fighting alongside the holy dragon. Even without the holy dragon's possession, his strength is at least at the soul saint level. However, when riding the holy dragon martial soul as a dragon knight, he cannot fly. There are still some shortcomings when fighting in the air. If we could obtain another dragon wing external soul bone, it would be perfect. And because of the external soul bone, they wanted dragon wings. When choosing the soul beast to sacrifice for the sixth soul ring, the selection range becomes much smaller. We can only choose from these soul beasts that come to worship, specifically those with dragon wings. After carefully scanning the surrounding dragons, suddenly, Ji Yu Han felt a surge of joy. Because he saw an extremely special 10,000-year-old dragon soul beast. That was a void darkwing dragon with 10,000 years of cultivation, possessing spatial and dark attributes. Void darkwing dragon. Concept art. ZG, let this 40,000-year-old void darkwing dragon be sacrificed. Ji Yu Han quickly made a decision, pointed to the void darkwing dragon, and said. The void darkwing dragon is a dragon-type soul beast whose primary attribute is space. If a sacrifice is made to him, His sixth soul skill will definitely be of the spatial attribute. There are no weak soul skills with spatial attributes. Furthermore, if he obtains the sacrifice of the Void Darkwing Dragon, he will most likely also obtain a Dragon Wing type external soul bone, which also possesses spatial attributes. That's perfect. As for the Void Darkwing Dragon, its cultivation level is still somewhat low, only 40,000 years. Ji Yu Han didn't think it was a big deal either. Because of the heavenly evolution system, Ji Yu Han had already inquired about it. To upgrade a 10,000-year soul ring to 100,000 years using the upgrade function of the heavenly evolution system, only 3 heavenly evolution points are needed. Ji Yu Han has already made up his mind. He will keep these 16 heavenly evolution points in his possession. In case of crisis, the martial soul Holy Dragon can be upgraded from Golden Dragon to Golden Dragon King at any time. And then, if you obtain more heavenly evolution points, Ji Yu Han would then use all of these heavenly evolution points to upgrade his soul ring. After Ji Yu Han selected the soul beast that needed to be sacrificed for his sixth soul ring, ZG also communicated in the language of dragons, telling the Void Darkwing Dragon that it had been chosen and was to come up and sacrifice itself for Ji Yu Han. In response, the Void Darkwing Dragon's dark purple dragon eyes were filled with respect and pride. He stepped forward, ready to offer a sacrifice to Ji Yu Han, to contribute their share as void dragons to the restoration of their great lord, the Silver Dragon King Ji Yu Na. In the vast starry sky forest, the Void Darkwing Dragon took flight from the flock of dragons and landed in front of Ji Yu Han. In an instant, the sacrifice began. A burst of blood-red light, shimmering with purple radiance, erupted from the Void Darkwing Dragon's body, transforming into a crimson shield that enveloped Ji Yu Han. Then, countless stray arms of blood-red light continuously poured into Ji Yu Han's body. It is enhancing Ji Yu Han's physical strength and soul power cultivation. At the same time, a pitch-black 10,000-year soul ring slowly condensed and took shape. Finally, after the Void Darkwing Dragon had completely sacrificed itself, the jet-black 10,000-year soul ring finally took shape and was placed on Ji Yu Han's body. Because it is a sacrifice, there is no need to absorb it like when hunting for a soul ring. However, after absorbing the soul ring of the Void Darkwing Dragon, Ji Yu Han felt 2 streams of soul power urge into the 2 shoulder blades on his back. Then, a pair of dark purple dragon wings, extremely wide and covered with dark purple dragon scales, shimmering with a dark and profound light, suddenly unfolded from behind Ji Yu Han. After experimenting, Ji Yu Han was pleasantly surprised to discover the external soul bone, dragon wing, that this Void Darkwing Dragon sacrificed itself to obtain Actu. Ally had the soul skill of escaping into the void. To vanish into the void, that's a soul skill that's good for both offense and defense. It allows one to vanish into the void and evade enemy attacks. It can also disappear into the void and come out quickly, achieving an effect similar to teleportation. Ji Yu Han named this external soul bone, Void Holy Dragon Wing. As for the soul skill of the Void Holy Dragon Wings, it is named Void Escape. The sixth soul ring's soul skill was obtained after the Darkwing Void Dragon sacrificed itself. Ji Yu Han was also pleasantly surprised after the experiment. Because the sixth soul skill brought by the sacrifice of the Void Darkwing Dragon was actually a rare domain-type soul skill, Ji Yu Han named it Void Dark Domain. The effect of the Void Dark Domain is not only to unfold a void field, within which space can be manipulated to imprison enemies. It can also teleport. Furthermore, it can absorb the enemy's soul power to replenish itself. It is also a soul skill that combines offense and defense, and also has a recovery effect. External Soul Bone, Void Holy Dragon Wings, Concept Art. While Ji Yu Han was testing his soul bone skills and soul ring skills, ZG has also sent the 10,000-year-old dragon soul beasts that have gathered from all directions back to their respective territories. After testing the soul bone skill and soul ring skill, and after choosing a name, Ji Yu Han then prepared to ride the Holy Dragon back to the Heavenly Do Imperial City with ZG. However, upon leaving, Ji Yu Han couldn't help but glance in the direction of the core area of the Star Do Great Forest, and thought to himself with a sense of emotion. He didn't know when, but he was able to cultivate the Starry Dragon body refining technique to the Chi and Blood Golden Core stage. At that time, it remains to be seen whether he will be able to fight the Titan Giant Ape Erming using only his physical strength. I'm actually looking forward to it. Chapter 114. Ji Yu Han finally levels up from the Ghostfire Yellow Hair, Xian Daoliu's Fury. He then left Nottingham City with Yu Shaogang and Tang San. Using the external soul bone, the six-winged purple light wings, Bibi Dong quickly brought the two back to the papal palace in Wuhan City. But by then, it was already night. Because he is different from Ji Yuhan. Ji Yuhan used to live in Wuhan City. Therefore, Bibi Dong could have her subordinates hunt down all the dragon-type soul beasts with the attribute of light. They then brought the soul beast's corpse back and handed it to Ji Yuhan, so that he could feed the martial soul holy dragon. However, Yu Shaogang was not in Wuhan City. Bibi Dong had her subordinates capture the light attribute dragon soul beasts from various soul beast forests. But they certainly couldn't be hunted down immediately. Instead, they can only be kept in a valley in the vast soul hunting forest behind Wuhan City. Now I have brought Yu Shaogang back. However, he wanted his subordinates to hunt down a dragon-type soul beast with the attribute of light and bring its corpse back to Wuhan City. We'll have to wait until tomorrow. Before we knew it, it was the next day. Papal Palace. Bibidin sat on a throne, holding the papal scepter, her heart filled with excitement, yet her expression remained dignified. After summoning several cardinals from the papal palace, Bibi Dong immediately ordered several cardinals to hunt down a light attribute dragon spirit beast from the Soul Hunter Forest, the valley where she kept light attribute dragon spirit beasts. Yes, Your Holiness the Pope. Upon receiving the order, the cardinals immediately responded respectfully, then turned to head towards the Soul Hunter Forest in the back mountains. After issuing orders to several cardinals. After the cardinals left, Bibidin got up and went to a side hall. At this moment, Yu Shaogang and Tang San were sitting in a side hall. Donger, can we begin the method you mentioned that can help my martial soul evolve? Yu Shaogang couldn't wait any longer. As soon as he saw Bibi Dong come in, he immediately stood up and asked in an eager tone. Shaogang, I've already sent someone to bring back the item that can help your martial soul evolve. You just need to wait a little longer. It will begin soon. Bibi Dong gently comforted her. However, Bibi Dong thought that no one knew she had brought Yu Shaogang and Tang San back to the papal palace. But on the other side, inside the Douluo palace, inside the main hall, where statues of angels are enshrined, Xian Douluo was sitting cross-legged on a futon, his eyes closed, facing the sacred, imposing, and towering statue of an angel god, as if he were meditating quietly, or perhaps praying. For the past year, Xian Douluo has been in a good mood. More than a year ago, the angel statue exhibited unusual behavior, seemingly having chosen a successor. Xian Douluo immediately wrote a letter and sent it to his granddaughter, Xian Runshui. They wanted to inquire whether their granddaughter, Xian Runshui, had been chosen by the great angel to become her successor. After receiving the letter, Xian Runshui also wrote down the details in the letter and had it brought back. After receiving the letter, it was discovered that it was indeed their granddaughter, Xian Runshui, who had received the approval of the great angel god. They didn't even let him preside over the divine examination, yet he became the successor of the great angel god and obtained the qualification for the 9 angelic tests. This made Xian Douluo extremely happy, and he almost wanted to laugh out loud 3 times. Because my granddaughter, Xian Runshui, has the potential to become a god. And the reason for knowing everything. It turned out that Ji Yuhan had unexpectedly obtained some kind of fortuitous opportunity, acquiring many precious medicinal herbs known as immortal herbs. They also used this immortal herb to refine pills that could evolve martial spirits. Ji Yuhan gave a pill to his granddaughter Xian Runshui, allowing her martial soul to evolve from a 6-winged angel to an 8-winged angel. That's why it gained the attention of the great angel god. He was chosen by the great angel god to be the successor and was granted the qualification of the 9 tests of angels. Moreover, in the letter, he wanted to gain Xian Douluo's favor towards Ji Yuhan. Xian Runshui also specifically mentioned that Ji Yuhan had prepared pills that could potentially evolve martial souls for many grandfathers who were enshrined in the Douluo palace. This kid did a pretty good job this time. I reluctantly acknowledge you. Unexpectedly, his granddaughter was chosen by the great angel to become the successor and possess the potential to become a god, all because of the help of Ji Yuhan, that blonde-haired guy. Xian Douluo couldn't help but feel a little sullen inside. She finally managed to gain a slight degree of acceptance of Ji Yuhan. And because Xian Runshui said that Ji Yuhan had also prepared pills for many of the offerings of their Douluo palace. This made Xian Douluo understand as well. It seems that in this young man's heart, his granddaughter Xian Runshui is perhaps more important than that woman in the papal palace. In Xian Douluo's heart, Ji Yuhan finally managed to eyes from a frivolous young man to a prospective grandson-in-law. But actually, Xian Runshui had originally planned to tell Qian Daoliu in the letter that she already knew what had happened back then. He also told Qian Daoliu that Ji Yuhan had seen through Bibi Dong's true colors. In truth, Ji Yuhan was on the side of their Douluo palace, not on the side of that woman from the Pope's palace. But this matter involves the biggest scandal of their spirit hall. Moreover, there is still a possibility that the letters could be leaked. What if Bibi Dong finds out? So after thinking about it, Qian Runshui ultimately decided not to write those things in the letter. I plan to talk to Grandpa Qian Daoliu about it when we meet face to face later. Big brother. Inside the magnificent and imposing hall. As Qian Daoliu sat cross-legged on a futon, facing the sacred and majestic statue of an angel, he closed his eyes and meditated in prayer. Suddenly, footsteps and hurried shouts came from outside the hall. This made Qian Daoliu frown and turn to look over. Then, the demon-slaying Douluo strode in. Demon Slayer, what's wrong? Why the rush? What happened? Qian Daoliu frowned and slowly asked. Big brother, that ungrateful, heartless woman has brought that good-for-nothing back again. The demon-slaying Douluo clenched his fists, his face grim, and said angrily. Although on-slaying Douluo didn't say it explicitly, Qian Daoliu knew what was going on as soon as he heard it. Bibi Dong, that woman, has brought Yu Shaogang back again. Qian Daoliu fell silent, but a flash of anger appeared in his eyes. In fact, he had foreseen this situation long ago. Because Ji Yuhan awakened the same martial soul as Yu Shaogang. Bibi Dong took Ji Yuhan as her disciple after learning that Ji Yuhan had found a way to evolve his martial soul. They're sparing no expense or reputation, wasting a huge amount of resources on Ji Yuhan. The purpose behind this, isn't it all just to help Ji Yuhan find a way to evolve his martial soul, and then use that method to curry favor with Yu Shaogang? Ji Yuhan has now successfully found a way to evolve his martial soul, transforming it into a golden holy dragon. After that, Bibi Dong stopped providing cultivation resources to Ji Yuhan and instead hoarded them. Qian Daoliu knew that these were definitely prepared for Yu Shaogang. Now it seems that it was indeed true. But Bibi Dong, aren't you taking Qian Daoliu way too lightly? Chapter 115. If you want to betray your own people, don't blame me. Regarding Bibi Dong, because his son Qian Zunji had committed a grave mistake, Qian Daoliu did feel guilty. In addition, Bibi Dong gave birth to her exceptionally talented granddaughter, Xian Runshui. This made it clear that even though the knew Bibi Dong had poisoned her son Qian Zunji. However, out of guilt and considering his granddaughter Xian Runshui, Qian Daoliu did not do anything to Bibi Dong. They simply shifted the blame onto Tang Hao. Taking advantage of the situation, the Spirit Hall severely damaged the Clear Sky sect, forcing the Clear Sky sect to close its doors and live in seclusion. However, as a gentleman and an honest man, Qian Daoliu also has his bottom line and his anger. His bottom line was that he could spare Yu Shaogang, the mastermind behind everything. However, Bibi Dong absolutely forbids Yu Shaogang from being brought back to Wuhan City. Otherwise, consider Bibi Dong's inexplicable, almost brain-dead love for Yu Shaogang, that good for nothing. Who knows when the two of them might suddenly fall in love and end up together? What if they end up having another son or daughter for their granddaughter? Where would that leave the Spirit Hall and the Qian family's reputation? Moreover, wouldn't this be putting a green hat on her deceased son again? Yes, it was wrong of me to force you to give birth to Shuiye, my son. But before you, Bibi Dong, met Yu Shaogang, my son treats you like his own daughter. He'd pluck the stars from the sky for you if you wanted them. But what about you? She actually fell in love with a good-for-nothing from the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan and was willing to give up everything to elope with him. You are the holy maiden of our Spirit Hall, nurtured with countless resources, and you also know many of our Spirit Hall's secrets. What you're doing is tantamount to betrayal. Regardless of the Soul Master family or sect, traitors are always executed by slow slicing as a warning to others. My son only forced you to give birth to Shuiye, but he didn't execute you. Now, my son is dead. And you killed him. You have already taken your revenge. As the saying goes, when a person dies, their debts are wiped out. That messy account from back then should come to an end. From now on, you can focus on being the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Isn't that great? Why did you insist on bringing Yu Shaogang back to the Spirit Hall? You previously wasted our Spirit Hall's resources to cultivate Ji Yuhan. That kid is, after all, one of our Spirit Hall's people. But Yu Shaogang is a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. Are you trying to use our Spirit Hall's resources to aid the enemy? Anyway, I learned that Bibi Dong actually brought Yu Shaogang back to the spirit hall. Qian Daoliu's face was extremely ugly, and his heart was filled with rage. However, after thinking it over, Qian Daoliu suppressed his anger and did not intend to go directly to the papal palace and break ties with Bibi Dong. Instead, he suddenly remembered something, took out a fiery red flower from his storage soul tool, and handed it to demon-slaying Douluo. Zhongmo, go and give this Duan Yang flower to our Douluo Palace's agent in the Pope's palace, and have him secretly drip the juice of this Duan Yang flower into Yu Shaogang's food. A cold glint flashed across Qian Daoliu's face as he gave him a warning. Although Bibi Dong is currently the Pope of the Spirit Hall, however, the Spirit Hall was established by the Qian family, who were six-winged angels. Qian Daoliu was the previous generation's Pope of the Spirit Hall, and is currently the strongest member of the Spirit Hall. Speaking of its impact on the Spirit Hall, this might be relevant for newly joined commoner soul masters in the Spirit Hall. Because of a lack of understanding, its influence is not significant. However, for the true senior members of the Spirit Hall, there are also the affiliated families and forces that have joined the Spirit Hall. Qian Daoliu's influence is enormous. Qian Daoliu had planted quite a few people in the papal palace. Broken sunflower. Unexpectedly, Qian Daoliu actually gave him a broken sunflower. Demon-slaying Douluo also realized Someth Ing and couldn't help but show a strange smile on his face. He patted his chest and said, "Brother, don't worry, I'll definitely handle this well." After watching the demon-slaying Douluo leave, Qian Daoliu couldn't help but sneer. Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong. As the Pope of our Spirit Hall, you actually want to use our Spirit Hall's resources to aid the enemy. It's not that easy. If you dare to help Yu Shaogang evolve his martial soul, I'll make sure he knows what's going on. The benefits of my Spirit Hall are not so easy to obtain. There is no such thing as a free lunch. No matter what you do, you have to pay a price. It's the same if Yu Shaogang wants to use the resources of our Spirit Hall. I want to see just how deeply you love Yu Shaogang. Just how deep is Yu Shaogang's love for you? On the other side, under Bibi Dong's orders, 2 hours later, they were sent to the vast soul-hunting forest behind Wuhan City. Several cardinals were brought back from the valley where Bib Idong kept light attribute dragon spirit beasts. They hunted down a light attribute dragon spirit beast. They quickly brought back the corpse of a dragon soul beast with the attribute of light. And, because it was to be brought into the papal palace, the corpses of the light attribute dragon soul beasts that could be brought back were too enormous. Therefore, when the cardinals were in the soul hunting forest, they divided the corpses of the light attribute dragon soul beasts they had hunted into 5 pieces. They were each placed in their respective storage soul tools and brought back. A royal knight from the papal palace reported that the 5 cardinals sent out had returned. Bibi Dong immediately shared this good news with Yu Shaogang and Tang San. Then, accompanied by Yu Shaogang and Tang San, they arrived at the main hall where audiences were received. He received the 5 returning cardinals. "Where is the stuff?" Upon seeing the 5 cardinals enter, Bibi Dong immediately asked in a deep voice. "His Holiness the Pope is here." The 5 cardinals spoke respectfully. They took out a portion of the corpse of the Holy Light White Dragon, a light attribute dragon soul beast with a 1,000-year cultivation, from their respective storage soul tools and placed it in the main hall. Holy Light White Dragon. Concept art. In an instant, the hall was filled with a strong stench of blood. This is, unexpectedly, the thing that Bibi Dong mentioned that could allow her Luo Sanpao martial soul to evolve into a golden sacred dragon was actually the corpse of a dragon soul beast. Yu Shaogang was stunned. Although Bibi Dong told Yu Shaogang about Ji Yu Han's situation, but Bibi Dong only said that Ji Yu Han's martial soul was the same as Yu Shaogang's, and that she had found a way to evolve the martial soul. But what exactly did Ji Yu Han find, and how did he evolve? Bibi Dong wanted to give Yu Shaogang a surprise, but she kept it a secret and didn't tell him. Xiao Gang, summon Sanpao. After the 5 cardinals took the corpse of the Holy Light White Dragon they had hunted out of their storage soul tools and placed it in the spacious hall, Bibi Dong immediately waved her hand, dismissing the 5 cardinals. Immediately afterwards, that mature, beautiful, and elegant face turned to Yu Shaogang, revealing a faint smile, and she said, "Why summon 3 cannons again?" Looking at the corpse of the Holy Light White Dragon in the main hall in front of him, Yu Shaogang frowned, still somewhat unable to understand. Because Sanpao can eat, which is a feature that other beast spirits do not have at all. Bibi Dong's elegant and beautiful face was full of confidence and a calm smile. At this moment, she finally explained to Yu Shaogang. Being ABL. Eat to eat means that one can absorb and digest the nutrients in the food. And the goal is to evolve Sanpao into the golden holy dragon. Because the golden sacred dragon is of the light attribute, it is necessary for Sanpao to consume the flesh and blood of a light attribute dragon soul beast. At the same time, feed Sanpao ginseng and Ganoderma lucidum and other spiritual medicines to improve Sanpao's martial spirit essence. Ultimately, Sanpao will be able to evolve into the golden sacred dragon. In chapter 116, Yu Shaogang, who was beginning his martial soul evolution, encountered an accident. Papal Palace. Inside the spacious hall, after listening to Bibi Dong's explanation of the reason for Luo Sanpao's martial soul evolution, Yu Shaogang suddenly realized the truth. Yes, my 3 cannons are unique in mainland China. Oh no, they are now the only 2 detached martial souls that possess a physical body and the ability to eat. Why didn't I think of developing this feature of the 3 cannon? Unexpectedly, the conditions for evolving the martial soul Luo Sanpao into the golden sacred dragon were so simple. It means feeding Luo Sanpao the flesh and blood of dragon soul beasts with the attribute of light, as well as spiritual medicine. Yu Shaogang was filled with remorse. If only he had thought of that sooner. He probably already successfully evolved his martial soul, Luo Sanpao, into the legendary golden sacred dragon. Then he returned to the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan and thoroughly humiliated those clansmen who had looked down on him back then. Why did a little kid get to have all the credit? Shao Gang, let's begin. And after the explanation, Bibi Dong also rose from the throne with her curvaceous figure and walked gracefully toward He corpse of the holy light white dragon, which was placed in the hall and exuded a strong bloody aura. He took out a sharp longsword from his storage soul tool. They then began cutting the flesh and blood from the corpse of the holy light white dragon into strips to make it easier to feed Luo Sanpao. At this moment, Yu Shaogang took a deep breath and suppressed his feelings of regret. With excitement and anticipation, I walked over. 3 cannons, fire. After Yu Shaogang shouted loudly. With a flash of purple light, a creature appeared, its body pale purple with a white belly, and its shape somewhat resembled a piglet. But this strange martial spirit, covered in a layer of fine down, with a pair of wide, fan-like ears, big eyes, and a nose like a dog's, instantly appeared in front of Yu Shaogang. After being summoned, Luo Sanpao immediately became excited and called out, Luo Luo, and rubbed against Yu Shaogang's trouser leg affectionately. Sanpao, stop touching me. Listen to me, today is your big day. Upon discovering that the martial soul Luo Sanpao was frantically rubbing against his trouser leg, Yu Shaogang helplessly stroked Luo Sanpao's head while saying with barely concealed excitement. Luo Sanpao was somewhat puzzled by Yu Shaogang's words. Sanpao, be good, eat it. At this moment, Bibi Dong walked over with a smile, squatted down, and while affectionately stroking Luo Sanpao's body, she handed a piece of sliced holy light white dragon flesh to Luo Sanpao's mouth. Luo Sanpao smelled the flesh and blood of the holy light white dragon and felt a surge of desire within him. He couldn't help but devour the flesh and blood of the holy light white dragon in one gulp. It's a success. Seeing Luo Sanpao successfully devour the flesh and blood of the holy light white dragon, Bibi Dong and Yu Shaogang were both very excited and thrilled. Tang San, standing to the side, watched quietly, a mixture of anticipation and excitement in his eyes. I want to see what changes will occur to teacher Yu Shaogang's martial soul, Luo Sanpao. Donger, the flesh and blood of this holy light white dragon should be useful. After Luo Sanpao consumed the flesh and blood of the holy light white dragon, Yu Shaogang couldn't help but exclaim excitedly. In the past, after I obtained my first and second soul skills, because I wanted to enhance the power of Sanpao's first and second soul skills, I used all sorts of food that could improve the power of Sanpao's first and second soul skills, and I wanted to feed it to Sanpao. But Sanpao refused to eat it. In the end, I tried all sorts of methods and finally got Sanpao to eat the white radish and accept it. Unexpectedly, when faced with the flesh and blood of the holy light white dragon, Sanpao ate it without even thinking. Quote, the flesh and blood of this holy light white dragon will definitely benefit Sanpao. They're here. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Shaogang felt a warm current, which should be the power of life and pure soul power, emerge from his body. This immediately brought a look of joy to his face. This is because it is clearly the life force and soul po. That Sanpao fed back after consuming the flesh and blood of the holy light white dragon. So Yu Shaogang immediately sat cross-legged in the main hall and began to meditate. He wanted to refine he pure soul power that Luo Sanpao had returned. But not long after, Yu Shaogang opened his eyes again, his eyes filled with confusion. What happened? Just now, he suddenly felt a trace of soul po. W and life force being fed back into his body. He initially thought this was just the beginning. How come all that soul power was gone after it was refined? Roar. At that moment, a painful scream rang out. Luo Sanpao's stomach was swollen high, and he collapsed to the ground with a pained expression. Half of its body radiated golden light, and the other half radiated blue light, with wisps of electricity crackling around it. What's going on? Yu Shaogang suddenly stood up, his face full of anxiety. I simply can't understand what's wrong with the martial soul Luo Sanpao all of a sudden. Bibi Dong, standing to the side, was also stunned, feeling very anxious and nervous. She didn't know what was wrong either. After all, as for how to evolve the martial soul Luo Sanpao, she simply copied the method Ji Yu Han used to successfully evolve the martial soul sacred dragon. But as for the underlying principles, she simply read from the book without understanding the underlying principles. Gurgle. As Luo Sanpao groaned and struggled on the ground in pain, a series of gurgling sounds suddenly came from his stomach. Before Yu Shaogang, Bibi Dong, and Tang San could react. Bang! In a muffled thud like thunder. Suddenly, a green solid liquid gas mixture emitting a strong, foul odor gushed out from Luo Sanpao's buttocks. Like a celestial maiden scattering flowers. After being sprayed out, this foul-smelling green mixture of solid, liquid, and gas instantly covered the floor, Bibi Dong's throne, walls, and other areas. This hall is neither particularly large nor particularly small in size. The green solid liquid gas mixture sprayed out by Luo Sanpao splashed onto the ceiling and walls, and naturally also sprayed outwards. Many of them splashed onto Bibi Dong, Yu Shaogang, and Tang San. Meanwhile, the entire hall was filled with a foul-smelling green gas. This immediately filled the hall with a foul stench. Your Holiness, what's wrong? At this moment, the Holy Emperor's warriors outside the palace heard the commotion inside and, thinking something had happened, hurriedly shouted and ran over. But being in this stinking hell, covered in foul-smelling green solid liquid mixture sprayed by Luo Sanpao, Bibi Dong's face turned green, and she felt like vomiting. At this moment, she dared not let the Holy Emperor's warriors in. Wouldn't that ruin her image as the Pope? Don't come in. There's nothing wrong inside. Bibi Dong shouted loudly, forcefully stopping the Holy Emperor's warriors who wanted to enter the hall. Gurgle. Suddenly, Luo Sanpao let out another cry. Bibi Dong's expression changed drastically, and she quickly released her soul power, condensing a layer of soul power protective shield around her. This block kept the foul-smelling solid liquid gas mixture that Luo Sanpao was about to spray out again. After spraying 3 times, Luo Sanpao's stomach finally returned to flat. Although he had become extremely weak, the golden and blue light emanating from his body had disappeared, and the pain on his face was gone. Donger, what's going on? Because they already have a lot of experience dealing with Luo Sanpao's spray. After regaining his senses, Yu Shaogang quickly took out 3 masks from his storage soul tool and put one on himself. The other 2 were given to Tang San and Bibi Dong, who then asked eagerly. Me, even with a mask on. But the stench emanating from his body was overwhelming, and the dark purple robes he wore were covered in patches of foul-smelling green stains. Bibi Dong felt nauseous and wanted to vomit violently, and was completely devastated. As for Yu Shaogang's question, since it was merely a matter of replicating Ji Yu Han's experience in evolving his martial soul, Bibi Dong was at a loss for words. She didn't know either. Chapter 117. A moment's dilemma causes Yu Shaogang to collapse. Teacher, could it be a problem with attribute conflicts? At this moment, Tang San, whose face was turning green, also suppressed his breakdown and took out a piece of linen handkerchief. He wiped his face with a handkerchief, where the green, foul-smelling G mixture of solid and liquid had been splashed. Then, suppressing the urge to vomit, he said, attribute conflict. Bibi Dong and Yu Shaogang were both stunned. Thinking back to what had just happened, Luo Sanpao's stomach swelled up, and he lay on the ground, rolling around and groaning in pain. Half of its body radiated dazzling golden light, while the other half radiated blue light, and wisps of electricity flowed through it. This does indeed seem to be a conflict between the light and lightning attributes. But as Luo Sanpao a lightning attribute martial soul, Bibi Dong found it very difficult to understand. Shaogang's martial soul, Luo Sanpao, has 2 soul skills that are clearly both farting. Except that the sound was a bit loud. It seems to have absolutely nothing to do with the lightning attribute. However, compared to Bibi Dong's incomprehension, Yu Shaogang's face immediately turned pale. Because he understood why the attribute conflict occurred in the martial soul Luo Sanpao. This is because of the spirit rings he attached to his martial soul, Luo Sanpao. The first spirit ring was of the lightning attribute. Although the martial spirit Luo Sanpao was really too weak. This meant that even though he absorbed a lightning attribute soul ring, he did not gain a lightning attribute soul skill. Instead, what we get is that the sound is as loud as thunder only when it is activated. In reality, it's a completely useless soul skill. But that's what he thought at the time. Since the martial soul Luo Sanpao is the inherited martial soul of the family. The blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul, it is a degenerated and mutated martial soul. Perhaps, absorbing a lightning attribute soul ring could change Luo Sanpao. Ideally, it should evolve towards the direction of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul. But little did I know that a single wrong decision back then would lead to this. This has actually led to the fact that Ave finally found a way to truly allow the martial soul Luo Sanpao to evolve. Moreover, it's also a chance to evolve into the legendary Golden Holy Dragon. But a problem arose. This immediately made Yu Shaogang put on a mask of pain. The reason why Luo Sanpao ate the flesh and blood of the Holy Light White Dragon was that he only gave back a trace of soul power and life power to Yu Shaogang. Actually, there's another reason. That's because Yu Shaogang chose two farting soul skills for Luo Sanpao. This caused the martial spirit Luo Sanpao's body to develop excretory organs. It should be noted that Ji Yu Han's martial soul, the Holy Dragon, does not have excretory organs. Finally, after finishing his meal, the Holy Dragon spat out the impurities. However, Yu Shaogang gave Luo Sanpao excretory organs by empowering him with his first and second soul skills. Once this excretory organ is formed. In addition, there were the first and second soul skills that Yu Shaogang gave to Luo Sanpao. As well as the fact that he had been eating white radishes for decades to induce flatulence. This directly caused Luo Sanpao to suffer from indigestion no matter what he ate. That's it. No. Too long after they had eaten the flesh and blood of a holy light white dragon. Before Luo Sanpao could give Yu Shaogang much life force and soul power in return, he suffered from indigestion and then erupted violently. Of course, the most important thing, it's still Yu Shaogang's martial soul, Luo Sanpao, although it looks the same as Ji Yu Han's martial soul, the Holy Dragon. But in this world, N02 martial souls are exactly the same. Just like the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, although most of them have the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul. They are all Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial souls. Does looking the same mean being completely identical? That's obviously not the case. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a difference in innate soul power. In Bibi Dong's opinion, Yu Shaogang's innate soul power was level 0.5, which was even better than Ji Yu Han's. But Bibi Dong had never thought of that. Her little brother is the youngest son of Yu Yuanjun, the sect Li Der of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, and is the young patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. The treatment she received from childhood was worlds apart from that of Ji Yu Han. Leaving aside other things, before Yu Shaogang awakened his martial soul at a young age, he must have been able to eat all kinds of soul beast meat and soul power food without restraint. However, Ji Yu Han's life at the orphanage in Wuhan City was just that of a normal commoner. They could only eat meat about once a month. Such a big difference in growth. Ji Yu Han's innate soul power was only half that of Yu Shaogang. This is sufficient to illustrate the point. Ji Yu Han's talent is much greater than Yu Shaogang's. The difference between the martial soul Holy Dragon and the martial soul Luo Sanpao is the same. Moreover, after Ji Yu Han awakened his martial soul, he also used the heavenly evolution system to deduce the soul power cultivation technique, Sacred Dragon Technique, the body refining technique, Sacred Dragon Body Tempering Method, and the Spiritual Power Training Method, Golden Sacred Dragon Visualization Method. These three cultivation methods will also have a significant impact on the evolution of martial spirits. In short, the same piece of dragon flesh with the attribute of light. If Ji Yu Han's martial soul Holy Dragon were to consume it, the nutrient absorption rate could reach 80%. So, Yu Shaogang's martial spirit is Luo Sanpao. Because of the previously attached spirit rings and spirit skills, he developed excretory organs, and the spirit skill was farting. In addition, Yu Shaogang always fed Luo Sanpao white radishes, which made Luo Sanpao prone to indigestion. Furthermore, Yu Shaogang does not possess the three major cultivation methods of soul power, body refining, and mental power cultivation, unlike Ji Yu Han. This resulted in Luo Sanpao's nutrient absorption rate being less than 1%. This doesn't even include the limit breaking elixir needed when the bloodline finally breaks through to become a golden sacred dragon. However, Neither Bibi Dong nor Yu Xiaogang realized these things. Because he felt that his beloved Xiaogang's innate soul power was twice as high as Ji Yuhan's, his talent must be even greater. Therefore, Bibi Dong's calculations were comprehensive. Following Ji Yuhan's standards, he raised a group of Dragon Tai Pei soul beasts with the attribute of light and stockpiled a batch of spiritual herbs. They also collected a red jade dragon blood ginseng, which is comparable to the crystal blood dragon ginseng. However, it seems that this is far from enough. It's all my fault. Upon realizing that he had attached 2 incorrect lightning attribute spirit rings to his spirit Luo Sanpao, causing the spirit's evolution to malfunction, Yu Xiaogang collapsed to the ground in anguish, clutching his head. Xiaogang. Seeing Yu Xiaogang's pained expression, Bibi Dong felt extremely distressed. What's wrong, Xiaogang? What happened? You have to believe in yourself. You are a master of martial spirit theory. I believe you can definitely find a solution to Sanpao's situation. Donger. This is too difficult. It's really too difficult. Yu Xiaogang looked pained and had absolutely no confidence. Because I am a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan, I always thought so. Since Sanpao was evolved from our family's Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul, it might be beneficial for him to absorb a lightning attribute soul ring. So back then, Sanpao's first spirit ring was the spirit ring of a lightning attribute spirit beast that he hunted. Because Sanpao's martial spirit is not related to lightning, I had almost forgotten about it. But I never expected that it would be because of the lightning attribute soul ring that I gave to Sanpao. Although it didn't give Sanpao a lightning attribute soul skill, it still gave Sanpao the lightning attribute. This has caused an attribute conflict to occur in Sanpao's current consumption of the flesh and blood of dragon soul beasts with the light attribute. But the spirit rings have already been attached to Sanpao. Donger. I really can't think of a way to resolve this situation. There's no way to remove this spirit ring. Chapter 118 Bibi Dong's Inner Thoughts. Yu Xiaogang falls into the trap. Yu Xiaogang was devastated. It felt as if the glimmer of hope that had finally appeared, allowing the martial soul Luo Sanpao to evolve, had vanished once again. Bibi Dong felt very sorry for Yu Xiaogang and could only keep comforting him. Xiaogang, you are a master of martial spirit theory. You have to believe in yourself. You will definitely find a solution to the problem of the conflicting attributes of the 3 cannons. Donger. This is too difficult. Yu Xiaogang still looked pained. Once a spirit ring is attached to a martial spirit, its effect on the martial spirit is irreversible. Unless you remove the spirit rings. Quote. But I have never seen in any book how to remove a spirit ring from a martial soul. Seeing that Yu Xiaogang had no confidence at all, Bibi Dong felt a sense of disappointment deep down. Because of Yu Xiaogang's performance. This is quite inconsistent with the image of Yu Xiaogang, the spirited and confident master of martial spirit theory, that Bibi Dong envisioned. This reminded her of her disciple, Ji Yuhan. The method that disciple Ji Yuhan came up with to evolve his martial soul into a golden holy dragon was one he found himself. Why? Because He had already told Xiaogang how to evolve his martial soul. Xiaogang doesn't even have the confidence to overcome the smallest difficulty. This is even worse than Ji Yuhan, the disciple she took in. But this thought only flashed through Bibi Dong's mind. Bibi Dong quickly shook her head, banishing the thought from her mind. Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong. How could you think like that? Xiaogang is he most powerful master of martial spirit theory. Xiao Han's martial spirit, the holy dragon, evolved into the golden holy dragon smoothly step by step without encountering any difficulties. This Saint be because a blank sheet of paper is easier to draw on. Xiao Han's martial soul, the holy dragon, didn't have any spirit rings at the beginning. Therefore, it is easier to evolve a martial soul into a golden holy dragon. However, Xiaogang's martial soul, the 3 cannons, already has 2 spirit rings attached, and these spirit rings have attributes that conflict with the light attribute. This will definitely cause problems. And the problems are quite significant. Even Xiaogang felt this problem was very difficult and didn't know what to do. Even during the lesser cold season, the situation would be the same for everyone facing this problem. However, although that was what she thought in her heart, Bibi Dong's idea was actually just superficial. In Bibi Dong's heart, the reason why I dare not deny Yu Xiaogang. The biggest reason was that Bibi Dong, in her youth, believed that Yu Xiaogang's wisdom was unparalleled on the continent and that he possessed unmatched theoretical knowledge of martial spirits. Only then was she willing to give up everything and elope with Xiaogang. As a result, she later suffered such a tragic and dark experience. If Xiaogang isn't a master of martial spirit theory, wouldn't Bibi Dong's actions make her a laughing stock? The reason why Bibi Dong is still able to survive is because of this. On one hand, there is hatred for the Spirit Hall and the Qian family. On the other hand, there is love for his beloved Yu Shaogang. If one were to reject Yu Shaogang and make hatred the sole pillar for living, then Bibi Dong will probably turn evil and go crazy immediately. Inside the main hall, because Luo Sanpao had eaten the flesh and blood of a holy light white dragon, he suffered from indigestion and began to ejaculate violently in the main hall. This has made the main hall reek. The stench had already spread beyond the main hall, and even the Holy Emperor's warriors outside could smell it. The stench was so strong that the Holy Emperor's warriors turned green and nearly vomited. But these Holy Emperor warriors dared not ask anything, much less say anything. He quickly moved his feet away from the stench-filled hall, creating some distance between himself and the hall, before his complexion improved slightly. However, inside the main hall, Yu Shaogang, however, was still unwilling to give up. Bibi Dong the fed Luo Sanpao several more pieces of the flesh and blood of the holy light white dragon. But the situation remains unchanged. After consuming the flesh and blood of the holy light white dragon, Luo Sanpao only provided Yu Shaogang with a trace of soul power and life force. The rest suffered from indigestion and began to spray again in the main hall. He saw that his throne, walls, and floor in the hall were covered with a foul-smelling green mixture of solid and liquid. The green, foul odor permeating the entire hall became even stronger. Bibi Dong's beautiful face twitched involuntarily, and a forced smile appeared on her lips as she offered her advice. Shaogang, if the attribute conflict problem of the three cannons is not resolved, it seems that no matter how much flesh and blood of the holy light white dragon is consumed, it will be useless. How about we try feeding Sanpao some ginseng and lingzi mushrooms? Thinking that if Yu Shaogang didn't give up and continued to feed Luo Sanpao more holy light white dragon flesh and blood, he felt a pang of sympathy. Let Luo Sanpao keep spraying in the main hall. Bibi Dong felt that her great hall was probably going to be covered with a layer of foul-smelling green solid liquid mixture everywhere. And they need to be marinated until fully flavorful. This made Bibi Dong a little flustered, and she quickly decided to try a different method. Feeding Luo Sanpao ginseng and lingzi. Ginseng and Ganoderma lucidum. Yu Shaogang thought that if the medicinal herbs had fewer impurities, they might be easier to digest, so he agreed. Afterwards, Bibi Dong took out some ginseng and lingzi mushrooms from her storage soul tool and fed them to Luo Sanpao. Unfortunately, Luo Sanpao still didn't get much soul power before he suffered from indigestion again and started vomiting. However, this time, the amount of spray was much less than when it consumed the flesh and blood of the holy light white dragon. It still doesn't work. I thought that it would be better for the martial soul Luo Sanpao to eat medicinal herbs like ginseng and lingzi than to eat the flesh and blood of the holy light white dragon. Unexpectedly, the result was the same. This caused Yu Shaogang immense pain. Now, consuming the flesh and blood of dragons with the attribute of light, as well as ginseng and lingzi type spiritual herbs, has had no effect. Yu Shaogang was completely at a loss as to what to do. At this point, the main hall had truly become a living hell. It was discovered that the method for evolving a martial soul into a golden holy dragon, which was copied from Ji Yuhan, was not very effective for Yu Shaogang. Bibi Dong was also very troubled and distressed. However, I can't think of a solution to this problem right now. Bibi Dong could only tell Yu Shaogang and Tang San to go out and take a bath first. She also planned to give herself a good wash and then change her clothes. At the same time, have someone thoroughly clean and tidy up the main hall. This great hall now looks like a hell on earth. It's uninhabitable if it's not properly cleaned and tidied up. Disappointed, Yu Shaogang and Tang San left the main hall together. In the side hall where they lived. After taking a shower and changing my clothes, Yu Shaogang sighed, preparing to take a good rest. Then asked Bibi Dong if he can look at the books in the papal palace now. He wanted to see if he could find it in the spirit hall's hidden library. Find a way to resolve the attribute conflict of the martial soul Luo Sanpao and the influence of the soul ring. However, just as Yu Shaogang sat down on the bed to rest, he suddenly felt thirsty. He didn't drink any water all morning. Coincidentally, there was a pot of tea on the table in the room. Yu Shaogang couldn't help but pick up the teapot, pour himself a cup of tea, and take a few sips. He found it quite good. Soon, Yu Shaogang finished the entire pot of tea in one gulp. However, Yu Shaogang did not notice this. The tea seemed to have a faint reddish tinge. Chapter 119 The Price of Martial Soul Evolution. Yu Shaogang is overwhelmed with grief. After drinking the tea, Yu Xiaogang felt his mood suddenly become much calmer, so he lay down on the bed and had a good night's sleep. But because I drank a whole pot of tea before going to bed, so I only slept for about 1 or 2 hours. Yu Xiaogang was awakened by the urge to urinate. After getting up, Yu Xiaogang went to the bathroom to use the toilet. You can do this when you enter the restroom and are about to use the toilet. Suddenly, Yu Xiaogang sensed that something was wrong. Something's not right. Something's really wrong. Yu Xiaogang vaguely sensed something was wrong, and his expression turned rather grim. But Yu Xiaogang still couldn't believe the most terrifying guess in his heart. I was just trying to comfort myself. Perhaps it was because his martial spirit Luo Sanpao had an evolution problem today. And he was too depressed, so he was affected. Maybe it will be better in a few days. It can be found in the Papal Palace. Time flies, and more than 10 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Bibi Dong prepared a special room for Yu Xiaogang to experiment with the evolution of Luo Sanpao's martial soul. During this time, Yu Xiaogang spent his time in the Papal Palace's library, reading through the books and desperately searching for a way to resolve Luo Sanpao's attribute conflict and the influence of his soul ring. While in the room, he continued to feed Luo Sanpao the flesh and blood of the dragon soul beast with the light attribute, as well as spiritual medicine. Of course, because he had been directly fed the flesh and blood of a dragoness. Old beast with the attribute of light and spiritual medicine, Luo Sanpao suffered from indigestion and vomited. So this time, Yu Xiaogang tried a different method. For example, cooking the flesh and blood of a dragon soul beast with the attribute of light and feeding it to Luo Sanpao. The medicinal herbs were juiced, made into a medicine, and fed to Luo Sanpao and others. Unfortunately, the end result was always indigestion, leading to continued ejaculation. This caused Yu Xiaogang immense pain. The most painful thing in this world is never being in darkness all the time. Instead, they were in darkness and had finally seen the light. But they discovered that this light was only fleeting. And in these 10 days or so, Yu Xiaogang finally realized with immense grief that his little gang had indeed become a mere decoration. Moreover, as time goes by, his body is also constantly changing. Her skin became increasingly fair and delicate, and her voice became increasingly high-pitched. Furthermore, the stubble on his chin, which was originally a symbol of masculinity, had all fallen off, leaving his chin smooth. Yu Xiaogang was in great pain when he realized that he seemed to be losing his identity as a man. Every time I'm alone, I feel so sad and heartbroken that I feel like I'm about to lose my pearls. But this kind of thing concerns a man's dignity. Yu Xiaogang c. Old neither tell Bibi Dong nor his disciple Tang San regarding changes in the body, such as skin becoming fairer and smoother. He could only stand in the sun at noon every day to tan himself. Additionally, applying salt to the skin can make it rough. As for his high-pitched voice, Yu Xiaogang could only deliberately speak in a rough voice. Anyway, this really tormented our master Xiao Gangzi. Of course, the most painful part is the psychological torment. As for why I became like this, Yu Xiaogang wasn't stupid. He quickly guessed it. This must have been made by Sendo Ryu. After all, Yu Xiaogang had once been a part of Wuhan City, and knew about Qian Zunji and Qian Douluo. Even after learning who the murderer was, Yu Xiaogang could only swallow his pain and tears, gritting his teeth and bearing the bitter pill. No way. After Tang Chen, the previous sect leader of the Haoshan sect, disappeared, Qian Douluo is now the strongest person on the continent. Even his father, Yu Yuanjun, didn't dare to speak too loudly in front of Qian Douluo. How could a worthless nobody like him dare to question Qian Douluo? We can only pretend we don't know. And he comforted himself inwardly. He had only temporarily lost his male function. I will still have a chance to recover in the future. Qian Douluo only made him lose his identity as a man, without directly attacking him or driving him out of Wuhan City. It seems that Qian Douluo doesn't want to break ties with Donger yet. I should hurry up and see if I can find a way to resolve the conflict between my spirit Luo Sa Enpao's attributes and the influence of my spirit rings in the hidden library of the Spirit Hall. Then, with the help of Donger, quickly evolve the martial soul Luo Sanpao into the golden sacred dragon. Douluo Palace. After having someone add the juice of the Duan Yang flower to Yu Xiaogang's food, to avoid the discovery of the people they had placed in the Papal Palace. The demon-slaying Douluo did not have his people placed in the Papal Palace keep an eye on Yu Xiaogang and report the situation every day. He simply kept a close eye on Yu Xiaogang. After more than 10 days, the demon-slaying Douluo also noticed that Yu Xiaogang's skin was becoming increasingly fair and delicate, his voice was becoming high-pitched, and all the stubble on his chin had disappeared. In addition, the recent news of heard about Yu Xiaoging's martial soul evolution. Satisfied, demon-slaying Douluo went to find Xian Douluo to report the situation. Inside the main hall where the statue of the angel is enshrined. With a smile on his face, demon-slaying Douluo found Xian Douluo and laughed loudly. Big brother, that good-for-nothing has been infected. You've been infected. Hey, then it seems I can relax a little. Xian Douluo, who was sitting cross-legged on a futon and meditating in prayer with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes and smiled faintly. Right, demon slaying. How's that good-for-nothing's martial soul evolution going? As if he had thought of something, Xian Douluo frowned slightly and asked. Because Yu Xiaoging's martial spirit is the same as Ji Yu Han's. Ji Yu Han successfully evolved his martial soul holy dragon into a golden holy dragon using the blood and flesh of a dragon with the attribute of light and spiritual medicine. The golden sacred drive, Agon, is a powerful true dragon martial soul comparable to the six-winged angels of their 1,000 families. With Bibi Dong preparing ample amounts of flesh and blood of dragon soul beasts with light attributes and spiritual medicine for Yu Xiaoging, in accordance with the evolution of the Ji Yu Hanwu soul, Bibi Dong ensured that Yu Xiaoging was well prepared. If Yu Xiaoging, like Ji Yu Han, shows signs of successfully evolving his martial soul into a golden holy dragon, he definitely has to find a way to eliminate Yu Xiaoging. We must not allow Yu Xiaoging, whose martial soul has evolved into the golden sacred dragon, to return to the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. It should be noted that if the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan obtained the golden sacred dragon martial soul, which was comparable to the six-winged angel martial soul of their 1,000 families, therefore, the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan will inevitably pose a huge threat to the Spirit Hall's status in the future. Although Sendo Ru is a somewhat pedantic gentleman who keeps his promises and does not resort to underhanded tactics. But for Yu Xiaoging, who came from an opposing force, caused his son's death, and even wanted to use the Spirit Hall's cultivation resources to achieve his own ends. In the future, they may become enemies that pose a significant threat to the status of their Spirit Hall. Xian Douluo still wouldn't show any mercy. After all, he was once the Pope of the Spirit Hall. If 1,000 paths linger on the most basic thing, such as eliminating enemies that threaten one's own power, they wouldn't even think about doing it. Back then, he clearly knew that his son had been killed by Bibi Dong. Xian Douluo wouldn't have shifted the blame onto Tang Hao. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the Y dealt a heavy blow to the Haoshan sect, the greatest threat, forcing the Haoshan sect to close its doors and live in seclusion. Chapter 120. The only way to solve Yu Xiaoging's martial soul problem. Haha. Big brother, don't worry. This good for nothing, his martial soul can never evolve successfully. Upon hearing Xian Douluo's question, the demon-slaying Douluo couldn't help but chuckle. He's a hypocritical, shameless, good-for-nothing, utterly incompetent piece of trash. Apart from that brainless, ungrateful wretch Bibi Dong, who treats him like a treasure. We all know what the others are like. He's a complete and utter waste. He actually wants to evolve his martial soul. He thinks he's Xiao Han. Although Qian Runshui had already told Xian Douluo that Ji Yu Han had a LSO prepared pills that could potentially evolve martial souls for the group of worshippers. However, Xian Douluo has not yet told the group of worshippers about this. Even so, because it's different from the Sendo Ryu school, Xian Douluo is Qian Runshui's grandfather, so he must be somewhat unhappy about Ji Yu Han and Qian Runshui being together. However, the other devotees were able to view this matter calmly. If Ji Yu Han is still the same as before, even his martial soul hasn't evolved. The other worshippers would certainly not approve of Ji Yu Han and Qian Runshui being together. However, Ji Yu Han, through his own abilities, evolved his martial soul into the golden sacred dragon martial soul, which is comparable to a six-winged angel. This naturally won the appreciation of many worshippers. Among them is the demon-slaying Douluo. Upon hearing the demon-slaying Douluo mention Ji Yu Han, because he had already begun to somewhat approve of Ji Yu Han, Xian Douluo's expression grew even colder. Bibi Dong actually gave away the method for evolving martial souls that her future grandson-in-law had found to a useless person from an opposing force for free. He felt even more unhappy. Moreover, based on Sendo Ryu's understanding of Hibiko, he felt that if Yu Xiaoging, that good-for-nothing, really succeeded in evolving his martial soul, that ingrate Bibi Dong will probably behave he same way she did when she first met Yu Xiaoging. In order to help Yu Xiaoging gain fame, they actually used the authority of their spirit hall to support Yu Xiaoging's too flawed and nonsensical theories. This time, if Yu Xiaoging, that good-for-nothing, manages to evolve his martial soul into a golden holy dragon, it will be a great success. Bibi Dong, that ungrateful wretch, did this all to. Oh, help that good for nothing Yu Xiaogang gain fame. They might even use the authority of their spirit hall to endorse it. Moreover, in order to place the glory of finding the method of martial soul evolution on Yu Xiaogang's head, it might even be detrimental to her future grandson-in-law. Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong. I hope you're not that foolish. You killed Jir. Out of consideration for the fact that our Qian family has truly wronged you and Shuai, I can spare you. But if you dare to harm Xiaohan again because of that good-for-nothing Yu Xiaogang, then I will never forgive you again. Xian Douluo narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking to himself. Brother, let me tell you just how useless this Yu Xiaogang really is. After stating that Yu Xiaogang could not successfully evolve his martial soul, demon-slaying Douluo spoke to Xian Douluo with a playful expression. The hilarious incident that Bibi Dong made while helping Yu Xiaogang evolve his martial soul. When he learned had Yu Xiaogang had followed the method for evolving martial spirits that Ji Yuhan had found. It turns out that the attribute conflict occurred because the wrong soul ring was attached earlier. Add to that bizarre farting soul skill. This caused all the food consumed, whether it was the flesh and blood of a dragon soul beast with the attribute of light or spiritual medicine, to be indigested and vomit. Xian Daoliu's lips twitched involuntarily, as if he were watching a joke. He really didn't understand. This Yu Xiaogang is simply like a clown. Regardless of appearance, ability, or personality, he is the worst choice. Why is Bibi Dong so obsessed with Yu Xiaogang, like she's possessed by a demon? Not understand. It's really incomprehensible. On the other side, although he draw NK the tea containing the juice of the datura flower, Yu Xiaogang gradually lost his identity as a man. But for the sake of martial soul evolution, Yu Xiaogang gritted his teeth and tried his best to cover up the changes that were happening to him. On the other hand, they were diligently searching for ways to resolve attribute conflicts and the impact of spirit rings on martial spirits in the Papal Palace's library. Finally, Yu Xiaogang found a way to resolve attribute conflicts and the influence of soul rings. That is the secret technique of the Haoshan sect, the Great Sumeru Hammer, Ring Explosion. According to the records in the classics, the Haoshan sect's secret technique, the Great Sumeru Hammer, Ring Explosion, can blast all the spirit rings apart, squeezing out all the spirit power from the rings and releasing it in a single strike. Afterwards, for a long time, you will be unable to use your soul skills. Otherwise, there is a risk that the spirit ring will completely collapse and disappear. Let's think about it from the other side. If I were to learn the Haoshan sect's secret technique, the Great Sumeru Hammer, Ring Explosion, use the soul skill after destroying the soul ring, would that make the two spirit rings of attached to my martial soul, Luo Sanpao, disappear? In that case, the martial soul Luo Sanpao will lose its lightning attribute. So there won't be any attribute conflicts. Moreover, without the influence of the two soul skills, will Sanpao no longer suffer from indigestion. When Yu Xiaogang finally found a possible solution to the problem with the martial soul Luo Sanpao, he was extremely excited. However, finding a solution is only the first step. The second step is the most difficult to achieve. How can I obtain the Heian sect's most powerful Great Sumeru Hammer, Ring Explosion secret technique? Yu Xiaogang felt a chill in his heart. Moreover, according to ancient texts, the Great Sumeru Hammer, Ring Explosion secret technique is extremely difficult to cultivate. Even if I obtained the secret technique, would I be able to learn it? Thinking about the difficulty of obtaining the Great Sumeru Hammer, Ring Explosion, as well as the difficulty of learning it, Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but feel extremely pained. This is harder than climbing to heaven. However, right now, this exploding ring seems to be the only way to solve the problem of Luo Sanpao's martial soul evolution. After thinking it over for a long time, Yu Xiaogang could only grit his teeth and choose to tell Bibi Dong about it. And Beck. Oz he knew that his disciple Tang San was the son of Haoshan Douluo Tang Hao. Although Tang San himself is still unaware of his father's true identity. But Yu Xiaogang still secretly went behind Tang San's back and found Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong was informed. Currently, perhaps only the Haoshan sect's secret technique, the Great Sumeru Hammer, Ring Explosion, can solve the problem that arises during the evolution of the martial soul Luo Sanpao. The Great Sumeru Hammer of the Haoshan sect, Ring Explosion. Bibi Dong's mature and stunningly beautiful face showed a slight furrow in her brows as she nodded in reply. Xiao Gang. I understand. I will find a way to help you get the Great Sumeru Hammer, Ring Explosion secret technique of Haoshan sect. But this may take a long time, so Xiaogang. You'll have to wait a bit longer. I know. Yu Xiaogang responded in a rough voice. After Yu Xiaogang left, Bibi Dong couldn't help but rub her temples with her jade-like fingers, looking somewhat troubled. In fact, the spirit hall was fully aware of the Clear Sky sect's hidden secluded place. But back then, that old guy Qian Daoliu lost a bet with Tang Chen, the previous sect leader of the Houtian sect. He promised that neither he nor his spirit hall and its vassals would be allowed to set foot on the ancestral peak of the Clear Sky sect. The ancestral peak of the Houtian Sei court is now the secluded place of the Houtian sect. Although she was the pope, that old man Qian Daoliu actually had far greater prestige in the spirit hall than she did. After all, the spirit hall was originally the power of the Qian family, the six-winged angels. Moreover, that old man Qian Daoliu and his son served as popes of the spirit hall for 2 generations, which was much longer than her time as pope. In addition, there's the strength and reputation of that old fellow, Qian Daoliu. If she were to lead the spirit hall's forces to attack the Clear Sky sect, Qian Daoliu would definitely not agree. Under such circumstances, she simply couldn't bring many people with her. If she only brings some of her direct followers, she probably won't be able to do anything to the Houtian sect. To be continued.